gentlemen, welcome to the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. Are we ready?
It's up to Trix now to stay alive inside of the vending hallway. It's gonna be all Trix all day!
You won!
Lots to look forward to in phase 2.
Every match is a do or die scenario.
Spoit walks in, Wolves can easily line him up.
I don't lose, Oregon, never. And what's the fish? That should be my first question.
Who will brave Atlanta for some Siege silverware?
Impact!
Huge by JV92.
This is semi-final Saturday.
Lowe's now can work around. One player picked up. Lobin.
And they're starting. Flicks onto Virtue. The knife comes out.
Siege history will be set here in Atlanta. Are we ready? It's loose! It's W7M!
Two teams from Brazil in the grand final. This is going to be a moment in history that nobody will forget.
Loban with one kill, looking for another. JV92 pivots and says, that's quite enough. That map is over before it even started. Philippe Hawks and cameraman in a 1v1. Cameraman gets it done!
One more round is all Los need to push us to overtime. JV finds one. Maya against the worlds, against the Raging Bulls from Brazil, the region's most dominant force for years. A question posed in Montreal, a promise made in Copenhagen, history made in Atlanta. W7M are back-to-back major champions.
Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
There's no hiding. Not for you. Not for me. Try not to disappoint me, soldier.
Only a handful of potential points are still up for grabs. Who will seize a Golden Siege opportunity? Welcome to the penultimate day of the Blast R6 EUL group stage here for stage 2. My name's Ian Chambers, alongside the biggest brain in the game, Fresh. And of course, we've got the alpha male that is the former pro Frenchman, Alfama.
You see me hiding my arms now, so I don't have to prove that I'm not an alpha male, and I'm not showing muscles anymore because they don't exist.
That's what a real alpha male would do.
Yeah.
That is true.
Really? Being humble? Yeah, okay.
Fresh,
That's
how are you
not me.
doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I was just saying, it feels like only 5 minutes ago, I was like opening up the screens on the computer. I was like, we were here just a few hours ago for the end of play day yesterday.
And that was a play day that we really never truly wanted to finish. And we'll get to that. We'll take a look back at what happened yesterday a little bit later on. But for now, Fresh, this game is just constantly and forever evolving. Strategies are just changing left, right, and center all the time over the years. But I just want us to right now take a look at attack and how this is changing in Rainbow Six. A couple of years ago, attackers were just, they used to drone each other in. Are they still doing that? Has that changed?
They are, but I would say it's evolved, Leo. I think the way that attackers now, and this coincides with roles not really being a thing, there's not really a support player and an entry and a flex anymore. It's kind of just one unit. So if we look at how attacks are playing out now, they're using initiator operators. That's what I call them in terms of to facilitate entry into the building. So instead of, Leo droning me in, Leo might play an initiator operator such as a Blitz or a Monty or a Dokkaebi in terms of to help me get inside of the building if I'm the entry player. And as you can see, Monty and Blitz, they both have shields in front of their faces. They're great for taking ground and they force team play around them. And that's why you see a lot of support players playing those shield operators, such as Kendrew's a great example of that, a support player, but he plays a lot of Monty. Then you've got the Dokkaebi, which is a bit more of a flex pick, but that uses sound and audio cues to allow these entries into the building to take that space. We've got 3 more initiator operators, Grim, Lion, Deimos, and they all have their own unique ability. Obviously, Grim with the launcher, Lion with the E1Ds, and Deimos with the tracker that he has as well. But they all involve visual cues to either themselves or the team to clear out rooms and areas. So years ago, you would have just seen a drone at the feet of an Ash. Now you're seeing all these other operators that will initiate for each other, and it really is about being a team game to get inside the building and get those entry kills.
And the biggest reason for that is that in Modern Siege, obviously before, you wanted the entries on your side. That's always been the case. It's always been a shooter's game. But in Modern Siege, the pace is the most important thing. Getting that initial control quickly with the man advantage so that you can work the core of the strategy is the real thing. And these initiator operators, they allow that. That's why they're played so much.
We know how important that is. But right now, here in EUL, who is the best entry team?
Clearly it has to be Team ADS.
Yeah.
Obviously. Like, if you look at their stats right now, you think, okay, they've got a great attacker win rate, great defense win rate, the plant rate, not so much, but the entry rate, that's the biggest thing. 61%, that's huge entry rate, and they're the best one in the league by far. And I think the biggest reason for this is, take a look at the operators they're playing. They bring Deimos 70% of the time in attack. 70% of the time. It's crazy. And they bring Dokkaebi almost 50% of the time. That's 2 operators that we mentioned as initiator operators because it will help them entry. And in entry, they've got Shaiko. That's just crazy.
Yeah, Shaiko's been absolutely excellent in the entry this season. I think we've got a graphic for him as well. Let's bring that up. You can see that he's at 116 EPS, and of course he's getting lots of kills, but he's +7 on the entry. And like you say, you've just mentioned it, 71% presence rate for Deimos across BDS. That is exclusively pretty much Shaiko playing that operator. He absolutely loves that operator, Leo. And when he's facilitated by, say, users on the Dokkaebi or somebody else on another initiator operator, he makes incredible use of it.
You got some clips to prove it, right?
Yeah, let's take a look at actually how it goes in game, because I just want to show you just how versatile it is. For example, on border here against Secret, there is one player in square. He uses the nades to remove that defender, and then he gets a free pick of that movement. And then he will do the same with Dokkaebi here on that player in bunker. Flash, first flash, second nade, and second flash on that Echo, and the Lion at the same time. So he's gonna move, and they get the pick. And then he just goes back in CC, gets the trade on the roamer, and at this point, what he can do, use the Deimos again to try and find the last defender, and now they can just go and 5v1 the guy. It's absolutely crazy how they're using all of the utility together, and look at the Lion scan at the same time, and he just wallbangs him. Like, the ability for BDS to synchronize here. Like, another example here. He sees that roamer, he sees the castle on his window. All right, I'm just gonna nade my castle. I check if the roamer is still here. I call for a Lion scan from my teammate. Lion scan, now I nade him. Free pick. If he doesn't move, nade. If he moves, I can just shoot him, and then I can work, go into office, get another pick, and work the entire site. And that's just another example here on Chalet, yesterday versus Virtus Pro. I won 2 entry here in Library, one of the hardest one. Lion scan, I'm sending my Demo Striker right now. I see that scope was in front of me, and I'm gonna ask the Dokkaebi call to win that gunfight. So you're gonna see now on your screen, Dokkaebi call gets the 1v1, and at this point, they also wanna make sure there was a Lion covering, Legion covering him. Okay, let's scan the Legion. Where is he? He's back to site. We're gonna check. He's back to site here. Okay, that means that we can get the zone control for free. So they're abusing Dokkaebi, Lion, flashes, nades, and Deimos to get that initial pick and get that initial control.
Yep.
And they're just marvelous at doing it together.
And I think that's what makes BDS the best team. If you look at all of those clips, they are in sync. The Deimos scan that Shaiko has is in sync with the Dokkaebi call, with the Lion, with the drones, with somebody else pushing. And we've actually got a Deimos highlight as well, because I think Deimos, in the hands of a great entry, is a great operator on an individual basis. You can see on this screen, I don't need to read it out fully here, high damage pistol, selfish because he has his own tracks, and he has a live tracking of defenders, which basically gives him wall hacks if if they need them. But it's a great operator on an individual basis, but when synchronized with the team, when synchronized with those initiator operators, as we saw in those clips, Leo, it becomes almost unstoppable. So yes, Shaiko is the best entry in the league by a mile, maybe even the best entry in the world, but the team around him is helping him do that as well, and he's got a great toolkit to do it with the Deimos.
And that should give you enough reason to try and go and play it in ranked, and play it well with your teammates. I know you can play it selfish, but just take a look at what Shaiko is doing with his teammates. It just gives you the envy to play it with your teammates. Yeah. Pair it up with the Dokkaebi, with the Lion. I'm going to hate myself for saying this, because when I'm going to face this in ranked, I'm going to hate it. But it's so powerful if you play it together with other initiator operators.
Especially if you're in a duo queue as well. If you're a duo queue, you get on the Deimos, your mate gets on a Lion, you win it.
You're cooking.
Yeah, you're cooking.
I'm just gutted that we're not seeing Shaiko today now. You've got me all excited.
No, you have to wait for the last play day, man. You have to wait.
Just briefly, Fresh, how much do you think that their entry success as an ingredient is vital towards their, I guess, entire recipe of being such a boss team?
Absolutely, because as soon as you've achieved the entry, and you've achieved the entry using utility, when you're in a 5 versus 4 scenario in pretty much any FPS, you can then trade your way out to a round win. So you can then give a life to get a life, give a life to get a life, and eventually you'll end up, if that theory stands true, you'll end up in 2 versus 1, you do the same, you win the round. So that's why entry is so important. It's why we fixate on it, as on-screen talent. It's why people talk about entry conversion being so high. Because teams that, when they get the entry, they usually convert it into a round win. It's why it's so important.
Well, I know that you could both talk about this all day long, but we've got to push forward into today's play day. But before we do, let's take a look at what happened yesterday. Some of these clutches were superb.
No, that's where Shaiko is going to be located. Virtus Pro have got to take this fight. They've got to win it, but a smart move. They go for the disable at the same time as taking the fight. But it's Shaiko that you're up against. He gets the down onto joystick. He manages to find all 3. That was absolutely wonderful from Shaiko.
Can they get rid of the Azami? Yes, they can. But Ruby steps in. That's Jet's falling down. Down to a 1v2. Secret might be coming at the scene to C4. Over finds one more. It's a 1v1. Kanto versus Groovy. Plan going down here, halfway to the point of go being completed. And Groovy will try and swing on through this, even know where Kanto is. Kanto completes, just running himself away. Can you redeem yourself, my son? No, he cannot!
Taken down in a trade by Deadshot. Leaves us now 3v2. Diffuser going down. Lasmo finds Uno. It's all for Blaz to do. He gets a 1v3 back to a 1v2 to a 1v1 and wins it out based on the clock. Dead gets the job done, and G2 somehow holding on to the top floor.
What a day it was. And look, I can't wait to talk about it, but I just need to give a shout out to this comment in chat from Grimrose. He says, is Shaiko Demos or is Demos Shaiko? That's the question. I don't think we can answer it.
No.
Look, the highlights and lowlights from yesterday's play day. I don't even know where to begin with the highlights because that second half of the play day specifically was just electric.
I think for me in the last play day, there was like the kickoff of the real like crazy happenings were like 1v3 from Shaiko, that's for sure. And then into one of the best skyscraper map I've seen in a long time. Both of this team playing it really well between Fnatic and Secret to end up all the way into a 1v2 clutch from Grubby. That was just like to top it all in an 8-7 overtime. And G2 versus Wolves, we said this match to be extremely close. It was a fight for top 2. It was super impressive. It went all the way again. Blast with a 1v3 clutch. So many big moments. Actually, 11 rounds out of 14 had a multi-kill of at least 3 kills from an individual. Yeah. Everything was crazy about the end of the match day yesterday.
As a viewer, Fresh, it's the sort of play day you dream of, isn't it? Edge of your seats.
Oh, yeah. I did not want to stop watching Siege yesterday. I think every single game yesterday was absolutely excellent. I loved it.
What about the low light? There was one thing in particular that stood out as something that we can definitely improve upon, and that's VP. They continue to be exploited for their weaknesses.
Yeah, they do. I hate to be a little bit of a Debbie Downer, but I am going to be. Virtus Pro, you know, they're struggling again. And we're going to go into this, obviously, the first game today. We'll talk about this. But once again, it was another poor performance on another poor map choice. And it wasn't really edgy seat stuff with Virtus Pro. That's what we know to come and expect. It can get quite slow. It can get quite lethargic. It was really tricky to watch them, and they're a team that we know has a lot more quality, and that's why they're a low light for me.
Yeah, they're looking a little bit dejected. They've got a lot of work to do, and they are back in action today. Let's take a look at the standings, shall we? On the penultimate day of the group stages here in EUL, Team BDS not in action today, but they are sitting pretty top of the league, 17 points. But in and amongst them, they've got teams gunning for those top 2 spots. However, at the bottom, that's where things get really tasty. Of course, the top 6 guarantee their place in the playoffs, and there's several teams in the mix gunning for it.
That's crazy. The bottom 4, they're all in a range of 3 points. And that for me is the craziest thing, because that means that out of all these 4 teams, only one will make it into playoff. And some of these teams are well deserving of it. I'm thinking of ITB and Fnatic more especially. They should at least one of the 2 get out, but I expected both of them to get out, actually.
Yeah, it's crazy, the competition.
The competition is crazy. We've got 4 competitive matchups coming your way. Each of these teams vying for crucial points on that leaderboard that you just saw there. Every single one of these matchups matter, Fresh, but which are you most looking forward to?
I'm most looking forward to, I don't know. I really don't know.
Put you on blast there.
I think the very first one, because whoever wins this one in Fnatic and Virtus Pro really gets a chance to propel themselves up that leaderboard. Whoever loses it, very likely, and by the way, 2 massive teams, is going to have to play through open qualifier playoffs.
I think for me, it's probably the last one, G2 versus Wild, because it's the last chance for Wild to really try and catch up for that top 4 spot. I don't know if they can statistically. It's going to be tough, but maybe there is that chance. And like looking at the beginning of the stage, I don't know. I have high hopes for them. I want them to perform as long as possible.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the Wraith! And I think he might just find it!
Oh man, Siege back in Montreal. What more could you want? Get your tickets now, because Fresh, this is going to be a special event.
Oh, it's going to be special. We're going home.
Yeah.
We're going home, Ian. We've not been to Montreal since 2023. We know it's the home of Siege. We love it, and I cannot wait to go back.
I actually haven't been since 2019, I think. My first SI as a player.
It just feels different.
You weren't there very long, were you?
Yeah, no, I didn't. I wasn't there very long. I was first rounded. Thanks for reminding me. At least I think if I make it there, I'm hoping that I make it for the whole tournament as a talent. That would be an improvement.
We might have to send him out midway through the tournament.
Let's do it, just for banter.
Sorry, Leo, you're done on the flight home.
You know what? Even if I get to phase 2, that would be already better for me. So, and this time maybe I can get with the entire crew on the bus, because last time I was left stranded alone as the venue closed.
Oh,
it's a good story, that.
That's a really good story.
It's still getting therapy for that one. Look, Fnatic versus VP. This is where we get super serious now, because Fresh, this is both teams fighting for the playoffs.
Yeah, both teams we saw on the league table very, very low down there. Whoever wins today, if they get it done in regulation, will propel themselves into playoff contention. Obviously, they'll push it to next week. It won't be confirmed, but whoever loses is probably out of playoff contention. It is a huge fixture for that.
Yeah, but that's why we love it, Leo. We want these crunch fixtures.
Absolutely. You obviously don't want to be into the spot, but it's cool for the viewers. It's cool for us because there is a lot of stake in that match. Now, at the same time, I want to say, I'm expecting Fnatic to be a little bit better than Virtus.pro because they've shown more promise overall.
But the thing is, yes, they're showing promise, but are they trolling or are they choking? That's the real question here.
I think they're doing both. I think clearly they are trolling, which means they're choking. That's coming from Leon, by the way. I'm just quoting him because he even said they were trolling in an interview.
Troll Natic, choke Natic, throw Natic. What are we calling them these days?
I'm not gonna call them anything because once Fnatic, always Fnatic, and I'm not biased. I used to play for that
former employer of his, yeah.
Yes.
No, I mean, yeah. Just on the Fnatic front, I think they obviously should have done a lot better. If you look at the games that they've trolled and they've gone into overtime, 3 1v2s in the Wolves game. They lost a 1v1 yesterday that lost them the points. They lost clutches in other games and took them to overtime. It's really, really unfortunate from their point of view.
Yeah, I mean, if they would have won their matches in regulation, this world would be a completely different place, wouldn't it, Leo?
It would be a completely different standings. Imagine, the last 4 matches were all in overtime. 2 wins, 2 losses. Let's take a look at what it looks like if they won all of this in regulation. They would be top 3 right now in the league. That's absolutely crazy considering they're fighting for playoffs right now. They're fighting all the way at the bottom when they could have been the top 3 and honestly, still very close, 2 games remaining from being in the top 2. That's a crazy world, man.
And this is where performances and results are different. But I'll be honest, Leo. I'm going to be honest here. I don't live in this utopian fictional world that you've concocted where Fnatic are a top 3 team.
All right.
I live in a world that is a real world. If we lived in a utopian world, do you know what would have happened? Nesk and Palu would have won a major. They didn't. We see them cry in every event when they get knocked out because this is the real world.
Wow, that's
If
hard,
we
man.
lived in a utopian world, Leo, I would have won the lottery.
Wow.
I wouldn't be here having to talk about teams that are not very good.
And you would have a pink face.
And I would have a pink face. If we lived in a utopian world, Leo, you would be able to swim in the Seine.
I would have lost my ears, apparently. Oh, wow. And I would be a giant as well.
But the fact of the matter is, we do not live in a utopian world. We live in the real world, and this is a results-based business. Fnatic have not got the results, even though their performances, and I dare say it, their performances have been good, but the points have not come off the back of those performances.
And that's the end story for me. Their performance has been good. I know they're all the way at the bottom, but they should beat Virtus.pro because, reminder, they lost the last 4 matches were all in overtime. They have done better. Way better than
It's an obvious thing to say, but moments truly matter, don't they? Especially at the back end of these matchups. Let's talk about VP. We keep saying it. Are they stuck in their ways, Leo, still? I mean, when are they going to realize that it's time for change?
It's always the same story. I think they've realized it. They've realized they need a change. I think maybe they already tried between the 2 stages, and it didn't. It's hard for them as well to try the right player pool and to get separate from some of the best players in the world. You know, they still have incredible talent on that roster. It's just that it's not clicking anymore, and they're not innovating anymore. Despite we've seen some scopos, but I don't think that's enough innovation for me. I think one of the biggest reasons for this is they're lacking the roam clear, they're lacking the map pool as well.
Yeah.
The map pool is a big issue.
It's the big thing, it starts wide to low. If you're talking about the maps and the map preferences for Virtus.pro, they don't get a choice in the maps that they play. Every single week, we come out in the map veto process for Virtus.pro, and we say, Virtus.pro are playing Chalet because the other team has decided that they're playing Chalet, or they're playing Clubhouse. They don't really ever get to see the bank, or the cafe, or the maps that they like. They did get a border and they did manage to win it. That won't happen again for the rest of the season. The problem is, they don't play Labs, they don't play Sky, they don't play Lair, they barely play Consulate, they do play Clubhouse, but they're not very good at it, but they're willing to play Chalet, and that's why teams keep taking them. They get 7-0 by G2, they lose to BDS.
It's crazy because it's the easiest match to predict the map veto because it's easy. They will ban all of the new maps, and then the opposing team will always ban Bank and Cafe. Even BDS, that by the way was undefeated on both maps.
They love those maps, yeah.
They love those maps. They're undefeated, 100% win rate. They also banned Bank and Cafe against Virtus.pro to take them to Chalet. So we already know that it's going to be somewhere there. Maybe it's going to be on Chalet again.
Well, it feels like the absolutely perfect time to get into map pick and ban, shall we? Fresh.
Hey, it's Chalet, yeah, because every single team is doing this, and this is the crux of the matter around Virtus.pro, is that if you look at these map bans and picks, Fnatic's first 2 bans, you could script them yourself. Leo, you did script them yourself, and all the VP's bans you can basically script yourself, with the exception of Clubhouse for maybe one of the other maps. And that means that Virtus Pro keep having to go back to maps they don't like. And that's the start of the issue. So when I said it's wide to narrow, the start of the issues is they go to maps they don't like. The second issue is they play maps in a way that isn't compatible with the current meta. And the third issue is they're not dynamic enough. And based on this veto alone, you'd have to say Fnatic are in the driving seat based on this map veto.
Well, I'll tell you who are dynamic. Let's bring Dev and Pengu onto the show. Our illustrious casters kicking things off here today. Dev, we're at the business end of the group stages right now, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. We're finally getting into it. We're about to start eliminating some teams from playoffs contention. We're about to start locking in top 2 teams as well. I couldn't ask for a better time to be jumping back into EU League.
Pengu, it's a really fun time, isn't it, to be part of the scene when you get to this point? Because like every single matchup matters, every point picked up is big.
Yeah. No, it is. And also, you know, we had our predictions in the start of the stage, the fans, us as well as, you know, members of talent. And in the very beginning, it was looking like, what is going on in Europe, right? But as time has been going, you know, on, it looks a little bit more like the expected result by the end of it. I'm curious to see like who can pull out ahead. If Fnatic were going to say bye to them, or if they're going to like stay in this fight with a big dub today, for example.
All right, well, Devin Pengu, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Please lead us through this first matchup.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, 2 teams that are fighting for a spot in the playoffs. Both have had lackluster stages and lackluster years so far. We go to Chalet and Pengu. Let's be honest here. This is dire straits for Virtus Pro. After losing just yesterday to BDS 7-3 and losing to G2 not long ago 7-0, VP have absolutely everything to play for here.
Oh, yes. We spoke about this, you and I, a little bit beforehand. VP's track record on this map has not been looking so hot. A 7-0 loss to G2 and a 7-3 loss to, or 3-7 should I say, loss to BDS very recently. So it very much is a matter of, have they figured out the one map teams will take them to? Because the Des pointed us perfectly. Their map veto draft phase is terrible. Usually, when you do like a best of one bench scenario, you know, I ban a map, you ban a map, I ban a map, and so on and so forth, you have maybe 2 or 3 potential maps right now. But for Virtus Pro losing Oregon and Lair joining the Pro League, they have nowhere to go. And they find themselves with a mediocre performance on the same few maps, and that is such a big struggle.
Yeah, it certainly is. And what a story it's been for both of these teams. I mean, I think about Fnatic first and foremost, significant roster changes coming into this stage, and not once, not even for a single play day, Pengu, have they sat in the top 6 in a playoffs spot. Not all stage long, every single day that goes by, these guys meet another disappointment. Now, we have seen in recent play days, then Fnatic start to be back on the rise a little bit, and the guys were talking about, you know, is there an alternate reality where Fnatic are a very different team? Well, there's no point in dealing in hypotheticals. This is where Fnatic can start to earn their stripes. Whoever does win this match will, at least for now, sit in a playoffs spot. But of course, with Wild and ITB to play later today, it's likely they will lose it. What really matters is getting the full 3 points out of this matchup. Regardless of which team you're in, we've seen a lot of overtime wins, a lot of overtime losses for both of these teams. What matters most is getting the full dub here.
I guess another small note here towards like Virtus Pro, they are struggling with the shield rework, right? I mean, they're back into a corner where they have to ban either Blitz or Monty every single matchup. And this is like the good old story. You ban the Monty, you get the Blitz, and vice versa and reverse. There is no real winning for VP. It's just like it's more negatives upon negatives. And sure, there are certain meta games that will favor some teams over others. When you have a bad meta and bad map pool, that's how they find themselves here. For Fnatic, the Death said they've been so good, yet not getting those points when it matters, going to overtime, losing, you know, with 1 round difference, you look going 7-8. So if Fnatic can get that 1 round difference and win today in overtime or win in regulation, they'll keep showing us from a statistical point of view they are in fact getting better match by match. And I think that against Virtus Pro, this would be a great start for them to kind of turn that thing around. But we are at the end of the stage, unfortunately, right? But better late than never.
Definitely, especially when a spot at the major is still on the line, a spot in the playoffs before that. If there's any time to turn around your stage, it's right here at the very end of it. We've already seen that from Fnatic, a great super week they had. Now they sit on the defense. We've gone to Bar. And Virtus Pro, as the guys on the desk have loved to point out, this is just about the slowest a team can possibly get. VP are the one team maybe in the whole world that has refused to to try and adopt this new meta. They have such a clear vision and philosophy of how to play this game, and they are determined to make it work.
What's the best counter to a slow attacking team? Slow things down further. Kai, Tuberal combination being brought in round number 1. And we see always in Dining takes out the X-Kairos Nibbana and goes, I'm gonna breach the hatch. Well, it's Kai Claude. And look on the bottom right of the screen, there is no Thatcher. You gotta bring the IQ, secondary MPs, or go downstairs. There they go. A good combo there between the Capital and the IQ, but it further stalls for time. And if they were actually unfortunate and DPIC was triggering with the Kai Claws, they can still continue denying this. So Virtus Pro, they're not all the way there just yet. And timer is still ticking. They're playing the Clash in defense, rotate towards Boiler. They're gonna fight them on the trench portion here and make it even more difficult for VP to get what they want, which is that breach. Oh, and they got tricked. There it goes. So it's 60 seconds left. VP, they got a problem solve on the fly, and that is their weakness.
Yeah, Tuberal coming in clutch here for Fnatic. Very slow round still. Like you said, how do you play against slow teams? Play even slower. We've got the Clash, we've got the Tuberal. If it comes down to a late round execute, we still have that smoke. Not a single pick exchanged, and there's only 40 seconds left on the clock.
What?
I say that. Finally, I don't know how that happened, Nick, but Joystick managed to sneak in, take out DPEC, who was caught out. This air jab may indeed keep the Clash at bay, and in he goes. Shepard starts to force this plant down. 30 seconds, and somehow Virtus Pro find kill after kill after kill. No hatch, no worries, no breach, no problem. Joystick's found another one, and while Pasha is down, he's not out as of yet. Fnatic have to retake. The wall has been breached. A pivotal pick there for Jegs. It's just him and Sarks, the two SMG11 bros, to try and pick things back up for Fnatic, but it's an easy lock-in for Virtus Pro. The story that we were trying to tell ended up having quite a plot twist at the end.
I got my head in my hands. The Fnatic, that's not good enough. We're saying how good they've been, how close it's been going. They have 2 spare reinforcements. They had a Clash. You have 2 options there if you're a Fnatic, and it is a very clear picture of what you can do. Either Clash plays aggressive inside of Boiler Room. We've seen that from multiple teams in the past. G2 Doki actually played it a few playdays ago excellently. That's your aggressive approach. The other option, you fall back from Boiler. Clash will block the door. The second teammate reinforces off the wall. Then you're playing that full turtle. You're bunkering down. It looked like Fnatic thought the wall was reinforced when it wasn't, because they're only looking towards the trench door leading into the bomb site, and they just get flanked from the right. Hey, look at this. Joystick, what's up? They have no idea. Clash isn't even looking in that direction. That shouldn't be happening if you're Fnatic. Massive blunder, because this round from them was a strategical setup. It wasn't about gunfights. It wasn't about plant deny. It was about stopping VP from entering the bomb site correctly and force them to make mistakes. So, big blunder from them, but I will say from VP, they actually upped the speed and upped the aggression when they saw that gap, and that's a good sign here in that first round.
It's the one thing that we can praise VP for there, is the ability to flip on a dime. As soon as they see that gap, they go for it. They shoot their shot. Now, Baseman, usually a bomb site, we would, in this meta, I guess, expect to see a little bit more defensive favor. I was wrong, I said bar. Silly me.
That's okay.
See it through the outlines. Yeah, we all have our moments. Maybe I'm getting a little bit old. Well, we got to master this round if I'm not wrong. Can you please validate this for me, Penguin? Are we at master?
I think it's master. It's not basement. Okay, it's not.
Let me get my spectacles. That looks like master to me.
That looks like master to me as well. I think you got it, my friend. You know, you're always allowed 1 in every map as a caster to call the wrong bomb site. It's like a tactical timeout for teams, right? You have 1, then it's over, no parachute, so you're forgiven, okay? But never again, James, not in this one.
All right.
Fall back. DPEC, no player camera, very unlucky. And, you know, I talked smack about him last time we worked together, where I said, you know what, where are those trophies in the background? And, you know, because you used to have all those Benelux trophies in the back. They're gone now, sadly.
Oh, bro. That's embarrassing for poor Joystick. Funnily enough, you could have shot that Frostmat very easily from the window always, but VP just not doing their due diligence, not being careful, and that is a very unnecessary early play to lose.
A bomb has been located.
I mean, you're right. They had a drone on it. They had a player on the rappel. It's such a stupid Frostbite, by the way. Can we just talk about that? That shouldn't be there. It's one of those, like, what are you doing, Jax? Why'd you put it there? But if it works, right? Then it ain't stupid. But VP, they got essentially what they wanted, just not in the ideal scenario. They got map control, they got Solarium, they got Trophy, but they don't do the right job on cutting off the rotations on the bathroom window. So Jax falls back, Dan finds the pick though, down to a 4v4. And VP, they still got the Capital Fire. They're still in this.
Well, I like the use of the smoke to prevent that long angle. We have a reposition now for Pasha over that double window. But Deimos once again highlighted in the pre-show, utilized to perfection. Pasha from this double window as smoke immediately go out. This is Virtus Pro's opportunity to pounce on that bomb site. Kanto Raketti still waiting for Dan to push in from the window, but he doesn't need to move in at all. Sharp shots on the 2K from Dan to close it. Virtus Pro, despite losing that opening pick, they find a second round, and quite convincingly at that.
The thing about Virtus Pro right now is that they don't have to fight all that hard for the simple basics of Chalet. Chalet is always about you pick your bunker up position as a defender and you fight for it. Let's say you're playing that master bedroom defense, you're expecting your opponent to attack library, you play mezzanine, you play top blue, you play in the library corner, you play bar, you extend around the map essentially. Fnatic, okay, yes, they're extending out, you know, they started Solarium, they started library, but the second VP they apply a teeny amount of pressure, they fall back towards the bomb site. And the issue is with Chalet, the site itself isn't actually that strong. It's all the area around the site combined with it vertically that makes or breaks this map. I don't know if Fnatic are consciously saying, guys, it's VP, they're slow, they can't hit the shots, just fall back, because they are playing almost too scared. But not scared in a way where, oh guys, we don't believe in ourselves. More like a way where they, as a team, have decided we don't need to take the fights. But that's what they're wrong. They do. The way that G2 beat these guys in Chalet, the way BDS beat these guys in Chalet, is not by giving them the entire map for free. It's by fighting for the areas where you control the pace. Fnatic, they gotta figure it out, they gotta read into the situation, because 0-2 on starting off here, you're giving VP so much momentum.
I mean, already so much better. The last 2 times we've seen VP play Chalet, they found 3 rounds total.
Yeah.
Now they've already found 2 out of 2 here on attack as well. So boding really well for the Russians straight out of the gate. Fnatic, on the flip side, we need to see much more from them.
This is classic Dan. Classic Pasha, classic VP, right? You're holding angles, you're waiting for aggression, and then this is probably why Fnatic are not playing overly aggressive, right? They're not jumping out windows, they're not spawn peeing, and that's the right thing to do, because VP, they have so much discipline, they will be watching that. But it's about the mid-game. What happens in the next 60 or so seconds right now, the middle of the round, that's what determines if Fnatic are playing aggressive and front forward or too passive. If they give up, you know, Office right now, the second Joystick starts shooting and they fall back to library, and the second they start flashing library, they drop the hatches to bomb site, that's them being too passive. Right now, the pacing is okay. Half the round burned. Virtus Pro, they owned about half the map. But the big challenge attack and bar is top blue mezzanine, where Kanto is playing with the deployable shield. If VP can break that apart, or if Fnatic fall back, that's how the attackers can win.
What is the plan here from Virtus Pro? I mean, they've cleared the map across, but how are they actually going to crack into library? How are they going to execute into mezzanine? They don't have that Capitan that they love so much. We have some loose nades here or there. I believe Rotero's just gone and destroyed that deployable shield at the top of the library stairs. That's at least a start.
Big thing is, we see right now in the outlines, always run to library balcony, that's the cutoff, right? Hammer anvil. So we have 4 players pushing from office master bedroom, that's the hammer shoving them back, always just gonna catch. They need these couple of kills on the entries when they start going for it, because that shield should not be able to get cleared out with those grenades missing.
Here comes the flashes. We need more than that against a Warden. The concussions from the Ela mine. Somehow, still VP are slowly but surely taking this control. Dan from down below. Times is pushed perfectly. Kanto was the pivotal player to take down. Now he's been eliminated. Still, Deepek resides here in library. Check too late by Joystick. Now we need some form of util to flush him out of his position. In this 3v4, Fnatic have a chance at holding on. 15 seconds, the clock is on their side. And Virtus Pro finally trade out that last player in library. All up to Leon, playing underneath this hatch, doesn't want to reveal his position. No smoke babes to speak of. It's all up to Leon. But the trade comes through quickly for VP. 3 rounds in a row, already matching the scoreline against BDS, with no sign of stopping any moment soon.
Dan is carrying that round single-handedly. The one kill that should be near impossible to achieve on the attacking side was gonna be Kanto playing Warden. He had the Debugger Shield, he had the Gadget up, and the Ela Griswold Mines as well as a second layer of defense. So VP, they start flashing, they push up, and while the Warden can see, the player on the top blue staircase couldn't. But then the Ela Mine comes in, forcing VP to not push further while the flashbangs are going off, and it stalled things out. But then Dan finds that tiny gap, walks in Fireplace double door, takes down the Warden, shuts down the flank on Fireplace as well, and forces Fnatic once again, with 20 seconds left, into a poor position. Because Fnatic's communication most likely is that, guys, we are in control, we got the map, we got the positions, we got the bomb side, hey, I'm a smoke, I have 3 tactical smoke whips as well. They had everything going for them.
Well, as Fnatic take their tactical timeout, let's take one of our own with Alfama. What have you got for us, Leo?
I want to mention that their VP is already up 3-0, right? And they're in attack, which is crazy because they're the 3rd worst attacking team in Europe. And the reason for this is they're so slow. Now, I want to point out that Fnatic has a really clear game plan here. As you can see, they always defend core of the strategy as a turtle, and they've been doing this for 3 rounds in a row. Basement, it was a huge turtle, and they gave away all of the map control. Same thing in Master, they gave away trophy for free. So it was easy to walk up the stairs, except for that frost mat. And even there, for Bar, they were just extending up top, but not even contesting Master, which means that Virtus Pro, they can effectively clear the map way quicker than in the previous iteration against G2, for example, that were fighting for this. Right now, Fnatic, they're giving it all away to play the late round, but the problem when you do this is you're not burning enough time. So in the end, VP can execute properly. So if Fnatic wants to change things here, it's to go and contest early, burn more time. Do not play already as a turtle, burn time here, and then fall back. Because right now, they're just giving it all away for VP to take it.
Thank you so much, Leo. I think that might be happening here, James, because look at the lineup. BuzzG Vigil, that's an active roamer. Valkyrie camps as well. C4 from down yonder if you want to do some verticality. And I think if you're Fnatic, right, you have 6 rounds of defense like everybody else. But the first 3 rounds, you can commit to playstyle 1. Then you get the side swap, that full bomb side rotation. You go back to that starting ground and go again. Now you go playstyle number 2. See which one works. The only thing is for Fnatic right now is we gotta talk about confidence. You need to see Fnatic now taking these fights willingly and staying actively on the roam. And if you're 0-3 as Kanto or 0-3 as Sarks, your aggressive frontline players, are you gonna be able mentally to say, you know what, let's take down Dan, who is 7-0 right now. So I want to see that confidence from them.
Oh, here's some confidence. A nice flashbang there from Joystick. At least there is a trade here from Sarks. I really like the way that Jegs used that mute jammer he was standing next to block that Deathmark tracker from going out. I'm not sure if Sarks is now going to be close to one, but Deimos is going to get his position. I think he's just walked straight into a mute jammer. I didn't manage to see, but the Deathmark is no longer active, so I can only assume that's what happened.
If you got the mute jammers on the roam plus the Vigil, it should be hard to track anybody if you're always... And you can play Deimos in 2 separate ways. Either the Shaiko style, you're the entry player, you track someone, your teammate flushes them, you kill them, easy gunfight. Or you play it on a more support style, where you're Deimos maybe out the building, tracking somebody. Oh, that was close. And you track somebody, and then you tell your teammates with communication where that player actually is. The only downside is, if the defender sees that Deimos is far away outside the building, you don't feel as pressured because Deimos himself with that live tracker can be the one acting with the pre-fires. Either way, VP, they get... I think a little bit of a desired outcome, right? Again, they get the map control. It's a trade this time for Fnatic. They're doing a good job at the trade game. But now they're hitting the bomb site a lot quicker. And there's no Kai Tubra this time to stall them out from achieving their plan.
What's more, we've had this early pick. I'm not exactly sure where Kanto was caught out, likely on that roam, on that Vigil, trying to have an impact. And now Fnatic are starting to feel the pressure, starting to feel like they need to make moves. And they start making mistakes. As a result, big pick from Pasha. He goes in for the plant. Denial from Deepek. Will it land? No, far too deep. And now a reattempt for the plan for Pasha. All up to Deepek because he looks to swing one by one. They know exactly where he is, and there is no reason to overextend the Deathmark to be that final nail in the coffin. Poor Deepek. Locked in RVP. 4 rounds straight. Fnatic are not even in the server.
Look at the player cams here from Virtus Pro. They're winning this round, I would say, very convincingly, and they're doing a great job throughout the early stage, mid stage, and at the very end, they're ramping up their aggression when they got the numbers advantage. But whenever they do win the round, it's like a big sigh of relief. Like, oh my god, we actually did it. I don't know if they're fully trusting themselves, or maybe they're just like feeling like too much pressure due to the results this season so far, but they are doing a good job. They should absolutely, if they aren't, believe in themselves. Joystick, especially on the entry, he is so willing to sacrifice himself if it means that the team is pushing forward. Whenever I go to international tournaments and, you know, VP they qualify and I'm there as a caster, I often talk to Joystick when we're just hanging out or at the after party, and he's always talking about how he feels this kind of pressure upon himself to either teach his younger players how to play the game correctly, like someone like Pasha, for example, or to be the one to make the plays himself because he's not scared. He doesn't feel that pressure to perform. If Joystick walks in and he goes 1-for-1, he's going to do 4-4, so he's exactly 1-for-1, and his teammates behind him, they succeed, he sees that as the best case scenario. And right now, that's what they're doing. They're just sending in the main guy, he's gonna die, but the team succeeds. 4-0 for Virtus Pro, looking in full control, both against the passive Fnatic and the aggressive one that previous round.
Dan's 8-0 as well, by the way. Pasha 4-0. It's 2 players on VP that have yet to die. Actually, 3 players. Shepherd
3 with
2-0.
Shepherd.
Yeah, wow. On the flip side, you know, Kanto yet to find his first, and he's playing a role where you really do need him finding picks. You know, he's been on that Warden, on that Vigil, roaming Castle, like these instrumental operators that you need to be having an impact in the fragging department. That's why you're bringing them.
And it's Kanto is an emotional player. He's always been very vocal on Twitter about it, and he made it. Oh no, you should win those. Absolutely no. Bro. He made a tweet literally like what, yesterday after his game saying those individual mistakes from me, that 1v1 that I lost, that's gonna hurt, like haunt me for a while, and it's gonna hurt for a long time. Then this happens? That should have been the easiest entry in your career. It's a double window vault in, sound prompt, Bosch T close quarter. One of those 2 shells land, you get the kill. Guess what you should do if you don't hit those Bosch T shots? You run away. Because re-swinging into that is like, it's not gonna go in your favor. There's no chance. That's either desperation or just Kanto not knowing what to do in that situation.
And I can only assume the kind of pressure that Kanto is feeling. 0-4. He's like, I have to have an impact. I have to get this kill here. I can't be satisfied just running away, tail between my legs. It's cost him his life. It's cost Fnatic another opening pick. By the way, that's 4 opening picks in these first 5 rounds for Virtus Pro. And with that as well, the Dokubi's been able to hack those cameras. Not ideal, especially because we have that bulletproof cam on site. So much information now for VP, as we saw Pasha checking it there as well. So many flank watch drones as well. Not a lot of options here for Fnatic. The desperation is really starting to set in.
Yeah, strategically speaking, this is kind of falling apart. They got a long line of sight with lockdown for Virtus Pro. They're getting a breach into side very shortly after. Fnatic, they have to swing. Leon has to make that aggressive play, and then guess what? It also goes punished. Now Fnatic, even more desperate, have to keep swinging because nothing is stopping VP from just walking to side and starting to plan if they wanted to. And they're gonna go very soon. Demon's tracker goes out. They got Yuji to throw some flashbangs in pocket. Yeah, they're just gonna go for it.
Here comes the entry. Banshee down. The plant being confirmed here by Shepherd, always easily can cover that. Jegs now looking for a C4, he misses it!
No!
At this point, mate, the round is over. That C4 could have been the only win condition here. No one from Virtus Pro seemingly aware of Jegs below. He might be able to pull off 1 or 2 kills on this flank here, but realistically, 2 versus 5. Deepek is biding his time, waiting for Jegs to get into position, but that C4 has no effect, and Jegs is quickly taken out. All up to Deepek now, 1v5. This doesn't get much worse than this. A consolation frag for Deepek means very little in the face of a 5-0 scoreline for Virtus Pro. Fnatic took their tactical timeout. They found nothing since. And this seems to be a little bit of an avalanche now for Virtus Pro. Fnatic have nothing to show for it.
I hate to be the negative guy, but this is... It just looks like a GG go next situation. It must be like incredible tilt from Fnatic. The double swing after missing both the Bosch T shots, missing the C4 throw, which is such a simple thing to do, right? Fnatic didn't even shoot above the reinforcement here to throw the C4 above it instead of going below and through. So there's just all these small, tiny details where Fnatic are missing the mark in terms of the setup, and then they have to do the execution, and it just also fails. They're not getting the kills, they're losing on the entries. VP keep planting. There just aren't a whole lot to talk about that is going well. And it's not like Fnatic haven't been trying. I mean, again, they tried different strats, they tried different operators. They've played every single bomb site known to man, with Kitchen being picked as well. They have not gone basement 5 times and lost it, and they've been trolling. No, they've just had a really rough time in the server. And Fnatic, they finally changed things up. They go to that 4th bomb site, they trust in the process, and guess what VP's gonna do? They're gonna show us their first glass here on Chalet to keep things interesting. I love it.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just so biased. Every time I see a Glaz, Amaru, these days the shields aren't that special. But still Glaz, Amaru, even the Ying. Ying gets a little bit spammy sometimes. The Glaz has a certain level of finesse. When you see a Glaz used properly, it's just beautiful. And we have backup smokes as well on the Thermite from Shepard.
You basically get 2 goes. If you only brought 1 set of smokes, well, you get 1 go at it and that's it. So I really like seeing that they got a 2nd attempt for it. The thing about the Glaz that can be a bit awkward is that if you don't spend the smokes to like clear the roam, for example, because that's your, like, you don't have like a Ying, you don't have a shield operator, no capital, it can be hard to deal with the roam or roam positions possibly here. I don't want to see Pasha playing too passive, saving his stuff for the bomb site execute if they can't clear the roam. Because guess what? You're not gonna see the bomb site unless you clear the roam first in Chile typically. So Virtus Pro right now, they're actually rotating around the building. They tried Library, didn't like what they saw. They're gonna go towards Trophy Solarium instead. And if Fnatic don't rotate accordingly with this to match, they're gonna have an easier time entering on this part of the building.
First logic bomb goes. Pasha perhaps gonna throw a smoke through the drone hole here and try and enable an entry here on a D-Pack. Keep in mind those 2 Capcan traps on the doorway into sight right next to D-Pack here. Capcan repositioning might actually cross this line of sight. I thought Always was watching this angle, and apparently not. C4 ready and prepped for this player on the window. Leon making sure he's not been droned. Here comes that smoke. No way. Pasha finds his opening kill as C4 goes the other direction, but well dodged here by Pasha, and Dan has found Sarks elsewhere. Leon thankfully finds his kill and can retreat upstairs, but it results in potentially forfeiting the bomb site. Never mind, Kanto's there. He finds his first kills of the game. In the clutch moment here for Fnatic, it's brought it back into an even scoreline. Just Jegs here on site, and Leon still upstairs to try and repel this invasion from the 2 VP players upstairs.
If they can get a Dokkaebi hack right now to see where the Valcams are on the bomb side, they can go for a plant. But they need Dokkaebi to hack the phones first. Otherwise, they're going in blind. You see Fnatic making all that vertical destruction right now, trying to make sure that no plant spot will be taken for free. And there are no smokes on defense. They're gonna have to just do this and fear the verticality. You try and go for this. If there's yellow ping, this should be stoppable. There's not?
For him. Fnatic are blind. Both of the players upstairs, they don't exactly know where it's gone down. Jegs drops, and that will have been well heard. Always quickly flicks onto him. Leon trades. 1v1 now for the 3 HP Leon. To find the first round on the board for Fnatic ain't gonna happen. Dan is there. Pasha is hyped, and Virtus Pro have match point. Looking flawless on Chalet.
And they did find the Valcam. I was watching the players that 1 Valcam library, 1 Valcam on the bomb side, and I guess the Dokkaebi call did, or the Dokkaebi hack rather, came through and VP could navigate exactly where it was. Fnatic, they got close, but I mean, at this point, you're down 0-6. The glass paid off massively. Found the entry, found the 2nd. The fact that you jump in trophy window like that and get 2 kills is a little bit outrageous. Especially given that there were multiple C4s on the side of defense that could have been used earlier on. In fact, Kanto died with a C4 in pocket.
Because of that.
Yeah, actually.
And that was a 4v2 before Kanto found 2 kills. Or 4v3. Traded back. And oh well, where's this Virtus Pro been all stage long? Nick, like, it's been such a long time. SI was the last time we saw a dangerous Virtus Pro. Those guys were the best non-Brazilian team in Sao Paulo. Made it to the main stage, and they pushed the closest out of any of the teams that made it to the main stage that weren't from Brazil. And then stage 1, disappointing, to say the least. What was going on there? 8th place out of 9 in EUL, failing to make Manchester. Fnatic weren't a lot better, 6th place, but the difference for me is 9 months ago, Virtus Pro, not even 9 months ago, 7 months ago, these guys were a world-beating team. Fnatic couldn't boast that. But Virtus Pro have dropped off massively. It's great to finally see something back for them. Is it too late in the stage to salvage their spot to Montreal? I think we all seem to think so, but better late than never.
Then again, the big critique for Virtus Pro is their map pool, and this is best of ones. It's only gonna get worse for them once they go into the best of threes. So I do still fear for their case long term. All right. Oh,
that's rough for D-Tech.
Again, tilting
Very
things
early
happening, and just making these massive mistakes. He fell off the ledge, James.
Yeah. The joystick's gonna get traded here. Kanto confirms that kill, something back for Fnatic. But what is their plan? Whatever their plan is, it seems to have been stopped. Sarks, the top-rated player from Fnatic, goes down, and Leon just looks like he's fishing. He looks desperate. Yep. They don't have a clear plan. They don't know exactly what the setup is from Virtus Pro. They don't know where to begin.
I think when they lost Deepak on the Capital, their entire plan went, you know, it's done for. They needed those fires, the smoke grenades, not gonna flash a Warden. The thing is, Dennis has no idea what's happening.
Oh, Kanto down. All up to Leon Gids now. Virtus Pro, goo in foot, and it means no difference for Fnatic. Today, Virtus Pro have shown up in full force, 7-0. And they propel themselves back up into a playoff spot in the standings.
Sometimes you praise a team and they just don't show up on the server. I gotta say, VP, they played well. They did everything they had to be doing, but individually on a one-to-one basis, Fnatic could not hit their shots, they are not making decisions, and they are not actively problem solving. They just weren't really here today.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Fnatic. One playday, they look great. Next playday, not so much. And you could say the same for Virtus Pro, but today, a 7-0. Not only is that going to buff up their points on the standings, they're now actually going to be above ITB and into the top 6 for now. But also 7-0 is a massive benefit as well to the round difference, which is the tiebreaker. And I would not be surprised if we end up having to use that tiebreaker to settle who goes to the playoffs. But of course, to break that down for you guys, we'll toss it to the guys on the desk.
I have to say that Dev is cursing us right now. Every time he gets in EU League, it's 7-1 or 7-0. What's going on?
Who invited this guy?
Ever since he said, I'm saying OC is too one-sided, blah, blah, blah. And when I go to Europe, I'm expecting that he gets close. It's never getting close when he's here. What's going on? What's going on? Whenever you hear it's a 7-0.
And do you know what? He said we're going to break it down, but I think we might have a breakdown after watching that game, Ian.
No, seriously though, Fresh, because I'm standing here and I go, right, Dev, Pengu, take it away. Then I look at my watch, 5 minutes past, and I'm standing right back here again.
Yeah, that's why he was running back.
Watch this, Fresh. What happened?
I mean, look, right. I think the prep for Fnatic and the prep for VP, I think everybody could have predicted Chalet. We were predicting it before we'd seen the map Veto. Fnatic, I think, as Leo said, they tried to sit deep into the into the site turtle positions rather than playing advanced and then dropping into a position and then dropping in. They were just sitting deep in them. That allowed Virtus Pro, I think. We saw Virtus Pro executing still late, but 10-15 seconds ahead of schedule, which allowed them that little bit more time just to get those executions done properly.
And now that's the thing for the first 3 rounds. And if you look at round 4, actually, finally, Joystick getting in very aggressively with the entries. And even here, the execute is late, but it's already in the 4v2 situations. So
whiff.
Yeah, you can sweep. Oh yeah,
that's a player with no confidence. You've just got to say it. Sorry to interrupt you there.
That one, that one was tough. But like, it's always a show of adaptations. And I think that I'm assuming Safes is the one that made the call, the tactical timeout. And at this point, after 3 rounds lost, to go more aggressive, to bring the Vigil, to try to be in their face, to bring the Capcan. That was the right call to make, I think. The problem is, Fnatic was already down 0-3. The confidence was shot. They were not turning up. But you need actual confidence in your gunplay if you want to play aggressive, and that just didn't work.
Fresh, we've been crying out for some innovation from VP. From your opinion, did we get it?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I think, you know, like Leo said, we saw a little bit of innovation. We saw a little bit earlier rules of engagement. They were attacking a little bit earlier. They brought a glass on 1 round, which is, you know, not necessarily VP-like. I think it was slow and steady, and it's what VP are known for, which is punishing the opposition. Where the opposition are not at the top of their game, VP are always there to punish them and just wipe the floor of them. We saw Fnatic today that got absolutely rocked, in my opinion, in the first 2 rounds, and just couldn't get it back.
Do you think there's Any argument that they've got a bit of a hangover from yesterday in regards to going all the way and losing, we were here thinking, which way is this going to go down?
Yeah.
That was a tough loss yesterday.
From a player POV, I think, whenever that happened to me, I got fired up.
Yeah.
I got fired. I would watch the VOD with everyone. I would make sure, how did we lose this all the way at the last moment in the clutch? Like, I want to be on my top level the game after.
Yeah.
I'm not shot because I just lost. I'm really looking to that matchup to get back into the playoff position.
It's kind of hard from a player point of view as well because, we said the map choice was good. The strategy clearly was good. The players have to shoulder this as them not executing that strategy. And they have to shoulder that as whatever's gone on. They're not making plays together. Kanto looked devoid of confidence. Actually, to be honest, they all did.
Yeah.
We saw Jegs make some really bad decisions. We saw him try and throw a C4 and he hit a reinforcement with it. Sarks, one of the best rookies, not at the races at all today. It just, I don't know. Honestly, it's embarrassing for the good performances they've put in that utopian world where they're a team that should be chasing top 3. That's an embarrassing performance.
Tough loss. It wasn't an embarrassing performance for Dan, though, was it?
No, it wasn't. Dan has actually been having, I would say before this game, quite a mediocre stage. I think, if you look at him, he was pretty much even on KD across the stage so far. And then today, back into his usual self. And Dan is a player that we've known for being a top player in this league and a top player on the Virtus Pro roster for the longest amount of time. So it was really good from my point of view to see Dan today, to go 10-1, to get 100% cost. Absolutely incredible. 173 EPS, expected player score for Dan. If he's firing, Virtus Pro are usually firing as well.
The show by Joystick. Joystick, that was... Hello, welcome. That was quick. That was very quick.
Yes, as well as we played versus G2, the same.
But the right side this time.
Well, we've just been discussing what we thought happened there. From your perspective, 7-0, how did you pull that together?
I think we just talked with our team after yesterday's loss. We understand that our simple mistakes. You're staying when you don't have information. You just stay and you wait for someone to win you the round, but nobody will. So you just need to go without the information. Just take gunfights, and we understand that we need to play more aggressively. And I think today everything works. Today, everything that we want to do works. So.
Yeah, well, the proof's in the scoreline, isn't it, Leo?
And I think it really showed, for me, the biggest difference, Joystick, and I think you will agree from your play shoes and your POV, that you were way quicker than the game before. And that, for me, was the biggest thing. So I think one party for this is that Fnatic, I don't think they contested you early enough. They weren't roaming heavily. But at the same time, you guys had better information. Did that come from a pre-rehearsed game plan? Did you look into it? How did you be quicker? How did you go quicker this time?
Yeah, just we understand that we need to just take more gunfights without information. So if you don't have a drone, you don't need to wait 20 seconds for your teammate that will drone for you for 100% information. Just sometimes you need to take risks and understand that you need to sometimes play solo without your teammates, and that costs our time. I don't know how to say that's why you got quicker to your positions and your key positions.
Yeah, from playing against you and just remembering how hard it was, to be honest, you guys did everything perfectly. You didn't leave any holes. I could never flank against you guys.
Actually, I think today our playstyle don't work because as you see, we don't have a lot of time. For example, we can't plant on 10 seconds because they have so many utilities like C4s, go traps, and we clear roam for a long time. So we need to change it a bit and I don't know, adapt. So
have you felt a pressure to adapt your playstyle, to evolve your playstyle?
I don't think it's a pressure. We just understand that our playstyle not work, and we try last 2 months to change it, and we try to understand what will works for us. And I think right now it's depends on the opponent, because some opponents try to roam more aggressively and they take more time than others. So we just need to change a little bit so everyone don't expect from us our default playstyle.
But that's basically it, because you came too predictable and now you're trying to change the pace. I think changing the pace for you guys, taking more risk, clearly will reward you because you have some incredible individual who will get away with things that they should not get away with Dan,
Yeah,
with Pasha.
we have. Sorry, but we have like today this confidence vibe. You know, I never heard before from Always that he said like we planned the bump and he said everyone hide. I want this guy to kill him like for the confidence. I never ever I heard this from Always, and today was this good day, good communication, everything was good. So yeah.
Well, Joystick, you've probably got even longer than you expected to enjoy your evening now, because that was super quick. So enjoy your night and congratulations on a very convincing win.
Thank you. Have a good evening too.
Cheers,
Everyone,
man.
thank you for the support.
Yeah, he says thank you for the support for sure. Look, I hope that our evening doesn't go so quickly because we want to sit and enjoy all this siege on this fine evening. So you do not go anywhere. ITB versus Secret is matchup number 2 of this playdown.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder.
And I think he might just find it!
This is the Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside. He finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch.
Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro out here, and it's massive!
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP.
Line up.
Free go for VP!
Everything falls to Sploit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him, no matter!
We are now down to our Elite 8.
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4.
Esk is trapped in a corner.
The next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2.
It looks like there's one left standing, it's Bolts against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now?
In combat, every second counts. And time waits for no one. Unless you can slow things down.
So many players all around this attic position at the moment. Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Got another one for Solotov. Information from the Bees. He goes dead. Shotgun.
3 kills for him to claim, but it's Hyper to grab shot. 2 remain for Astralis, but a shotgun at close range.
Iconic.
Let him go in. Iconic, be patient. Be patient. What are you gonna do? You know 2 are there, and he gets a bone. There's only 1 remaining, and Astralis are in good shape. And JR and 4K from Iconic.
Batman showing up. Save the day, save the round.
I think what makes Wild the team we are is kind of in the name. We're like aiming to be a pretty unpredictable team with a lot of aggression. That's kind of what the main strengths of our players are. We have a lot of good shooters basically on the team. So when you have that, you need to take advantage of it. And we're hoping to go into the season basically and be able to struggle with our aggression and our play style. We think we have a pretty unpredictable way of playing the game, and it's gonna shake up a lot of teams for sure.
If we're coming for you, run. We don't stop for anything or anyone. We are the danger from above.
Welcome back to the penultimate day of the Blast our 6 EUL group stages. If you've just tuned in thinking, oh, surely it's only just started, well, sorry, there was a matchup earlier. It was about 5 minutes long. We're now moving on to Team Secret versus ITB. When I say we, it's myself, Ian. We got Fresh and Alfama ready to talk you through everything you can expect from this next matchup. Secret ITB, it is big for both teams here, Fresh, both at the north and south of the table.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at the context of the last game, Virtus Pro getting points, it puts a whole load of pressure because both of these teams are playing for position in the playoffs. If Secret win this game and their next game in regulation, they will be our second place team heading into the playoffs. ITB currently, as it stands, are outside of the playoff place because VP won, so have to win to get back into it. So this is a massive game for both of these teams.
So both are playing for playoffs, but I think very different stories. Secret already has a chance ready to go back in that top 4. They're already in top 4, but to go even upper in the top 2, whereas ITB, they're just trying to scramble, trying to go up and not finish in the last 3 spots, basically.
All right, well, it's definitely both teams looking confident after our latest matchups, but Zoom and Adrian in particular for Secret, right? They are just absolutely cooking.
Yeah, they are, Ian. They have that aura about them. And what we actually did is we compared Doom and Adrian. This is ridiculous, by the way. I am so sorry to the other 3 of the Team Secret members. We compared Doom and Adrian to Grubby, Virtue, and Savage. Doom and Adrian plus, 31 on KD? And the other 3, minus 25. Like, it gets worse. The same with Entry. Look at those numbers. Average EPS is it's 23 different on average EPS. Average cost is 7% different. Basically, the whole point of this graphic, Adrian and Doom are hard carrying Team Secret.
Yeah.
And if Team Secret wants to be a top team, it needs to be a team performance for me.
Now you look at this and you think, you take all of the rosters, you take their 2 top fraggers, and then you take the rest of the teams. It should always be like this. But what I find even more interesting is that Adrian is not necessarily playing the entry role, and he's not necessarily playing the lurker role or the heavy roamer with the best guns.
He's the best.
He can play anything, but lately he's been playing the Thermite, yes, not in the hard breach, hard support, droning role that we expect, but still, he's been playing mostly support roles, support operators. Now, see the Kaid, for example, or the Flores. So more like a flex support.
Yeah.
That is so reliable, Jack, because even if it's not always flashy, it's not always a multi-kill, every kill he gets has a huge impact, very often as an entry kill or all the way at the end of the round as an anchor.
Yeah.
Jack, you can carry for stints, right? But it gets exhausting, doesn't it?
I think that's the problem. The longevity of this team shouldn't rely on the fact that two guys are having a purple patch in games. They need to have a bit more foundation about them. And of course, whilst it's good, it's great. But if Adrian has an off day, if Doom has an off day, the big question that looms over them is what then?
Well, ITB, their opponents, scraped themselves off the bottom of the barrel on yesterday's play day. And their coach, Kangaroo Kenny, said something that split opinion in our post-match interview. What's been going wrong recently, and what do you think you managed to turn around here today?
Not a lot's been going wrong. I don't like to... The way I've put it is I don't want to hit the panic button. I don't want to over-diagnose. Like, we've lost 3 games... 7-5 to the top 3 teams in the table. Like, each game we were close, we're decided by small things. We didn't play bad in those games. We just didn't get a point from them, you know? But a 7-5 loss is the same as a 7-0 loss, really. You know, you don't get any points on the board, that's all that matters. But we didn't play bad. The only game that I think we played bad was the VP game, and then the other game was our only win against Fnatic. So it's not like things have been going wrong. We just haven't had that one extra round in those games to at least go overtime, or win 7-5 rather than lose 7-5. So we haven't hit the panic button, but we've understood where we need to improve.
Yeah, I mean, he's very intelligent. He knows his siege. He is very articulate. But Leo, is he being honest, do you think, there? Because the key takeaway for me is, at this point, just before the interview, before he'd won, those guys were rock bottom.
Yeah.
Dismal, a dire situation. Not a lot's been going wrong, he said.
Yeah, I think he's being honest with his POV, and I understand his POV, let's be real. It was mostly very close loss, and against big opponents as well. Now, I have to say I disagree with him. He even said he didn't care about EU League. I don't agree with that. I think the league matters. I think every official game matters.
Of course.
And I think when you're ITB, when you've just managed to go top 4, then Manchester Major, you have a great run then. You go to EWC, you have a great run then. We expect you to be in the top 4. I'm sorry, but it's not cutting it for me to have 2 wins and 4 losses. Whatever the loss may be, even if it's a lot of 5-7 against G2, against BDS, I know, but I expect more from this roster. So I disagree with him. To some degree, I don't want to call it that way, but you could call it a loser's mentality, to be like, yeah, it's fair, it's 2 wins, 4 losses, but we're not playing bad. I disagree. I expect more from this roster because I love them, so I'm expecting them to win more.
I'm going to disagree with you, Leo. I think it's excellent coaching, first and foremost, from Kangaroo Kenny, to take any pressure, because our questions in the interviews are loaded, to take any pressure away from his players, put it on himself, and just shrug it off. When his players sit there and watch it back, and they will, they'll gain confidence for that. Yeah, Kangaroo Kenny, yeah, he said it's fine. We don't need to worry too much. We don't need to be stressed. We've seen them play a little bit stressed. So I think it's absolutely fine to come out and say that. I do somewhat agree. The league is absolutely important. They'd love to be in the top 2. But I think Kangaroo Kenny's done an excellent bit of coaching there that we see across other sports where people like to take pressure off the players so that they can perform to their fullest.
But at the same time, if you are not performing, the onus is on the coach to make sure the players know that, right?
Oh, and he'll be telling them that behind the scenes. Yeah. It's about what he says behind the scenes and to the public.
To be fair, that's a fair point from you, Jack. That's something that I understood, something that I can get also. There is the public image, there is the way that you present yourself to the fans and what you answer in an interview, and there is the reality of the job and the way that you're going to say things directly to your players. Another point that actually convinced me from Jack is we've been saying that they lack the individual firepower, and if you want to highlight that or light it back, you need confidence. And the way that he's not quote-unquote shitting on his player in interview, that's probably one good way to do it.
And we have seen other people shit on their teams and shit on their players and teammates and whatever in interviews before, and it doesn't help the scenarios.
I don't want to see anybody shit on anybody. Let's get into map pick and bans, shall we, for our second matchup, Leo?
Yeah, looking at this, I was a bit surprised at some point. I think the Lair ban, for example, is a big question mark for me. I haven't seen much from Secret on it. Other things like Secret banning Clubhouse, which was a really good map for them where they beat G2.
And Border.
Yeah, and Border, which is one of the best maps. So looking at this, I was baffled. I was like, it's not going at all the way I expected. and then we're going on Chalet.
I think these two teams play each other a lot. They have done in, different competitions, qualifiers, and whatever else this year. And it's always been a 7-5 between these two. It's been very close all year. I think they know each other quite intimately, and that's why we've got on Chalet. Now, nobody calls me Funky Fresh, but the map of Chalet and the way that these two teams attack in a funky manner is very exciting to me. Because it can be great. Shields, initiator ops. It'll be very, very funky in the way these two attack. And I think it's going to make for a great spectacle. So I want to get back on the post desk, and I want to say Funky Fresh loves a funky Chalet.
All right, Alfama Funky Fresh, thank you very much for your funky thoughts. It's time now to get into our second matchup. Dev Pengu, take it away.
Thank you, Funky Fresh. It's time for Darish, Dev Marta, and Pesky Pengu to take the cast through for this game. I think we need to go back to the drawing board for that one. Pengu, this is an important match for both teams. Team Secret are gunning for a spot in the top 2, which looks quite achievable with how their stage has panned out. 3 wins in a row now, including taking down the 2 top dogs in the league. And on the flip side of that, we just saw ITB lose their spot in the playoffs for now to Virtus Pro, thanks to VP getting that big 3-point win earlier today. Can ITB get it back? All they need is some points out of this game, and it could well happen. 2 of last major's European reps going head-to-head for the 9th time in the last year. And here we are on Chalet.
I'm pretty sure both of these two squads, they watched the previous game between Fnatic and Virtus Pro and said, let's show the fans a real game of Chalet, because that 7-0, I don't even know what that was. Just like the tilt fiesta, the misplays, they want to do this map justice. So back to back here, I'm not against it. I quite like it actually. Arbiter ban's playing out. Not too different to start things out with the Monty ban, but doubling down with the Blitz too. We are in a shield meta. This shouldn't be too surprising, but if you had told me a year ago you'd see a double shield ban on Chalet, I would call you crazy.
It's not like this is a shield map or anything. It's just this is the meta right now.
Exactly.
And in particular, Team Secret are loud and proud about how much they have used and abused those shields. I mean, if you watched in particular their game against BDS on Border, it was hilarious. Like, they were running double shields. They were just giving everything they had to BDS, and of course, the only team in the league to take down the French Titans. Of course, now they're going up against ITB, who we did see play Chalet just last week, in fact, against G2. It was a close one. It was a 5-7. And a close match is what we expect today, what I'm hoping for today. Despite Secret being quite a lot higher on the standings than ITB, every time these teams face each other, it does give us a close match. And like I said, they've played each other so much in the last year. ITB just barely edging out on the head-to-head matchups. And, well, let's dig into it. Secret starting on the defense. ITB, let's see if they can replicate what we saw from Virtus Pro on this attack.
Yeah. One thing to note here, ITB as well, is while they're in the bottom of the standings, they've actually only lost 5-7 or 4-7. So they're losing very close games. Like, they should not be all the way down there. So I think people might go, oh, Secret should win this game, it's easy, etc. I don't think so. I too think it'll be a close series because of that scoreline. But ITB always put up a good fight. Secret though, they're restructuring the map with those castle barricades, and they will go, as they should, for a pretty aggressive roam across the entire map.
Therefore, we will see a pretty thorough clear from ITB. Kick started here. We got Lion brought to the table. We've got the Grim. Let's talk about these initiator operators that were mentioned in the pre-show. Dokkaebi left unbanned, but not brought as of yet. Actually, don't mind the switch pick as well. Look at what he's been able to... Oh, there you go. Eventually goes down. Not quite as much value as I would have liked from that Twitch trap.
That's the big thing with Twitch, isn't it? Same with Brava. You can get an incredible amount of value if your drone doesn't get spotted, like on the bomb side for clearing out utility. But if we just take a look at Team Secret's actual lineup here, what is the Twitch gonna do besides killing default cameras? Not a whole lot of anything, because the operators that are being brought out, I think it was a jump up maybe from Adrian. He died immediately the same second he got the kill at least. So, or it was just a trade actually. They just killed each other. That also can happen, of course. Yeah. I think in 4v4 tends to favor defense more often than not, but we'll see if ITB can break this one apart.
Noah goes down though. It's the best player on ITB this stage. Oscar though coming up behind Savage, and he does win that fight. Immediately things flip, but Grubby's able to find another one back. Not half the round done, and more than half the bodies in the server have fallen.
It's a great mini execute. using the noise and the heart destruction to mask your own footsteps to get that entry kill. I love seeing heart-breaching operators get active in the round and recognize that if I don't step up right now, no one else can do it because I'm in the right spot at the right time, but I have to go forward. Both teams now stabilizing, they're resetting, and they are assessing what they should be doing. ITB, they want to do more self-destruction. Team Secret, where are they? Doesn't seem like they have a good idea, but right now, you know, this is good, Kenny. Just destroy that floor, take care of it, you got plenty of time to work with.
That's the benefit of executing so early onto that top floor. Now, where are these defenders? Because to be honest, I haven't even been able to figure it out yet. Doom, is he
so
in the
far
basement
away.
or is he just in jungle? Okay, so we got one guy in bar, that's Doom. He's looking all the way down. I think he might even be able to see most of the kitchen hatch drop from that angle. But everyone on the defense of Team Secret is so far from the site.
If they could just go Solarium here, and they are going to go for it. He had long lines of sight. If Kenny knows this, he can prone in, make it safe, don't vault this angle, you might likely die. There we see the pre-fire come through. If he can get to that bomb chassis, the bomb should be going down. All right there.
This should be a pretty free plan. No! Doom able to sneak through, and meanwhile, Grubby upstairs went for his flank, found his kill at the same time. Very well coordinated from Secret. Both of those players pushing through, and a very solid first round for defense.
I thought they had a bit more information on the attacking side, but I was wrong. They didn't know they were getting flanked, and they didn't know that they were being pushed. Those Grim Bees, I think they're a little bit off the mark as well. I don't think the red pings quite came through. It's always triggering a 2 versus 2 when you're on the attacking side, because as you're going to try and get on the diffuser, you are effectively 1 versus 2, as, you know, when you're trying to plant down the diffuser, you can't really fight back. So, bit of a tough start there, but I will say ITP did a good job at making a comeback possible. They lost players early, they had to make a mini execute, they traded in even numbers. Chalet's a big map, and we saw right there Team Secret, they're making the most of all of it, playing off the bomb site, but covering the site itself. It's really smart.
Looking at my stats here, just to get a little bit nerdy about how these teams play Chalet. Pengu, what I've got for Secret is that they're got a 63% defensive win rate on this map, and only a 43% attacking win rate. Now that is over 7 plays in the last 6 months, so obviously a lot of VODs out there on how Secret play this map, but those stats would certainly suggest that Secret should be gunning for a 4-2 split here.
It's funny because if you told me a 4-2 split should be expected on defense, Chalet, I'll be like, are you sure about that? But this is the thing, if you're a really good defending team on Chalet, you can totally have that be a realistic stat line. Every region is different, every team is different, and usually, it comes down to, can the attackers pick things apart correctly? ITP in this, next round on the basement attack, step 1, open up the main wall. That's been accomplished with complete ease. There's no wall denying operators from Team Secret. Again, they are prioritizing the roam and then holding the site with the mirror windows. But because of Creech on the Ash, that's been dealt with very early on. The second, backup for the bomb site is to play the Warden behind that mirror window. If smokes come out, flashbangs get spammed, you can still stop a plant attempt. So ITP is still forced to deal with this roam.
Quite a significant roam. Here comes an early drop. Very dangerous, and Secret lose the exchange. Kenny's gone down, but he's used his thermite charge already, so that's a big win here for ITB. They find Grubby and Savage. That's the C4 from Savage taken out. Secret still have a little bit of roams alive, though. We've got Virtue all the way down in kitchen, dining towards West Main now. On for this big roam. Maintaining a lot of map control. ITB haven't quite revealed yet where their execute's going to come through.
Oh, but Secret feeling this pressure. They know that they're not in the ideal situation right now. They have to feel the pressure to lash out for a kill if nothing presents itself in a short moment here. With so much time to go on the attacking side, one more Lion Scan in pocket, more Dogi Call in pocket as well. This shouldn't be where Team Secret wants to be in the server. And you see Virtue, he feels the pressure. He's fearing the flank from Dining, Trophy window, trying to hold on to West Main. Yellow Pink's coming through as well. Virtue has to go massive in this position.
Meg comes through. He can start to lock down this position with his goo mines, but coming from behind, Azza misses his shot with the Boss G. In goes the flash. Oscar goes down, but Virtue is traded on back. Doom went for a big flank as well, but wasn't able to find Azza. Now Team Secret are somewhat exposed. Adrian, the lone man on site. ITB have time to recompose, pick up Oscar and move on.
I think Doom had to full commit there. just getting the the injured trade for a dev is not good enough against Secret in the back end with 30 seconds left. The thing is, ITB can attack from 4 different positions, with only 2 defenders to cover.
Adrian been droned. The win condition here, perhaps, is that Adrian may have just been misdroned. Jim trying to make as much of a distraction as possible. No, but Adrian does not win his fight, and he immediately gets turned by Noah. All up to poor Jim now. Brings out that Deagle. Can't even win his first fight. It's a bit of a mess, but ITB collect their first round on their attack.
There we saw it with 4 attackers against 2 defenders. You go down the main staircase, the main breach, blue, trench. It's just too many things to worry about as the remaining 2 defenders. So I really think that Doom had to commit with Virtue on the roam and say, you know what, it's do or die instead of dining kitchen, because genuinely speaking, I think the 1 versus 2 defender on the bomb side is better off than that 2 versus 3, because you just can't cover the entirety. And it was kind of worst case scenario, right? Because Virtue gets the injure, but then he dies. So Virtue doesn't even end up trading 1-for-1. Lion had 20 health because he was revived, and it makes the entire room a little bit of a meh situation. There we see it.
I feel like we do owe a bit of credit to ITB there for how they played that. I mean, they had an early advantage, right? But from that position, they made sure not to forfeit it. They made sure that when they realized there was a roam, they addressed it thoroughly. They had multiple players going for it.
They did the right thing. Basement, though, in terms of problem solving, I think it's one of the easier bomb sides. Bar is usually where I will send teams to be like, this is where we're gonna check your fundamentals. Because bar attack doesn't have like an easy solution. You can try and go for bomb site rush, but as long as the defenders have library control, that's typically a really bad idea because the site is all seen, from above, vertically speaking. But if you want to go for a roam clear, well, taking library control is again very, very difficult. That mini execute on top mezzanine blue staircase becomes such a big, like, middle pillar where you just get stuck as an attacking team. It seems right now they're gonna clear out the library corner. I don't think there's anybody in there, so they're gonna check it, they're gonna drone it. We know it's clear. They're about to find out. But in case there would be a defender there, you lock them down, you clear them first with cabins of fire, with grenades, then you play the round 5 versus 4 ideally. Well, no one's there, so what now? Well, now you gotta clear groupie. And he's gonna sit here in mezzanine as a warden. He shouldn't be able to die unless he swings out aggressively. So IGB, again, problem solving here is gonna be very difficult.
Bar is all about problem solving those power positions, right? We have 6 nades, 3 sets, and we've got the Capitao, which is exactly what you want for dealing with the hard to eliminate position. Grubby, though, like you said, all he needs to do is keep that pressure on without over-peaking, without losing his life. Savage almost loses his on a long angle. And he's effectively trapped now, low HP, and that starts to put a little bit of pressure on Grubby as well. As Kenny is considering using his util here. Is it going to be a rush? He's cutting off the line of sight from down below, and in moves Grubby to peek through that smoke. There seems to be some form of a bait. Now he's getting aggressive. The plant going off, or at least attempted for a brief moment. Dangerous from Kenny, and Grubby from above can look straight through that smoke. It's calamity for RTB. They made a desperate push, but they might be able to redeem it. There's one for Noah. Looking for more now, M4 in hand. Creeds to back him up as well, moving in from jungle. 3 players left to find, but Grubby still has dominance over that top floor, and he's moved back into the deep corner of library.
Such a chaotic round, and that's what I mean. If you don't take library control, things can fall apart very quickly. ITB, unorthodox attack, it doesn't work out, but it was a nice attempt. Secret, they held their nerve. They're waiting for the right moment to strike. ITB, they need this intel to be accurate. It's not. June finds a kill. 1v3 here for Creeds. It seems impossible, and it is. He gets shot down as well. ITB, I see the vision. I see the idea of trying to catch opponent off guard. Maybe they've seen their VODs that you spoke about. They're going for these specific counter strats. But right now, these aren't counter strats because they aren't working.
Yeah. I mean, it's a nice idea, right? Like we've said, it's so hard to clear those power positions. And if you can't do that, maybe you can cook up some kind of a cheeky rush where, hey, we can ignore library if we can just quickly get in and plant. And the real nail in the coffin for that one was Grubby was playing the warden. So you're trying to smoke that hatch to make sure that they have no plant denial. Well, he can just look through that smoke and deny your plant.
That would be a second option. Instead of smoking off the hatch, just have a player on the library repel and like challenge the ankle, for example, or or something, I guess.
But if he's not already in that dark corner, then he has to cross your line of sight from that library repel, right? So
Exactly.
you can kind of just hold him from out there. I think the smoke maybe might have worked against them.
Yeah, if there was a guy on the rappel, you might not see the player all of a sudden. And so the hard thing about a rush strat is that you need every single person to be in the right position with the right timing. And that's the big keyword here. You can do the rush and everyone is in their position, but if you have the first guy entering the bomb side and there goes like a 2-3 second gap before the follow comes through, you're mistiming it. And that's gonna be a massive thorn in your side because it's a one go take. You have one chance, you have one bullet, you fire that, that's your full commitment. So when ITV they go for these kind of executes, I want to see all 5 players full commit together. No man is left behind, right? Because if they are, the front's gonna suffer. And then you left in like a 2v3, you're far away from execute, you can't help your teammates, and that's kind of how that round fell apart previously.
Devil's definitely in the details. I've seen that twitch again. And the Deimos, I mean, you briefly mentioned, I think it was in the first round for ITB. Yeah. We haven't actually seen that Deimos brought out until now.
No, we've not. Again, the Twitch, look at the lineup. Asami, Castle, Frost, Ward, and Lesion. You're not getting a lot of good value. Sure, you get more drones for yellow pings, for intel game, etc. But I feel like there might just be better options. If you like the DMR, you know, it's also a Lion. It's also the Dogaby. There are other options there too. But either way, ITB, you're making good progress until Creeds fell to a long line of sight. Defenders again striking out aggressively time and time again.
Double kill from Grubby upstairs, holding onto that position with Azami, making it very difficult for ITB to make any progress. We haven't seen any hard breach going down on that office wall. Savage does overextend, and that forfeits the numbers advantage, at least partially. Maybe there's a way back into it for ITB, as it continues droning, trying to starve the opposition of information. But Secret still have these superior positions, and ITB don't look certain yet where they want to execute.
It's great that Oscar gets that pick, but it feels a bit baity. He was probably there for a very long time. Team Secret didn't have the sound cue on the rappel, or he was there for so long they forgot about him. And I'm saying baity not in like the most negative sense here. More that his entries are not succeeding, and while that's happening, he's holding a line of sight that doesn't give them anything. They're trying to plan out of nowhere. This might actually work.
Yeah, Grubby's found his third, and that was the player on rappel upstairs. However, Kenny, utilizing Az's smoke, found a safe place to plant, but the Haven was not going to last for long. Adrian comes for a big flank. Now it's all up to Azza in a 1v4. There's the first he needs. A drone out. He doesn't have an escape route thanks to that castle barricade. Now he's being hunted from above on the mezzanine. Another kill on the Grubby. Adrian and Droom now in a 2 versus 1. They have to play this perfectly. Droom's taken down. Azza, you can't be doing this to me. But Adrian stuck it. The ninja defuse for Adrian. Secret thanking their lucky stars. Azza almost clutched the 1v4, but Adrian doesn't let that one slip.
Heartbreak of a round. It was so well played. With the castle barricade on the bar door to his left, he was stuck in that position. He couldn't rotate. He couldn't stab them from a different angle and change his position. He knew exactly where he was. He takes on 3 players, taking no damage himself. And the easiest kill from them all is the one that doesn't go his way. A person sitting still for 7 full seconds to secure the round for the defenders. Again, oh so close, and yet oh so far.
Where was the angle on that ninja defuse? I mean, he would have had to swing so wide to get into that position. But I think you got to give some credit to Joom here. I mean, even though he lost his fight, he delayed, what, an extra 2 seconds? I mean, there was a long time here where Adrian stuck it. It was like 4 or 5 seconds. I'm not even sure it was possible for Azza to get back into position. That is a round that is going to haunt ITB for a while, though. But how funny is it that 1 kill different, and we would have a completely different conversation?
Yeah.
If ITB had clutched that, I mean, a completely different situation.
I will say, though, Team Secret didn't play that 4 versus 1 all that poorly. Yeah, they could have timed their swings together a little bit better. But remember, there was no information from either side. Everybody was completely blind in the server. No cameras, no drones to be watched that was like super relevant for information. So Team Secret's first player was swinging out aggressively, looking for the position. The second player was actually defusing to force out the position as well. So the first 2 people died trying to do the right thing. I don't think Secret misplayed that. If anybody's sitting there and going, oh, Secret were throwing, that's why I was so close. No, Acer played that genuinely, excellently from his point of view. But you gotta let that be in the past. ITB, it's all about this current round. Same for Secret. But if you're on the back burner right now and you're a bit tilted from that previous situation, forget about it. You're down 1-3, whatever. Round by round, you take it as you go. If ITB get this second round, they're not all that far behind.
For the course of Secrets, just one more, but here comes a sneak in from Creed. Grubby finds him. A little bit unaware there. There was a player in display all along. The drone work insufficient. Doom immediately goes for that jump out from Library. As soon as a shot, as soon as he was exposed, he was taken down. ITB fighting from a 3v5. And Oscar just hoping someone crosses his line of sight. Secret seem to fall back. This basement defense, they don't need to overextend on the top floor any longer.
I love this coordinated aggression from Team Secret. They knew that Noah was downstairs with Ace breaching the bomb site walls, and they also had intel and default camera on the player library side. So they knew where 3 of the 5 player locations were. They could easily isolate and go for those 50-50 gunfights. And when you're Grubby being 8-2, or 7-2 at that point in time, you're gonna have the most confidence in the world to take that engagement. So, coordinated aggression. They buy themselves again a very comfortable spot. This should be unlosable for Secret on this basement bomb side. So many crossfires, so many ways to play this right, and very few ways to mess it up. But it's not over. All ITB need is... Okay.
Oh no!
A way in.
What do they need, Pengu? What do they need? Tell me what do they need?
A way into the bomb site. Every time they get to that door, they just die!
I think they need an ambulance at this point. Call it. ITB looking real rough around the edges here. Team Secret have won 4 defenses already on Chalet with 1 still to play. The one attack that ITB won, yeah, it looked great, but Secret since then have just made a full rotation of 3 different bomb sites, and they're looking pretty unstoppable. And as you put it, when you're Grubby, going 8 kills and only 2 deaths, you're not slowing down anytime soon.
Oh, man. I'm just gonna check my own facts right now before I speak. Yeah, so I saw a funny Reddit post yesterday on the R6 Pro League Reddit, and it's about the Team Secret game last night against Fnatic. It was like the max overtime skyscraper game, and someone said, Grubby played like the worst game of his career up until max overtime, where he channeled the power of Prime Pingu and clutched a 1v4. And it's like, it seems like he channeled that last night, and that effect is still lingering because this man is winning every engagement. Not that I would do that back in my prime, but this guy is smoking everybody in the server. He's consistent, he's in the roam, he's in the middle, and he's on side.
So I'm guessing that how you came across this Reddit thread was that you went over to the R6 Pro League Reddit and you Control F, you wrote Pengu, and you're like, let's see what people are saying about me these days. You realize, oh, someone's using me in a compliment, I have to say that on broadcast. Just, you know, really pump those tires up for you, mate.
No, the first step was so incorrect. I have a bookmark macro that auto searches for it. I didn't do any manual labor. I click my bookmark and it auto searches across all Reddit pages with seats, basically. And then I sit there and I screenshot them, James. And I put them in my folder. When I feel bad at night, I look at them and I get happy.
We all have our ways of dealing, and Grubby is continuing to deal out pain for ITB. This guy seriously is channeling Prime Pengu, maybe Prime Kanto, maybe, I don't know, Prime Doki, Prime Nesk. That's what I want to see him channel.
Good.
Maybe it's just Prime Grubby. Maybe this is the start of something new, Pengu.
I mean, Grubby has had great performances in the past, but he has had games this stage where he can be a bit invisible. And the desk was saying how Adrian and June, like, that's the duel, these guys are getting things done, and that's not incorrect. But today, right now on Chalet, it's a one-man show, it's a one-man army, and if ITB can't shut down Grubby on defense, I worry about the side swap when Grubby goes in the attack, because he'll become a fierce entry who will take these gunfights, and if things continue this way, nobody will stop him in his path to victory.
Aggressive position from Grubby again. He's got so much confidence to play in there, and he's got the flexibility with Dadazami to get some safety. Going for a few love taps, doesn't find anything yet, but he's managed to dodge these bees for a brief moment. Unfortunately for Secret, Doom's gone down. That does secede that man advantage slightly. Here comes the E1D. Going to see some movement on the back of that. Another pre-fire. No opportunity yet for ITB to go for this daring plant.
Again, they're not going for the full room clip from Master Bedroom. They're just challenging Library and bombs at window itself. It's very risky right now. If they can deal with Groovy upstairs, that would be the first step for them. Then they can hit the bomb site afterwards. But unless Groovy gets dealt with, I don't think that's possible. They recognize it, they go in mezzanine, they're on the Library windows, but they lack intel.
Grubby's found another one. 3K on the round and hunting for more. Peeking now with the Deagle. This man is exuding confidence. He's hungry for another fight. Creed finally stabs him in the back. It's a 2v2. Perhaps the closest chance we've seen so far this game for ITB to get around on the board as we look to close the half. Creed's making his way down the stairs and he's got some information. He's got an inkling. He knows where one of these players are. The Bees may indeed confirm that for him. The yellow pink goes out. 20 seconds to play. ITB cannot wait forever. Adrian and Virtue just holding their positions. The timing is terrible for poor Creeds. It's all up to Noah now, and he's found his first. Adrian has to clutch this 1v1 to secure a dominant half for Team Secret. Noah's going, hiding for it, but Adrian locks him in. Easy as you like for Secret. 5-1 in the half, and they are not slowing down.
I do not understand how Grubby finds that two-piece upstairs. It just seems like, yeah, he's yawning. It's too easy for him right now. He's getting sleepies. It's ITB, they knew he was playing upstairs. With how aggressive he's been playing, I think it's safe to assume that he's not gonna fall back down. He's gonna stay up in Library. That's the win condition, that's the aggression. And they go upstairs with like 3 players. Actually 4 players, and 2 of them die to Grubby before the 3rd person confirms the kill. And this is also why, while Team Secret, that they had the default camera on top blue staircase. They knew Kreese was flanking. They just, I guess, miscommunicated it or were too slow to like relay that info to Grubby, so he died to his side, not during a gunfight. You said, statistically speaking, Secret should be happy and comfortable going 4-2. They've beaten that tally. They've gone 5-1, and even if they have a subpar attacking statistic, I think they can get 2. Because ITB, they need 6 rounds. Most of those in a row to avoid overtime.
5 seconds left before...
Or all of them in a row, technically, to avoid overtime.
Yeah, and look, we've already set the stage quite a bit here, but for Team Secret, like a win here, a full 3-pointer will actually put them in a top 2 position, jumping over G2. Secret will be on 15 points, G2 will be on 14. And G2 will play later today against Wild, and that is their final match, Pengu. So, I tell you what, if Secret win and get the full 3 points out of this game, that means if G2 don't get any points out of their Wild game, Secret are locked in. G2 will not be able to catch them. G2, with all the form that they've built up, will not be in the top 2. That are the stakes that's riding on it for Secret here. For ITB, it's about chasing back that playoff spot that was robbed from them by Virtus Pro earlier tonight.
What better way to start this attack inside of Secret? By having operators where you control the pace. The Ying, the Dokkaebi, the Grim, the Capital, these are all highly execute-enabling operators. They can clear out Library with this, or Force can just go for a drop. That buys the map space. You see this? 1 fire arrow buys the map space. C4 goes wide, does damage, but doesn't confirm the kill on Grubby. That's big. This now means a Secret, they've accomplished step number 1. They've cleared the Library itself. Step number 2 would take that top blue mezzanine position. This is where ITB themselves got stuck every single time. Secret either had to throw in those Candelas and full commit to a mini execute or rotate over to Master Bedroom. And with time slipping away, I don't know if they have time, but Yumi's going for a backstab. They're just waiting for him to get into the right position.
Here comes a Candela to try and disrupt that position in display. June, that initiator on the Dokkaebi now. He's taken so much ground without having to have a drone forward thanks to that Dokkaebi utility. And he's saved a second logic bomb as well, still in pocket. He can use to move on forward. So many defenders, though, fortifying this position upstairs. It's going to be hard to clear.
Guys, see a Candela come through. Yum has to strike first, I feel like, in this situation. Otherwise, Ying has to jump in the window, and that shouldn't work out because they're waiting for it.
Jum does lose his fight, though, elsewhere, and Adrian taken down on that Ying. Virtue immediately traded on back. Savage and Grubby, the last 2 left here for Secret. Their attack half not looking too hot to kick things off. Grubby now still desperately looking for something. That mirror window's still staring him in the face. His teammate already dropped the diffuser and died outside. They don't even know whether Library is clear. And Grubby's been great so far, but we haven't seen him on this entry in this round. We need to see him start firing. 11 kills he's had so far, and he's about to jump in and look for a couple or more. 20 kills so far. Oh, sorry, 20 seconds still to play. And he's already down to Savage in a 1v4, and this looks done and dusted. C4 to confirm. What was all but confirmed already. Savage just baiting for a pick here, and well, ITB have locked this one in. Starting the very long trek, Pengu, towards what could be redeeming themselves after an abysmal first half.
Round by round, and both teams so far suffering the same issue with clearing that vital position on top blue staircase. Also, both teams refusing to go for a full master bedroom office clear, which used to be the meta way to do it, you know, 6, 8, 12 months ago. You'd almost exclusively see teams go for full map control. Only Doom going for that backstab flank is a massive risk. If he finds his kill and doesn't die, sure, that's the way forward, that's their way in. But you're riding the entire strategy on one player finding a kill against default cameras, deployable shields, and crossfires. And sure, the Doom call did go out, so they can't watch the default cameras, but guess what? They had two separate defenders standing on a mute jammer. They absolutely could have if they wanted to. So I want to see Secret play closer together. Not the whole, you know, two guys over there, one guy solo backstabbing, one guy over there. Because Chalet is a map where defenders only really care about the areas that they fortify. It's not about the deep roams like Consulate or Bank where there can be a single player way off in the distance. We gotta worry about getting flanked and stuff like that. No. Chalet is about the bomb site and then the area next to it, above it, or below it. That's really it. So again, for master bedroom, for kitchen, we're looking at bar library. For basement, we're looking at the place above, like fireplace, bar, etc., which you can hold from moving top floor. On that previous side of bar, we're looking at above the bomb side, which is library, top blue, and mezzanine. So again, you don't care about the full map as a defender necessarily, but just the areas close around.
And an operator we don't see a ton of on Chalet these days, but ITB are using really well, is that mirror. Speak of the devil, in goes the Twitch drone, immediately takes down that mirror window. That is massive.
I was sort of going to say the fuse there for a second, because I don't see fuse a whole lot either.
Wait, there's a fuse? Hold up!
Yeah, I know. I was equally surprised. Now, that's a shield, by the way, I believe, because I see a pistol in his hand. Blitz is spanned, once he's spanned, why wouldn't you play the fuse shield, right? But it's a massive break in defense. Where is the fuse even gonna go? That's my question. Normally we see fuse for the basement bomb side to do like soft destruction with the fuse cluster charges. That's not the case here. It's gotta be used as either an entry operator for the execute or the bomb plant later on to cover himself from getting shot.
Some kind of turtle plan perhaps, maybe just aggression, maybe just going for the fights. Does have hard breach, I'm not sure that'll be very useful. Perhaps being the only hard breach operator, it's instead of like your ace, but we've got an open hold on office walls. There's nothing really looking to hard breach here. Information now from the Grimsby's.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
What is the intention here from Secret? Are they going to try and repel in?
I mean, they have to get in the building. Like, go trophy, walk up to them stairs, repel on him, Dribbies come out. They might just go for this. They are. That's a big window.
Smoke to cover. Where is the diffuser though? A spray through the smoke. Nets one here for Creeds. And the shield immediately goes for that plant here. A relatively safe spot. And there is no smoke to deny. There's no C4 either. Savage is going to confirm the plant. And Secret, one player down. Let's try and reconfirm this position. However, there is a flank coming from Oscar, who has been now claymored. An aggressive ADS punishes Savage. Unnecessary on that shield. A C4, rather a smoke goes out. Finds nothing. A Secret, still a player down. All they have to do is whittle this time away, and the player on the window here is pivotal for that. Doom, all he needs to do is prevent this cross, but immediately one player is in position, and he might be able to stick it. There's no plant denial. It's all up to Kenny. And an easy clutch up for ITB after what was some lackluster cover from Secret.
Way too passive in the post plant. I mean, you have to recognize that when you plant by the bomb chassis, which they did there on the attacking side, you cannot see the diffuse position from either the big master bedroom window or Solarium Repel, assuming that the defender doesn't stand in the middle of the bomb site and try and go for defuse, which they didn't. You need to hold really aggressive lines of sight to not allow them into the site itself. Because remember, there was a castle barricade. They had to go through piano to bathroom. The defenders are so far away, that's why the plant went down. And the other big area of criticism is when you're playing the Fuse in Solarium, you can just play close by the door and go for a melee swing. You can play on the staircase and have the guy on the rappel cover you. Instead, Fuse goes for an ADS swing aggressively and dies immediately. The shield operator gives you such vital information, and nobody can beat a shield in a 1v1. So it definitely seemed like they picked the Fuse operator simply to go for a plant, when it should have been going for the plant and then playing the correct way afterwards. I guess Savage isn't the most comfortable shield player perhaps, or maybe miscommunication, but either way, they had no way to stop anybody from defusing in that corner.
In the end, it made Secret look a little bit silly, to be honest.
Yeah,
they had a great opportunity there when that smoke went through, but yeah, just the cover was not it. And funnily enough, ITB are actually going to take their tactical timeout after winning 2 rounds back-to-back.
This has to be somebody recognizing something, like obviously support staff, right? Being like, guys, this is great, it's fine, keep it up, but be mindful of this, or keep this in mind that we prepped for, studied, or etc. I think for Team Secret, I think they need to go quote-unquote back to basics. They've tried their pocket strat, they've tried to go for that kind of cheeky plant, and I really like the fact that it worked for the first half, but the post-time just it wasn't good enough. Just go back to a good old chalet, play some solid rounds on the attacking side, and just play together. Because they're gambling these kind of 50-50 rounds or playing on a risky playstyle, they don't have to. We've also not seen Groupie become an entry. He's been playing support, he's been holding angles, he's been outside the building for most of the round. He has the vast majority of your kills. He was the guy running out the building on defense, making you guys thrive. And now he's almost being put on a leash a bit here with his operator pickups because he's playing support operators the entire time.
Drone up and running. And yeah, it's funny because we can't sit here and be like, oh, you know, get grubby on the entry operators because
just get kills.
Everything that's everything Secret have scrimmed, everything, like all of their prep for this has been Grubby playing this more passive role. And who am I to say get him off that and something else? Like, it's a big disruption to how the whole team is playing. But at the same time, you're sitting here and we can't be faulted for thinking, get a gun in his hands and give him a license to go frag, because we're not seeing Secret take very much ground on either of these bomb sites that we've seen them attack so far.
That's exactly it. That's so well put. And this is the issue when I say I want to see them go back to basics. Look at the upper lineup again. Who's the entry? Brava, Grim, Dokkaebi, Ying, Flores. If anyone dies early on, it's doomsday. You have so much utility in your pocket. Okay, Grubby right on the roof, halfway into the round, by the way, is spamming these Flores drones. And once the last one has been spent in a moment here, he can then become just a gun, a license to kill. But no one can afford to die for Secret because everyone is so util heavy. Virtue finds a pig rounds at the building, that's great. ICP, they overstep, they're forced to move, whatever. But again, we need to see Secret entering the building here, and time is taken away.
Oh, big kill there onto Adrian as well. That's the Ying. A lot of util gone by. And there's no frags, no explosive utility to deal with the shield position, but the flashes may get it done. Still, Azami has now managed to reposition. Creeds dodges the bullets and finds 2 bigs. Looking for more, but Grubby finally puts him in the dirt. Secret now. 2 players up, trailing behind in the round. And the jig is up. ITB know exactly where they are. They might not have achieved enough so far. Creeds was massive holding on to Piano. Secret desperately finding these kills. Now moving in, 35 seconds to play as they try and look for a plant spot. But have a look at this. Kenny, unaddressed, hidden in the shadows. And he distracts Foroska, who finds the final kill. Massive round from ITB. And Team Secret need to go back to the drawing board because these attacks have not been it.
Creed stole the show, he stole the round. I mean, that 2K upstairs, it turns everything upside down for Team Secret because that was their goal. They had the flashbangs pop in, that the Flores should already spend, the Grim Beats are going out, and then they lose 2 separate gunfights because of missed timings, not playing together. And they cannot play that awkward middle ground. You see it right here. June walks in, looks at the Asami, goes, okay, I can't see her. I'm gonna shoot to keep a barrier instead. And then Asami, who's on like a flash at that point, swings out and kills June, who's looking away from the swing position. And then the follow-up on the window jump in shortly after, it's after Creech gets the reload done. So it's too slow, it's too sloppy, it's a little bit too indecisive for Team Secret. When you have so much utility to spend, and you cannot clear one guy in the corner of Piano who's hiding behind a non-bulletproof gadget of a keep a barrier from Asami, then it's wrong, then it's bad. So I would expect some big changes right now for Secret in orbital lineups, in entry points, and how they're gonna problem solve these rounds. Because that's the 3rd round over. This means full bomb site rotation. ITB, they went bar, master, kitchen. They're gonna probably repeat a similar pattern, maybe throw in a basement there at some point, whatever. But Secret, they have now seen what ITB they want to accomplish. Now they have the intel to go for counter plays, like actual counter plays, expectations here being set. They have to be cleaner with it.
And Secret still haven't opted to take their timeout as of yet, which kind of surprises me. They didn't really get much out of ITB's tactical timeout just before last round because Secret didn't look a lot better. What realistically do we need to see in terms of Secret? Is it, okay, like you said, they've seen these setups before. We just come up with a hard counter and implement it straight away? Or is it more about, guys, we need to fundamentally think about a playstyle change. We need to start taking ground. We need to stop sitting outside the building hoping they'll pick into us.
Grubby and Ash is a great look already. And it's not to play the meme of like, he's getting kills, he's getting stuff done. It's the orbital lineup. Look at that up now. You can sacrifice so many people to die. Ash can go in. Striker can go in. Lion at some point can go in. This is a much more proactive lineup for Secret where if a fight happens or they want to take one, they can absolutely go for it. Nate goes out, flashbang, forces Oscar down. That's hit number 1 again. Great job. But this is exactly what happened last time. Secret can clear out the library player, but they can't take actual library control. They gotta go aggressive here. I'm expecting the last look to be called some Lions, the Lion charge, some flashbangs, and they gotta do a 3-2-1 full commitment because once again, no, actually, I might be wrong on this one. They've rotated. They're gonna go from master side, K9, office, balcony, etc. They're doing a good job here, attacking from every side possible at the same time.
I have a feeling the Ash was partially picked to counter the mirror that previously ITB had in this position, but it's not present this time. I saw Grubby bring out his Ash breaching device right before he peaks that position and then immediately put it away when he saw the mirror wasn't there. We need to see some entries. Like flashbangs are not enough to flush Noah out of position. Neither is that E1D. Another flash goes in and the jump in as well. Doom finds one and Secret win all their fights. They collapse together from multiple angles. And it works in their favor. Now ITB feeling a little bit desperate, but Creeds finds his 10th kill of the game and slinks back towards that side.
So much better. Again, they didn't rely on one player of Doom going for a backstab. There was 3-4 people working together from the same position on the map to clear top mezzanine. It's so difficult, but they got it done. Sure, Doom is low on HP, but they got the tools now. They can hit the bomb site, but they gotta drone first, stabilize, try and get a bit of intel. The issue is, Team Secret, they have 2 drones left alive. Likely flying drones. They have little to work with, but they think they know where Oscar is. That'll be a great pick if they can take him down.
Don't take this. No, but don't feed him. That's the problem. The risk here is if you lose that. But a 1-for-1 trade is more than fine.
Time.
Secret now. An advantage, but as you said, that time. 3v2, and well, Creeds quickly makes it even. Time is on ITB's side, and all they have to do is wait. But Creeds finally found. It's up to Grubby once again. 14 kills, but where is that diffuser? Virtue has to force it down. There's no time. ITB have clutched it in a 1v2, and Team Secret will be kicking themselves.
Disaster. The Lion was stuck in a goo mine. He was forced to slow walk into the bomb site, and he didn't have time to take it out plus go for a plan, so they just walked forward, hoping to find the last defender who was in, that one corner that you don't check. But I think Oscar put it so in the chat. How do I get a 1-for-1 trade instead of dining with 16 health left on my bar? And why are they going for Oscar? Why are we seeing 2-3 attackers attack dining when the bomb site is bar? You have library control, you have blue stairs, you have most of fireplace as well. You have manpower advantage. You have the bomb site window. You have ways in, you have map control, and you choose to go across the entire map rather, to fight the lone roamer with 30 seconds left on the clock. Miscalculations? Bit of nerves? Lack of problem solving? I'm not entirely sure which one exactly, maybe a bit of all of them. But Team Secret, you said they are not looking too clean their attack statistically. Well, in terms of execution, they look a bit lost.
Seconds remaining.
Yeah, man. Team Secret will be kicking themselves massively. I mean, even Grubby, he went sprinted in to try and desperately find that kill. He knew Virtue wasn't going to be able to plant. I saw Savage during that tactical timeout on the cams absolutely going ham. I have no idea what he was saying, but I can tell you right now it did not look pretty. Red-faced and out of breath and just speaking at 24 miles an hour. I don't know what he was saying, but Secret really need to fix up this because it's not been great. I mean, we're 10 rounds deep. It's break point now. Next round gets you a point on the standings. ITB desperately need it. But so does Secret, like we've said. I mean, top 2 finish is such a tantalizing prospect for this team. And it's so easy from here on out to jump over G2. You get a full 3-point win here, and Team Secret are into the top 2, and G2 won't have an opportunity next week to jump over them. They'll have to make good in their match later today. Team Secret still have a match next week to play as well. The pressure is ramped up, that's well and truly certain. But who wins it from here? ITB have the momentum. Secret, it's all on you.
I really like this setup from ITB. The soft destruction, deployable shield, the Yoga drones from the Echo, the intel to work with that is movable around the map. And Team Secret don't have an IQ, for example. Can't quite find the Echo drones. Creech finds one, trade it back onto Oscar, though. I think this is fine if you're ITB. You lose the mute. He had a bulletproof camera, most likely, right? So, yeah, he does. He's fine.
There's a free kill here on the Creeds. If he overexposes himself, he has the wherewithal to use a key, but to try and escape. That's very nice. Creeds, I tell you what a phenomenal game this man has had. Starting to contend Groovy for a top fragger in the server, and he's really come through on that defense. Funnily enough, both the players in the server seem to be the Azami players who are fragging out the most. As Az is droning a little bit ahead. Oh, sorry. Attack's droning a little bit ahead. Az spots it for a brief moment. When you see this entry from Grubby here, but for now, he's just playing passively again, holding these angles.
Small correction on my end. There was a C4 down, so maybe lacking a bit of plant and eye, but that's again where the Yuka comes in clutch. Secret. Small mini play here right now. One player opens the window, second guy covers the crosses, but look at Savage again playing so passive. He's fearing somebody's gonna hold the angle ready for him. But ITB, they're playing keep away. No one's taking any risk, nobody's swinging. They know they got the numbers. Oh, then they lost them. Adrian from far away finds a pick, they got yellow pings. Maybe ITB are not as solid as they think.
Oh! 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 Massive from Adrian and Savage together. All up to Kenny now. And he doesn't find anything. Virtue to lock in that round, and Secret finally have stemmed the bleeding after losing 4 rounds straight. They finally get themselves the match point that they have been searching for.
That looked way too easy, didn't it? Like, this was a very similar round where Secret are mostly outside the building, with one exception, Adrian, who just absolutely pops off, getting 3 kills in the round. It's a good look, but I can't quite put my finger on exactly what went so well for them compared to before. For ITB, they've been avoiding that base and bomb site. I feel like that would have been a good time to bring it out, because again, you've done your full bomb site rotation, you've shown your 3 primary ones, you're fighting for, you know, that 6-point guaranteeing overtime. This right here, Adrian just finding that gap, finding kills. Savage with the cover as well, not playing passive in the window. And I don't think we saw much from the Echo of Kenny either. There's an intel game, Echo drone stuns. Either way, ITB now on the back end. Secret finally buying a bit of breathing room, a bit of momentum now. Knowing that the worst they can do is overtime, but of course they want regulation. They can very much still take it, but they gotta execute cleanly and better. Much like the previous round.
5 seconds remaining.
And even in that previous round had a messy start to it, didn't it, thank you? Like, they lost the opening pick, they found one immediately after. A bit of a questionable mid-round, we didn't really know what was going on. ITB played extremely passive and Secret lapped that up. Now it's on ITB, again, to keep this game alive. Flipping it, to go down a kitchen, and this extensive roam on the top floor may well save ITB.
Cheeky Claymore. I guess that means big window is on the menu, because otherwise why would you put a Claymore there? It's always difficult, because when you're facing down like match point as an attacker defender, you often end up being a bit more passive, because it's like, oh, if I mess up right now, we lose the game, or we go overtime, or we put ourselves in a bad position. But when you're on the attacking side, you can't afford to have that mindset. You have to still seeking out these plays and looking for trades and entries and getting the timings done correctly. I really like the demos here, the Sophia, the Grim, soft destruction, 3-2-1 go kind of operators. And again, if you want to get aggressive with the entry, you absolutely can. And they still got supportive cast. They got Twitch and Brava. So much secondary drone work. They can hack cameras for intel or shut down utility. Look at that yellow ping. That should be... Wait, what? That was way off the mark.
How do you have that info on that? Jim gets punished for it. That's devastating there for Secret. That should have been the freest kill. But Oscar gets away with his life and a frag. 40 HP to smoke. What an operator that would have been to kill. Oh, Grubby needs to step up. We need to see him on this Deimos finding a couple of big kills. The Savage has gone down, and overtime may well be on the menu. Virtue's waiting for someone across his line of sight, but ITB know full well they just need to sit and wait.
Why would he move? No nades, no capital fire. There is no reason for Virtue to expect this guy, Kendra that is, to move up and just die on the rappel. Team Secret aren't forcing ITB to, go into a bad position because they don't have the right operators this time around. They got aggressive operators that goes for kills, not utility clear. They're playing their old playstyle with new operators, and it's not the right match.
Now desperately, Secret are looking for something. Here's a good opening for Adrian. Oscar down, still players above, and so many vertical lines of sight. Which one to contest? And Noah's got him dead to rights from offers up above. Virtue can't stay on this rappel forever. He'll go inside the C4, ready to greet him. ITB have pushed us deep. This game is going to overtime.
Gotta see the side swap when we get back to the game after the player camps, because I think whoever gets defense twice in our team might just take it off that alone. It's been 1 round each so far on the attack of Chalet. If you look historically back all the way, it's like Chalet, Border, typically the most attacker-feared maps, put Bank in there at some point as well. But this is not the same story for this one.
You want to hear something ironic, Pengu?
What is that? What?
So ITB had the side choice in regulation, and they chose to start on attack, obviously, and they won 1 out of 6. Secret got the choice of side pick on overtime, and they chose attack as well. Both teams look a little bit silly now, considering we've had 2 out of 12 rounds won by the attacking side in this match so far. And now Secret are the ones having to see. I mean, look at Savage's reaction to losing that round and seeing it go to overtime.
Yeah. It shouldn't have been the case. This is, again, why wouldn't you pick attack to start and overtime as well? Because this is literally one of the only attacker side maps in the game. It shouldn't be this hard, but it just is for both teams. I do have this small theory in my own head, and maybe some crazy stat guy out there has numbers to back it up or prove me wrong. But I genuinely believe that win rate success goes up in overtime due to the nature of the human psychology of how you play more passive when things are on the line. It's so often we see teams play slower, the rounds take longer, the moment you hit overtime, unless of course you go for spawn peaks and you force the round to go quick, for example, as a defender. So being defense now is great, not just because of this match being heavily defender-sided, but also the pressure rising. And if you're ITB, you're laughing right now because you've secured at least, 1 point. You know that you're doing great right now. And you just gotta sit back, play your default strats, and it's up to Secret on the attack start to problem solve this through and through.
Oh, what a wall bang from Grubby! Massive on the back of the information from that drone, immediately goes for it, and he lands a shot. This is what we need to see. You're saying that in overtime, risk mitigation makes players play more passive. But the flip side of that is if you're on that attacking side, you say, look guys, everything we've done hasn't worked, it's time to go for broke. That's what I want to see. I want to see Grubby in the building, finding more picks, taking fights.
We've been very critical of him. How many kills did he have on the defensive side? Like 12 kills, 13 kills? Like yet,
something like that.
The vast majority, right? And now he just got his 15th. He has done, quote-unquote, nothing in the kill department since the side swap, and that was his greatest benefit on defense. He was playing Asami. He was playing aggressive. He was going for kills. On attack, he's playing Flores. He's playing Capital. And that doesn't matter if you don't get to execute correctly. You're not getting kills, and you're not getting the plant down, so you're not winning the rounds. What are you doing then? So great for him to get that kill, but now we gotta see Secret again into the building because they're stuck on these rappels.
You can spot as many players as you want with the Bs. It doesn't actually secure you the kill. It doesn't always give you the ground. Here comes
here we go.
Potentially the entry in from Adrian. The back of the smoke, but he's nearsighted from the Fenrir. He's looking for more. Not going to pull out the goo mine. Elsewhere, Secret has found his. We have bomb site control now for Secret. All up to Oscar as Kenny is taken so low. Likely to die to that nade as well. Grubby finishes him off. It's all up to Oscar. Shut down. Shut out. Forget about your defensive favored game. Secret on the attack have found themselves on match point.
Who would have thought that the one round where 4 out of 5 attackers from Secret into the building, they win flawlessly. Who would have seen that coming? It's almost like that's how you play Chalet more often than not. And it took them every single round imaginable on the attack before they realized, guys, we just need to go. And I know it's so easy to sit here and watch from a top-down perspective from the comfort of my own home and say, it's not that difficult. The thing is, it is difficult, but it shouldn't have been as much of a struggle as it's been through regulation. This right here, that round, that's a pretty classic, typical kitchen attack on Chalet. Sure, they won every single gunfight. Sure, ITB, they went ready for it. Things go your way, sometimes they don't. But the point is, they actually had the solid player positions. ITB on the defending, the one way they fall apart, so they don't fight for the map space. They did give Secret a lot for free. They gave them Trophy, they gave them Solarium, they more or less give them Master Bedroom because Secret wouldn't big window Master Bedroom Repel. So ITB, when they play passive, that's actually the few rounds Secret can win on the attacking side. But now we see the side swap, and all we need to do if you're Secret is Grubby has to be Grubby and get 2 or 3 kills as a Sami, and it's done 8-6. If Grubby doesn't, other players have to step up, or we gotta go the distance.
Yeah, we saw 2 big 3K rounds from Grubby on this Azami, and I would not be surprised to see it again. It's bar though, and this is exactly where the Azami is at its most powerful, right? You can play on the mezzanine, you can fortify these positions. We don't have the mirror present. We've got Savage to support Grubby as well, who is playing in that mezzanine. No one inside Library itself as of yet. Plenty of time for that to change. My question, Pengu, what do ITB do about it? We've seen them bang their head against the wall into defenses like this time and time again. In overtime, is it finally when they decide to go for broke and do something a bit more explosive?
I'm not sure. 3 players Library Repel. Again, this is great if there's a defender stuck in the deep Library corner, but there isn't. So all this manpower that's coming here, it could be for the full on execute. You know, you smoke, you flash, etc. Because Grubby's not playing Warden. He will die into a Yinkadella, or at least he will get blinded by it. But getting into a Library with the hatch being opened up can be very difficult. Either way, I hope ITB they go for broke, they full commit, because the raid boss right now is Grubby. If he stays alive, so does the round for Secret.
There's been a lot of information gained by ITB, the Roteros, the drones, sent on through. They know exactly where Grubby is, they know Savage is supporting him from display. But how are they actually going to clear him out? No more nades on that sledge, 1 left on the striker. The Yinkandela's yet to be deployed as well. The Capital's fire about to come out. He's tempted for a brief moment, as Grubby's still just passively waiting, burning time. He doesn't feel the need to make a move.
Team Secret should know that something is cooking up because nothing's happening on the map. Either they're gonna hit the bomb site out of nowhere, or they're gonna have to attack Library. That's the only option that I think they have.
In go the Candelas, and that's the pick that they needed! Everything for Oscar! However, for the rest of his team, it's devastation. They've all fallen apart. It's just Oscar and Kenny now against 3 players from Secret. Kenny's still waiting for a re-aggression. Oscar 2 Candelas in pocket. Time to starve some information away. He knows that he needs to get that diffuser back up. It's been dropped far from home. And ITB on their last legs.
Little to work with, 2 Candelas in pocket. Wrong guy diffuser. You gotta pick it up or you gotta go for a kill. But either way, the thing is, Team Secret time is on their side. They get injured as well. It's a 3v1. It's all down to Oscar.
And Doom has already got that injure. It's up to Oscar now to pick up all 3 of these kills, 15 seconds. He's got no bloody information. There's no time to pick up Kenny. And here comes Doom looking for more. There's the last 2 kills. Lock it in and take it to the bank. Secret, it took overtime, but they get 2 points out of this matchup and rocket upwards in the standings, exactly where they know they deserve to be. Massive game from them. And they are very close to breaking into the top 2 here in Europe.
Massive game for them, but you see it in the player cams. That is not a victory that you're happy with, and you absolutely shouldn't be. That is you could have closed that out so simply, so quickly, and with little to no effort, hiding strats, hiding things to the future, especially for best of 3s, right? And instead, it took them every single round of getting exposed on their weaknesses to finally close it out.
And the cost of going overtime there means no second place just yet for Secret. They are tied on points with G2, but have a lower round differential. And of course, G2 still have a match to play today. Still, the hopes of making it into the top 2 before the end of the round robin phase are still very much alive for Team Secret. But of course, we have more games to play. And for that one to be broken down, we got some geniuses on the desk.
Geniuses, I'll take it. Thank you very much, Dev and Pengu. We got a longer affair this time round, which was nice for us as viewers. But you could see there, it's rare when you see players looking arguably a little bit dejected after a victory. But it was because, of course, they didn't get all of the points up on offer for Team Secret, which were vital for them when it comes to league positioning. And I think it really came down to 2 teams with similar play styles.
Yeah, that's basically it. I think both of these teams were a big crutch of cheesy operators.
Yeah.
And the band, like, we spoke about this before, actually, for ITB. Like, what would happen in a world where both Blitz and Monty were banned when you see Kenny being such a big crutch of shield operators? And I think we just saw what happened. In turn, this game into one of the most defender-sided Chalet I've ever seen.
Yeah.
11 rounds of defense were won, 3 attack rounds.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what it was. You know, both of these teams, they're cut from the same cloth. They play exactly the same way. They like these cheesy, aggressive, direct takes. And to be honest, their strength is not in the full clears or the conventional takes. So when you take away a Blitz, which is exactly what Secret would have played, and when you take away a Monty, which is exactly what ITV would have played, it forced them to play a little bit more conventionally. It take them away from the funky stuff that we're used to seeing them do. And ultimately, neither of them can attack. They literally out counter-stratted each other to a point that we had a very defender-sided Chalet. And I will say, on the defense, both teams excellent. Played loads of Azami, played loads of Castle, loads of utility, forced the other team to play attacks that they didn't want to do, and punish them for it.
Is that what we call a hard-fought loss for ITB?
I think it's honestly, I think it's a result that none of these teams would like. Yeah. I actually believe that it's the worst possible result that these 2 teams could get.
Yeah.
I think the fact that they went in overtime and there is no big winner of this has huge impact.
Yeah, so let's just contextualize that. Secret won, but they get themselves to 3rd place. Same points as G2, but such a worse round difference that if G2 win in regulation today, Secret will not be able to overtake them and get themselves into 2nd. So it's out of Team Secret's hands whether they finish top 2 now. For ITB, they needed any win to sneak into the playoffs and put it into their own hands for next week, because all they would have had to do was win next week. Now they're behind VP, they're behind Wild, they're waiting on other results to know if they'll be in the playoffs or not. And even though there was a winner, both teams actually lost in the overall grand scheme of things.
Leo, star player, Grubby?
Grubby, 100%. I think we already mentioned that Adrian and Jum were the big star players for Secret, but I think he really stepped up today, and that's what we needed from them. We needed to see someone that would step up instead of Adrian and Jum, and that was the case with Grubby. I think the craziest thing with Grubby is how many opening kills he got with 0 opening death. This guy went +5 in entry kills in a single map. That's just crazy. I don't know if you realize how huge 5 entry kills is, but on a map that it's only 14 rounds, it's crazy. And the Chaos T as well, super consistent, and 16 kills to round it. Incredible EPS. It's great to see him step up finally, because I think he was one of the fighters that were on the bad side of Secret so far. And it's great to see that they have the talent, except for Adrian and June, to just come up and save this team.
What a time to step up. Big up to Grubby. We've got Adrian lined up with us right now. Hello, Adrian. We could see from the player cams after that big win there that, you know, you were still looking a little bit disappointed with the result, right?
Yeah, of course. Like those many rounds that we just overplayed. We've done too much, doing more than we should have done, and it ended up losing us the round. That means I'm going into overtime, meaning we got less points, and then now getting number 2 is a lot harder in our goal.
Adrian, obviously, you know, like you said, getting 2nd place, it's out of your hands now. G2 play Wild later on. Do you have any messages for Wild to try and help you out a little bit?
Leighton's my goat. I already said everything to him that I needed to before the game and yesterday. I know he has it in the bag.
Okay, so you're
very confident in him.
Motivating him privately then, okay. So talk about this game. You were 5-1 up on the defense. Attacks didn't go too well. What happened there?
I think it's mostly like overdoing some things. Instead of taking the simpler method of like clearing someone, killing someone, we're doing it much more complicated, like trying to wall bang instead of just quickly taking that extra second to go to a proper position and doing it together instead of doing it individually and like letting them get away, stuff like that, and just timing everything together instead of doing it individually.
Prior to today, Adrian, we've been saying that you've been one of the players that have been carrying this team. A lot of, weight on your shoulders, leading your team to victory. Do you feel like that's been alleviated a little bit today?
I mean, I can see how it looks from the outer perspective that I'm the one with the like responsibilities with stuff like this, but I think it's very well shared between all of them. It's just people sometimes have like worse days than others, and someone always steps up. I believe in my teammates that they will step up. How they believe in me that I will step up. We all just take turns in my eyes. I think it's fairly shared.
All right. Thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the campaign, and congrats on a victory.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Cheers. We love that guy, don't we?
Yeah, he's the GOAT. He's so humble. And like he's one of the best players. He's a star of EUL in the making. But he's so humble at the same time.
Love it.
I want him to be a bit feisty, Ian.
Yeah, you need to tell him that.
I know, I'm trying.
ENCE versus Wolves is coming up after the break. Plus, Milos had a sit-down conversation with Leon Gids. Don't miss it.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server.
Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave. And I think he might just find it.
Welcome to Manchester. Feels like this one has been a long time coming. Should we show them how the UK does it, guys?
SSG sent home.
Scars came so close.
Talon have fumbled at the final hurdle.
R6 Esports has taken those that love it all around the world, but never before in the UK. That changes here and now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Blast R6 Manchester Major. Our 8 final teams. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our finalists.
The world champions defeated.
There's a fire sale on tournament favorites Manchester, and the underdogs are buying.
A semi-final Saturday of Siege. Let's have it, Manchester!
Action for the bees. It goes in. Shotgun in hands. Oh my God! Oh my God!
And it's heartbreak for Nath, but for BDS, their first shot in a year and a half at raising that trophy.
Are you ready to introduce our show match? Let's bring them up.
Get in there, Tom. Here we go. Bang!
How intimidating is that going to be having that stood behind? It is absolutely massive.
Our champione, Mr. Tom J. Sherlock and his team.
It's a pleasure and a joy to bring you all in to the final.
This is the Cinderella story, to say the least. I mean, they made themselves #1 NA, and now they find themselves here at the grand final.
Veto. BDS on the other side.
I think they are some of the best players in the world.
Manchester, are you ready? One more time, let's bring up our team to the stage.
The job isn't finished. Can you do this?
100% we can. We're just going to keep proving people wrong.
Against the sun is the fate of the intel. Free day. Holding up for the blood. If you didn't believe in us, I love you. Let's go.
Virtus Pro is our team. We are playing for a long time together, like maybe 6 years in a row, and we actually think that strategic is more important in this game than chaos. I don't know, chaotically. I don't know how to call it in English, but we like structure. You know, when you step by step know what to do and know how to win the round.
Listen up! Nighthaven Ordnance was stolen. Target anyone using our gear and put them down. Now load it up, let's go! Are you deaf, soldier? I said move!
Sorry, Callie. Orders are to keep you grounded.
And whose orders might that be?
Mine.
Is that all you got? Damn it! I didn't kill Yahata! Someone stole Nighthaven Ordnance and is selling it, jeopardizing our operation.
We know, but that doesn't mean you get to start a war over it.
This is Rainbow's operation now. Not sure your butter knife will cut it, darling. You'll be up against very loud guns. We have a squad for that. Red Hammer.
Welcome back to Blast R6 EUL Stage 2. It is the group stages. We've got just 2 days left. Well, half a day and one more day left of the group stages. And we are at the halftime point of this play day. Guys, are you enjoying it so far? I mean, the first matchup was very different to the second, wasn't it, Fresh?
Well, the first matchup lasted 7 rounds, Ian. And the second matchup lasted exactly double that with 14 rounds. Crazy. ITB as well, just as a fun fact.
Yeah.
That is their very first overtime in EUL completely.
Wow.
Roster. Not one overtime last stage. Fast overtime this stage.
And it's very sad because they still lost it. And all the other games that they lost in regulation were like 5-7. So technically they deserve to play more overtimes, but it was the first one.
They've got work to do, that's for sure. Look, one thing that we want to do here on this show is get to know the players outside of the game. And the lovely Siege legend, the royalty that is, my man Milos, had a chat with Leon Gids of Fnatic to get to know the mind outside of the server.
Welcome, everybody, to another special here on the EU League. And we like to highlight players and performers in many of their ways here that make Europe the best region in the world. And you can quote me on that. And I'm here as Milos. By my side is the one and only Leon Giddens. First of all, it all has to start somewhere, right? Why did you choose Rainbow Six? What did you do before Rainbow Six to compete into anything else? And what got you rolling into it?
Well, I think just to start with in general, I've always been like a competitive person. Even going back to like in school when I was younger, like I used to play rugby quite a lot. And we'd always be trying like our best to be like, you know, top of the region that we were in, you know, playing against other schools and other tournaments and stuff. So I think naturally just from like the get-go, I've always just wanted to win. Getting into Siege, it was just basically off of a whim, really. We just saw like, you know, a new Tom Clancy game. There was going to be a beta for it. And yeah, I was just like really like those type of games. I've always been into FPS shooters and stuff. At the time I was playing actually Halo 5, like a lot, like religiously. I was playing that a bit competitive as well. So yeah, I just hopped on to the beta of Siege and I just had a lot of fun with it. I started off on Xbox, but I think, you know, watching a bit of like of the early days of like Pro League and comp on that, I saw like PC was kind of like where I saw myself moving to.
Do you remember like a moment or a game or any sort of match or broadcast or play or something that was that tipping point for you? Please go ahead.
I think it was actually Ominous back in the day, like a very OG team. I think that was like the first team I really kind of watched and was like, okay, like I quite like, you know, how they were playing. I like the players behind them, and just generally like, you know, the comp setting in general, like that, and probably like Sisu as well. Like if I had to pick from EU as well, Sisu was obviously a big team from the start. Just watching them two really just got me wanting to try and play competitively, and I just landed on a few friends while playing with some streamers and other pro players and stuff, and we started a little ranked team called Aquila when we were 17 and stuff. Had some people in there before who are pros now. Kanto was in it before me. Doki was in there as well before I joined. And there's also other people like Stiggy. Yeah, people that have been around in the pro scene as well. Just a basic bunch of 17-year-olds just running around having fun against other teams.
You kind of emerged from that and found yourself on the cusp of, hey, I can actually make it into pro play and IDK form then. Can you kind of tell me a bit about how that formation was and what motivated you to keep going through into that summer of 2018?
When I first joined that team, I actually just got off a join there just was Ferrell joined as a coach at the time. And he was just like, these guys wanted a new sub because Ironic left. So they just, you know, recommended me. Yeah, and I got into the main team. Obviously, then the split happened and stuff. I think the main motivation for me was just I knew we was with some of the best players in the game at the time. And yeah, it all kind of just fell into piece, and we basically just went flawless that whole Challenger League stage.
Yeah, you qualified into, so you played that Challenger League, you move on from it, you go to DreamHack Valencia, and against all odds, you win the entire event, and you make it to the major, you make it to main stage. You also sign with Team Secret. From a career progression point of view, all of that being thrown at you in less than 3 months, how did you handle that? How do you even receive it?
Honestly, like thinking back now, it's been such like, it felt like such a long time at the time, but like it's gone by so quick. Like it feels like I was on Secret for longer than I was on like this current like Rogue Fnatic roster, but I've been on this team twice as long.
There's Montreal, but there's also the Invitational that's coming up. We know that it's going to be in the US, though not exactly where as of this moment. How's the path to the Invitational of 2024 and early 25?
Still feeling confident, actually, to be honest. I think we've just got to take some more time for ourselves personally to develop as a team and push ourselves to get where we want to be, but it's definitely not going to be an easy task, especially at the moment with how EOL's going and last stage as well. So just got to keep pushing. I think we have a good chance there.
Lovely stuff from Milos and Leon Gids there. Love Leon Gids, you know, fantastic leader, player, father. All around good guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
And crazy good setup as well.
Yeah.
Apart from on Chalet earlier on today. That's all I'm gonna
you
say.
had to go there.
He said he was confident.
But he's a great harmonica player.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Nah, I love Leon. I love him to bits.
Yeah, and I'm sure that you do watching home as well, and you'll see part 2 of that interview with Milos on another play day. We love Leon Gids. We can't wait to see it. Right now, though, we need to push forward, push ahead. The Siege train keeps moving here for EUL as we get set up for our next matchup. It is ENT versus Wolves. By the way, Fresh, Alfama, 2 wonderful analysts here. Fresh, what does this matchup mean? Because both teams really need to win. You know, Wolves especially, they've got to do it in regulation as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams are chasing down their own ends. Wolves, if they get 2 regulation wins, it was the same story as Secret. If they get 2 regulation wins today against ENT and next week against Secret, they will be a second place team, which will be massive in the context of going to the major. ENT, it's do or die time now. If they do not win, so they can win in regulation or overtime, but if they do not win today, they are out of the playoff race entirely.
Do or die, Leo.
That's a crazy moment for them, and I think it's even more important for ENT than for Wolves. I know they expect Wolves, they expect to go to Montreal, but they're still away. Even if they're not top 2, they can still fight in the LCQ or even later in the playoffs. For ENT now, that's a completely different story. They will have to go through the open qualifiers if they don't grab at least 2 points, and even then, they will still need a regulation win next week.
Yeah.
This feels like familiar ground that we're on. You know, I know you're French. Just translate déjà vu for me.
Déjà vu means already seen.
Already seen. Now, this is a setup we've seen in stage 1.
Yeah, we saw this game under very similar circumstances as stage 1, where Wolves are chasing down the top 2 and ENT are chasing to be in playoffs. And it looked like it was going to be a formality that Wolves would win in formality in stage 1. It didn't quite play out that way, and the game was, I thought, was a lot more entertaining than you could have expected.
But we can talk about it or we can run it back. Let's do that.
Oh, he doesn't make the connections, guys! Going for the rebound, they're all lined up! And how is this piece away from him? Looking for the feet, going for the single player, waits, lets the time tick. Bibu's playing this expertly. The second feeds themselves in. The Hasham peak, fire the 4, there's 3! Bibu, he's got to the pistol, it's an ace! Are you kidding me? What was that?
Oh, what? Bibu, I miss you, man.
Shinka's face on that clutch is like, why would they do this? It was the worst possible way to play this.
Yeah.
Worst possible way, 1 by 1, and not a single one playing against him. Like, not a single one shooting at him. That was crazy.
Surely that's not something we're going to see repeated here today.
Well, Bibu's unfortunately not going to be playing inside of it. But yeah, obviously we wanted to take you on a trip down memory lane because these 2 teams are both French majority. I know obviously Deadshot is Swiss. They're both French majority. There's a little bit more when the French teams play each other, Leo, as well.
Yeah.
So it's not as standard and clear-cut as it might seem.
I mean, if you look at the previous stage, right? We're in similar position, like we said. So Wolves was at the top, ENT was at the lower end. But then in the end, Wolves didn't qualify to Manchester, and ENT was very close in the LCQ to qualify, actually. So it's never as easy as on paper. I think they know each other very well. They're rivals, and some of them have been playing with each other before being rivals for a very long time. Yeah. And I mean, even if you look at Elems, I think that's an interesting point. So he's being brought into the team in ENT, but they had a whole lot of different choices in the offseason. They could have gone for Bibu. They could have gone for Shinka. They could have gone for the guy that 1v5 them, actually.
Yeah.
And they chose to go with Elems. And now, usually, I would say when you bring an experienced player like this, that sets you back a little bit in terms of quality, but usually that improves your ceiling. Right now, it just set them back, and it did not improve the ceiling. It lowered it.
Is that a time issue, do you think, Fresh? Is it they just need a little bit more time to gel?
No.
You don't think?
I know Lems, when they won, he said it in an interview that's a time issue, but look at Wild. Look at G2 bringing in 2 new players. Look at Wolves, their opponents today, bringing in 2 new players. I think the fact that ENT have just brought in 1 new player and he's slotted into the system, it shouldn't be as big of an issue as it is. He was brought in to level these guys out, to make them a more well-rounded team. I think their switch to Nako in terms of IGLing probably has had a bigger impact and a bigger downward turn than it just saying, hey, it's a new team.
So as it stands, failed experiment, Leo.
Yeah, I would say that the mayonnaise doesn't prend. The mayonnaise is not taking. That's what that's a French saying for French rivals.
Ouais.
Right now, the chemistry is not improving. That's my biggest thing. Sometimes time won't fix anything. Clearly, there is something misclicking here.
Let's just take a quick look now at the remaining matches for both of our teams here and just see what, I guess, the future looks like for them.
Yep.
Take it away.
This is going to be Ents. So this is, we've said this, Ents need to win today.
Yep.
And then they will need to win in regulation against ITB. And that is only to give them a chance at making the playoffs. They're currently bottom of the table. They've got minus 16 round difference, only worsened by Fnatic losing 7 today. And they're really not in a good run of form whatsoever. So, like I said, for Ents, it's absolutely do or die.
In 9th place right now, they're happy that it's still in their hands because they can beat Wolves, and then they're playing ITB, one of the only teams that are in contention for that playoff spot. So it's still in their hands, but to be fair, it's really tough. 5 points they need out of the 6 potential one.
Yeah, deep water. Let's take a look at Wolves now. Of course, we know who Wolves are playing today, but then they've got a tough old matchup on Monday against Secret.
Yeah, of course. So Wolves, you know, they are in a better position. Pretty much, well, they are confirmed for playoffs, whatever happens now.
Yes.
But if they win in regulation today against Ents, and then win in regulation against Team Secret, they will be the second place team. There is very much a chance that next Monday, depending on what happens with the next game with G2, there's a chance next Monday Secret and Wolves have a straight shootout for top 2 as well if G2 were to drop points.
Good stuff. All right, Leo, let's get into map pick and ban, shall we, for this one?
Yep. All right, let's take. Oh, I cannot see it yet, but
it's coming.
I will discover it. I will discover it.
Bada
Give
boom.
it to me. Give it to me, baby. Yeah. All right, we have it. Wolves banning Border and Clubhouse. Oh, okay, Clubhouse is a weird one. It's a good map for Wolves, but Border is not a surprise. Bank and Cafe. Okay, Border and Cafe as well. Not a surprise. Permabans from Wolves. A Chalet ban is okay. They've been poor on it so far. The club is the weird one for me on Wolves side. Now on Ents, focusing on Labs, Bank. Lair, do you see a theme here? Wolves are great on all of these maps.
Yeah.
The last one playing against G2 was really good.
Yeah.
Skyscraper ban to go on to Consulate. Both of these teams actually mid preference for this.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good map ban.
Ents have banned every map where Wolves have looked good this stage so far, every single one of them. Talking about Consulate a little bit, Wolves have had very standard attacks, I would say. They look as a bit more of a complete unit on the attacking front. I think that will work well for Consulate because I think you need to be all over the team play when you are attacking Consulate. And I think for Ents as well, I think for Ents they generally script a lot of what they're doing and can be quite slow. And Consulate doesn't really lend itself to that.
And that showed when their games against Fnatic, they actually played Consulate and they lost 7-8 because it was just scraps. It was just lurking around. They wouldn't find the right win condition. And it was always relying on some cheesy play, and they were completely desynced. And they've got really far because Fnatic didn't play well, but all in all, it was not a good showing. Whereas for Wolves, mind you, they won against G2 7-3 on that map during EWC quals. So great map for them.
Well, the game is ready. Let's bring in Dev and Pengu, shall we, guys? We're ready to go again, but Pengu, this is a true back against the wall sort of situation for Ents, isn't it?
It is, and I heard you guys talk about how, they're slotting in one player to the system, but I have a feeling that it's not LMs trying to fit the system of the other 4 players, it's LMs trying to reinvent the wheel with these guys and say, hey, I have this experience from this big deal with BTS, I want to change how you guys play the game a bit more. And I think that's why their ceiling has lowered and their floor is also a bit far down, because they're doing a new style and they haven't had time to figure it out, and that's why they're in this really poor position on the scoreboard.
Dev, if they get a good result here, is there any hope for them to readjust that ceiling that seems to have dropped a bit?
Look, the big thing that is the question for me with Ents is time management. In terms of between now and when are we expecting results? Are we expecting it in time for Montreal or expecting it later on? I think you have to be humble when you're in a position like this. For Wolves, totally, there's time to really prove that you can be a top dog, but consistency is key, and that's what a lot of teams in the European League have struggled to deliver.
All right, crucial fixture for Ents, and the big one, of course, as well for Wolves. Let's get into this. Dev and Pengu, lead us through.
Thank you very much, Ian. It's time to dig into Consulate. Now, Pengu, every single time Wolves and Ents play each other, not only is it a fancy French derby, but every single time we get maximum overtime matches. In stage 1, 8-7 in favor of Wolves on Nighthaven. And then in the qualifiers, in the semi-finals for the LCQ for Manchester, it was 8-7, 8-7 in favor of Ents. So I have very high expectations out of this game. I'm hoping this goes the distance.
Oh man, I mean, one can hope, right? One can hope it goes the distance, but if it does, I want it to be because of good performances on both sides. We've seen a little bit of sloppy games in the first 2 series on Chalet. There's been some good, there's been some bad, but it has not really necessarily been all that clean from both teams. Ents, yes, they've had their struggles. Wolves, big surprise. They still look amazing. They're all buying the same system, fighting for top 2, fighting for top 4, and they've impressed me so far. Ents have a very big task in front of them. Not only are they playing Consulate, they're also starting on the attack inside. This could be very difficult for them to get a couple of rounds going, to get that momentum. See if they can do it. Opera Bands went out.
Oh, I think it's the opposite here. We've actually seen all the shields.
Nothing too crazy yet. The shields are surviving through. Monty, the Blitz, and the Fuse. I would expect someone... Let's think about who can play a really good Monty here. P4, right? P4 is phenomenal this season with the shield rework.
Certainly is, when we got all those shields having snuck through that Veto.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
See here what they can do on the first round, playing on the lobby bomb site. All about verticality, taking upstairs control, extending around the map. You want to get that active roam going, essentially. And that is exactly why it can be so difficult to attack, because you got your multiple win conditions, right? You got to do a clean roam clear. You got to take full map control, do verticality, hit the bomb site, cover the flanks with drones, and get the entries. And you only have, the same as usual, 3 full minutes in the round start to do so.
Well, work cut out for them on their attack of Ents. The Wolves, they've been in very solid form in this stage so far, but a pretty heartbreaking loss to G2 just yesterday. Certainly means that they're looking for an opportunity to bounce back. And we already see that Monty from Azox. Is this the top yellow push, perhaps? Yeah. I wonder how much information we might be able to get from the Pulse, because at the moment he's all the way down in the basement, so far from home.
Yeah, again, as I mentioned earlier, that verticality, all 3 floors, and P4 has to get active. Ideally, when the defender starts seeing what the Monty is, yeah, there we go, you start rotating over, get the C4 below him. If it goes into the softest trouble floor, for example, keep those pings going. And that first Guman's gonna take a fair bit of health off the Monty, but fear not. There's a finger boost inside, almost back to full. And no smoke, no go, no time deniers here on the side of Wolves. So with this very fast room, what is this? What is this?
What a rotation! Oh. That's unbelievable from Mowgli. Oh, he might even better take the fight against the Monty. Big from Mowgli. This guy, he always pulls things out of the hat. Pulls it out of his arse more like. I don't know how he gets away with that. What a rotation outside, and he can fall all the way back alone with no pressure whatsoever from Ents to cut him off.
That could be the round. That's Ents' entire win condition. The Monty to push through, losing map control, shotgun swing to the yellow staircase, great pre-fire from Skies to get that kill back with 20 HP left. 2 finger stims can still go out and do a little bit of healing. There's the first one. But the fact that Mowgli does this in the opening round, he is already in their heads. He's known to play this overly aggressive playstyle, and all it took was a Gridlock to go into a Guman, for him to force it outside the map, jump in a different window, and get 2 kills.
Yeah, I personally have never seen that run out before, and the jump back inside to go for that flank. Incredibly ballsy from Mowgli, but like you said, he's known for these brave plays. But he also knows when to just chill out. He's low HP, he's vulnerable to a gunfight, so he's falling back. He's using those goo mines to lock up the positions. But that said, Ents are quite close to this bomb site. Guess who, though, has now gone below with his C4 in pocket.
Yep. First win condition, hold the side with guns up. That's Mowgli, for example, the rest of his team. Second win condition, pulls downstairs with a C4, can deny any plant spot on the site itself. Ents have low time, and they're trying to fight P4 downstairs. They gotta make a decision right now. You cannot split up right now. You don't have the manpower for it.
Oh, Mowgli. Mowgli's found 4 of them.
Get the ace.
And on site, the first win condition seems to be the win. He's looking for more. Give it to Mowgli. Big ace for the big dog in the first round. And smiles all around for Wolves. Oh, he licked his lips at that one. He went hunting for it, and he hunted with the pack.
Big dog indeed. I know you saw it. P4 had pistol in hand, sprinting, zigzagging downstairs. He knew what he was doing. He's like, Mowgli, come for this one. It's free for the taking. Get in their heads, feel good about it. And this is the thing. It's one thing for Mowgli to find that gap and get the 2 kill early on, because that's it. That's 2 kills. That's good. And he survives. It's another thing to give this guy 5 kills in the opening, because once he gets fired up, if you don't shut him down like this round, he will just run away with this. He's gonna keep doing these crazy plays. He's gonna keep playing overly aggressive. When you have a great shot like Mowgli does, combined with confidence, you're gonna just take some absurd gunfights and turn the rounds out of nowhere. So ends not the start they wanted. It looks, I was praising them. It was going so well. They did a full top floor roam clear in like a minute. That's incredibly fast. But then that play happened.
10 seconds to go.
Mowgli's very known for his moments like that, but he is also known to be quite a hot and cold player. Tengu, if you look at the stage thus far, he's actually the 25th rated player in terms of EPS. That's out of 45, so that is below average for the league. And if you look at entry stats, he's 10 and 15, so that's a negative entry stats. He's got a negative KD, it's 56 to 62, that's -6. So
quick maths.
While we do know Mowgli is very much got a reputation for moments like that, he's had his fair share of quiet ones as well. But once he starts getting the ball rolling, it can be hard to shut down. Already taken low in an early engagement. Exactly sure where that fight's going down.
This is a bit brave. The Glass, the Maverick, the Muncie. This could be Jens looking for a cheesy one, a pocket strat, if you will. Smokes go out, plant, the Glass covers. No real plant eye here from Wolves. This might actually work.
Yeah, but we have the Scopos can return back to sight. The Scopos camera can also look through that smoke. The C4 not ready for denial. Deadshot brings it out. It misses. No plant denial from above either. And the Glaz can find the opening kill. Mowgli at least will finish off that Glaz. No more post plant with the smokes to worry about. But this Monty is still at large, though low HP. We need some impacts or some kind of explosive utility, and it's Lasmo, not only to find the kill, but to have that impact in pocket. Azox goes down, and Nako has to try and cover it. It's all up to Lasmo, and a quick lockout from Nako. Big round from Ents on the back of Alem's call there with the Glaz and the Monty, and Ents immediately have a reply.
This just shows how important the drone phase is in Rainbow Six Siege. They likely spotted like 3, 4, maybe all 5 of the defending operators, and they saw, guys, they are so vulnerable for a direct plant attempt. There's no smoke, there's no Goyu, there's no Maestro. They didn't even have a bulletproof camera on the side. They just had the Scopo shield, but it was placed in a relatively passive angle in case if that teleport comes through. It couldn't see the plant spot where the Monty went. So massive blind spot on the defending lineup. And look at the change-up now. Now they're playing the Warden. They're playing more side control. Sure, they still got the Scopos and the Mutant. They go for a bit of a roam, etc. But also, let's be honest, Ents aren't going to do that again. Even if we saw the exact same defender lineup, the exact same setup on the bomb side, there's no way you go 2 for 2 with that Monty strat. That's why we call it a pocket strat. You have it, you pull it out of your pocket, you use it, it's spent, it's over. So you're now baiting Wolves into picking more side-oriented operators when they want to go for a roam clear. It's perfect. This is Ents just playing strategically sound, making good decisions, and likely also bringing their prep work with them.
Attackers must locate and defeat.
And what it does is open up the door for Ents to say, hey, you know what? Maybe we can go for a roam clear. If they're now forced to do their due diligence by bringing more side ops, then yeah, why don't we bring that Ram? Let's go for some Vert. Why don't we bring that Deimos? Let's hunt these players down. At P4, however, he's got this Scopos again. He's on that roam. He can get back to site if needed. But I'm not sure if there's much else of a roam going on aside from P4.
But that's the thing about Scopos, right? You can send one player, there's one more player actually CO side, but I was gonna say, you can send 1 or 2 players upstairs. Scopos can, if you play correctly, always get back to the side. Let's see if they bait it out here. The impact they can deal us, so they scours this time, but it doesn't work out. He gets shot down. Great bait there from Ents again. P4, you gotta be quote-unquote smarter than that, right? They're baiting it. It's a 50-50. He could have gotten a kill himself, but you lose so much presence on the map with Scopos dead. That whole teleport feature is now done. And it also forces the other Romans to be a bit more passive fall back because you lose that manpower early on in the round. And Ents, they're getting the main wall. They're getting the backside walls. They're applying roam pressure. They're striking from all the right angles right now.
You'll more than happily take that for ENCE. Meanwhile, we also saw exothermic detonate on the garage breach, so we've got a way into the site here. And looks like there isn't much more contest on the roam after killing that Scopos, and the Ram can get to work mincing up this floor above the bomb site. The Azami is going to get targeted by Deimos. Rykos can now call to his team where she's hiding.
You cut your losses. You can't afford to lose any more defenders if you're Wolves. So while you do want to roam and maybe try and get a kill back, it's too risky. Let's see what they can do though, because look at this. ENCE, they're taking all the map control that is currently free. Backside, Visa window, droning top floor, on the main breach, smoked in the gunfight, yellow stairs right now, trying to fight for something. Deadshot is actually second floor still for late flying potential, but look at this. Motive dies and the cut off in the main breach.
You shouldn't be losing players to main breach here. The Wolves, and immediately aggressive plan. Don't think it's been heard. Might have been spotted there as Narco starts to go for it. Where is the plant denial? A C4 shot out of the air by Skies. Beautiful work. And the defenders just dodging and weaving in the side, but the cover is here for Nako to confirm that diffuser. Now a post plant with a 2-player advantage for ENCE. And Azox sneaking in from behind, finds Deadshot, trades back that kill. Another one for Azox. Well, up to Lasmo now, 1v4 retake, breach open. He's dead to rice, there's no chance of it. Easy lockout for Skies, massive round from ENCE. And they're fired up as well. Lems is feeling the fire.
He should. Like, if that's a Lems or anyone else calling that, it's such beautiful Rainbow Six Siege. ENCE, they've accounted for everything. And they're not making mistakes, they're not leaving gaps, the flank is covered. There was actually the mute of Deadshot roaming the entire round, and when they're going for the plant, they Deimos tracked the mute of Deadshot upstairs so he couldn't go flank Visa. That means Azox in the backstab position where he got 2 kills, he's completely safe. He knows what's going on. So the front is helping the back and vice versa. It looked like it was 2 separate like groups of people making their own play, but actually 2 separate people working together to meet in the middle. And if the back succeeds, then you get the backstab. If the front succeeds, well, you get the plant. That's the best case scenario, of course. But when both of the groups succeed, you get a near flawless round. And just to put it into perspective, Consulate is, at least by my count, by my opinion, one of the hardest maps to attack. It's difficult on ranked, casual, and pro play because there's so much to account for, there's so much going on. ENCE are showing us that they got the strats down and they're hitting the shots today.
Yeah. 5 seconds left.
Yeah, and when it comes to reading a specific setup and saying, hey, we can go for this right now, they've on the ball with that as well. Like, they're calling, they're reading. Even little moments like P4 dying early when he was trying to shoot the X-Kairos, he got baited, and we saw the swing come in from, I believe it was Rykos at the time. And things like that, ENCE are nailing. And Wolves are starting to feel that pressure right now. As you said, they're on the favored side by a significant margin. They need to start really picking up their game, because even a 3-3 split here, even if they go flawless, there would still be an asterisk next to this half. ENCE have found 2 rounds that may be more than enough for them to be satisfied with this half. Wolves need to step up. They can't delay.
Changing mags.
I like to switch up the side, the operators, the pace right now, definitely a bit slower. ENCE, they got something to counter though. When you see Armor or Capita on Consulate, you're always thinking that CEO window. You jump in, you go for a cheeky plant, and one thing I could actually imagine ENCE doing here is they attack Visa admin. You know, they take Soda Machine, they're by the meeting door, they're applying all this pressure, but then they rotate over the plant, or maybe I got a cover, and just Armor in CEO window and go for a bait and switch basically. So they're saying, hey guys, we're attacking over here. JK, we're planning across now. You see it right now, actually. NQ is about to go in CEO window with Bok below. They're gonna try and play Wolves and just make them look like fools here, if it works.
Patience will certainly help. Lems is just waiting. Wolves seemingly aware, or at minimum cautious, of these players below. They've got their own vertical angles to contest. The Amaru is prepped here. Yep. Ready to go for it, and in he goes. The Goyo gets targeted, and Nako burns in the flames. There was a... that's terrible. There was a Goyo on the window. So as soon as he went through it, he detonated himself. That is devastating. Very smart from Deadshot, very smart from Wolves. And while at least ENCE find 1 kill back here from Alens, his position is revealed, the diffuser is stuck in the bomb site, and ENCE are looking a little bit desperate.
Hey, when you Uno reverse card the read like that, it is beautiful. It's placed on the window, pops because of the Amaru, gets the kill. There's just Wolves covering their bases right now. ENCE look like fools, but ENCE thought they were the ones being smart. And now they gotta, you know, pick up the pieces. LM stuck downstairs below. Sky's losing HP, no fires left in pocket. I don't think ENCE has a real way in towards the bombs anymore. They've been completely locked out. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, look at all these players just sitting, waiting patiently. ENCE want to make this vertical game work. Alems is down here. Rykos tempted to go for it, but now Skies, he makes his way in, but Deadshot gets that double. All up to Alems. He spent this entire round loitering down below. He's going to stay down there. Wolves very easily will lock out that round. And it really just came down to a single moment, Pengu. It was that Vulcan canister on the window frame. Doesn't really take much more than that for Wolves.
It's the small things. Why do pro teams players should not operate on a certain bomb site? Was because they are required sometimes to prevent a certain strat from working. And Wolves, they figured that one out perfectly. But there's a very simple reason why it's perfectly okay that ENCE lost that round. And that's because they won the basement attack with the Monty. Like, they won the first tease attack, now they've lost the second, they've equalized at 1-1. It's perfectly okay. They can troll one, they can get one. Wolves though, they're gonna feel good about reading that correctly because it also shows that they're kind of starting to understand what kind of playstyle ENCE they're bringing, right? They're playing strategically sound, doing things that make sense, they're being very structured, very thorough. So also think, okay, if they go for meeting, let's have a good canister here. They're going to CO. Let's put 2 on the window just in case. And they're actually covering their different like criteria, saying, hey, ENCE are smart, they might go for this, they might go for that. Let's just cover both.
Yeah, literally it could not have been better for Wolves if you planned it, if you scripted it. I don't think I've actually ever seen an Amaru go straight into a Goyo and then just die from the flames that she detonated herself. But
No,
you can't ask for
map.
much more than that. Yeah, yeah, legit.
Okay, so
Mowgli
this
is
is Mowgli. Mowgli do Mowgli things. What do you reckon, James? 50-50?
He's
Does he
good
get
for
this?
one. Good for one.
Oh, he's good for
Good
one.
for
Okay,
one.
I see.
Oh, he's distracted. He wants to get every little bit of util out. Is he waiting for a call from a teammate?
Yeah, or a sound cue.
No, he's...
I mean, they have the pulse scanner. He might be scanning, maybe.
Attackers have recovered their
Ah. Oh, he's in the basement. Okay.
diffuser. The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Oh, he's still trying for it. Okay. It's been 40 seconds.
Is
no
he
big
waiting
deal.
for a call from a teammate, perhaps?
Oh, look at this.
I mean, if he
It's
went now,
worked.
he's got a kill.
He doesn't know.
No, too late. Too late.
He surely hears him, though, so maybe on the run back. Oh, there's a Demos tracker. No,
come on! What is that? Mowgli! You are a madman! Who does that? Tracked by the Deimos. Okay, time to scoot and boot. Quick kill for him. Nako finds a consolation frag, but that's a 3k for Mowgli on the round. Rykos against the world, and Mowgli finds his 4th. Patience rewarded for the star player from Wolves. You can never count this guy out.
This just goes to show how different of a mindset that I and Mowgli have. The second I saw that demo strike, I'm thinking reinforce the wall, run away, call for backup. Literally no hesitation. This guy full sends it into the enemy spawn and just kills 4 people combined in like 15 seconds. This shouldn't be happening. This is 2 times now where Mowgli has won a round single-handedly. An ace the first time, a 3 or 4k the second. And how is he even allowed back in the building? I don't understand. Oh my, oh my.
I'm gonna be honest, I actually didn't know that you could vault that banister. I thought that was blocked, but no. Apparently you can just sprint out on a meeting balk and jump straight over. Come back into lobby. Oh,
You know,
I can't wait to die to that next ranked game.
When Conjure first came out, when the rework first came out, the windows, instead of admin, right above Visa here, you couldn't jump out those windows originally, right here. But then a patch happened, and then you could. And you had players, you know, be completely ignorant to the windows because, like, you know, you drone, you're safe, nothing can happen, maybe a C4. And then all of a sudden the patch happens, people are flying out the windows and killing people on drones. And that was back when solos was still very strong, so you could see where people are standing when they're droning. And they caught everybody by surprise. Consulate,
You know if you
you're
can
not
still
really
jump out
safe.
those windows?
You can still currently,
admin
yes.
windows? You can, really? Wow.
Now you can, yeah. They kept it in. You couldn't, then you could, and it's still that way today. As far as I know. Oh, that's unlucky.
Yeah, nice juggle there from Asa. No util thrown over the top of the wall to try and prevent this bandit juggle, and now Ents have to think twice about that very precious single exothermic charge they have remaining.
It's pretty smart though, right? You play the Kaid and the Bandit, you draw out the Kai Claw, you go through an EMP, Bandit runs over, tricks the wall. They're gonna go for backside instead though. But you bring out one exothermic charge. Good news if you're Ents, however. You have 3 separate Heartbreach operators. You're gonna get, or should get at least, everything that you desire opened up. But what it also means, you have way less utility, right? When they attacked basement, they had a Glass, they had a Monty, you know, you have Capital, or Grim in this case, who were banned, or Ying, who's also banned. You need util to attack those basement bomb sites, to break things apart, to create a plant position, to deny vision for the defenders or something like that. They don't have that. They have hard destruction, and that's really where the story ends. Trying to go for a breach. Ooh. They mess it up. Oh, they got the they were so close. They got the timing. It looked like the exothermic charge was gonna get tricked because the MP didn't go out in time. But oh. Okay.
Yeah, nice shot there from Rykos. By the way, he's been worth his weight in gold this round. On the Brava, he's hacked that Banshee in yellow. He's also hacked the bulletproof camera in sight. Deadshot was trying to take it down, but he didn't get a chance to. Now Nako is actually on that camera, and all this information is free for the attack.
That should be communicated though. Like, why is no one dealing with this? Okay, now that the wall is open, it's a bit. Oh, is that a flank upstairs? Yeah, it is. Okay, there's a gap in the roam clear somewhere. Azrax is taken down for free by P4. He's gonna scoot back to the bomb site, not risk overstaying because he had no business playing there. Maybe he had info on the scanner, saw that he was walking away. Either way, 40 seconds to go. Ents got the main breach, smokes are going out. And because they got the blue camera, they have really good intel on site.
This army's going to keep them at bay a bit longer. They smack it together. Still, I believe, a player at yellow pillar. And there's another one from Mowgli. He's just holding on. Alems, though, he's snuck down the spiral stairs. He's found his first, but he knows he's caught in a crossfire. He loses his life to Lasmo. But now Lasmo's got to get on his bike and start moving towards that site because it's only Asa holding up against the world. They're down onto Rykos, but Nako's still forcing that plant down. Ring around the rosy with Skies straight into the crossfire. Asa doesn't have an opportunity to deny the plant, and Skies hunts him down. A round that perhaps Ents shouldn't have won. They stole back again, and Wolves frustrated. They should have done more on that half.
3-3 is not the end of the world, but I do think you're correct. Wolves are gonna feel like they should have gotten like that 4th round. It could have been that one. Could have been the cheese round that they lost, you know, to the Monty Glass combination. But either way, you know you're starting defense, which means you also know for a fact that you have to go big on the attack at some point. And they only gotta match their score. Get 3 in defense, get 3 in attack. That's the first 6. You know, that forces overtime at the very worst. And Wolves, in their defense, they're a good attacking team, and Monty is left open. P4 was single-handedly destroying Virtus Pro and Clubhouse in, you know, a way earlier play, like play number 2, I believe it was, something like that. He could do the same thing here. Consulate is an excellent Monty map. Wolves are an excellent Monty team. Fuck. Deadshot playing Monty. Okay.
Yeah, that's a bit...
That's interesting.
10 seconds left before insertion.
So what is the plan here from Wolves? Like, you've got some real execute ops. Obviously, the Monty, you don't always have to have a specific strat in mind. He's so versatile, you can do all kinds with him. But I see the Capital, I see the gridlock, and I think there's something specific in mind here for Wolves.
It certainly could be. You can go in CO, go for like a piano rush, for example. You can go through lobby and do a plant, you know, deny the verticality. But I also think what this lineup gives you is actually a lot of dynamic flexibility. You can do a lot of things here. You're not locked into one choice or one decision. It very much comes down to what is your heart desire. And right now, that's upstairs pressure. Connect the window, meeting balcony getting opened up. The big thing though, wherever Monty goes, wherever Deadshot wants to thrive, that's going to be their point of execution most likely, and where a plan is either going to go down or the attack is going to be coming from. And he's just droning for most of this round. Fire, smoke's going out. What's happening here?
There's an attack happening. Mowgli, amidst the chaos, has found a kill, and it looks like the execute came in through bathroom and console. Immediately, a lot of map control has been stolen now by Wolves.
And ENCE is starting to be forced back downstairs.
Diffuser has been dropped. Attackers have
excellent.
recovered their diffuser.
When we don't know exactly what's going on, odds are ENCE have even less of an idea because we see the outlines. We see a lot of things on our end that they do not. And that was a big, like, yeah, confusion play. They get the 2 picks, they got the Muncie still. They can get in towards the bomb site here, and quite honestly, they could just try and go for a plan because there's no real deny here. He has to post downstairs, which they're joining for already.
Barrier activated.
What a fast round. Wolves are setting some purple sectors here. The Monty already in sight, ready to look for a plan. The
trade.
Pulse down below also taken down. There is a trade here from Rykos, and he might have just saved this round. How did Deadshot expose his head? You're the Monty, you're meant to be safe. There's plenty of time to work with, and Lasmo does finally finish off Rykos. It was the thorn in their side. Now Nako's got to find his way back into this round. He's hoping that someone will cross his line of sight, but a very small magazine he's got here in the Roni. He doesn't have a way to get back into sight without exposing himself. He's just heard that plank go down. Now he has to smack this key, but they'll know exactly where he is now. No C4 to speak of. It's going to go down below. And this is a nigh impossible retake. Wolves can just reposition. He's hoping for a free kill on the rappel. And Mowgli will get up in his face as Mowgli does. Nice shoddy kill to finish it off. And Wolves demonstrate their dominance here. Already on their attack.
Such a good starting round for them. Just like their first opening defense round. So much aggression, coordinated, uncoordinated, everywhere all at once. I do think that ship might have gone for the wrong plant position on the Muncie there, opting for the middle of the piano when you got that half wall close left of the yellow door. It's a lot safer. But then again, they're playing around the post there. That was the big thing. If the post gunfight didn't go in Wolves' favor, it was a safer plant spot. But because the post died, you can stop, you can stabilize, go for a safer spot, then go again. Either way, Wolves come out victorious because they had the early numbers advantage. And that's the best, simplest way to go about Consulate. If you can get into like a 5v4 or a 5 versus 3 on the attacking side where you're favorable, you have numbers advantage. And that's crucial because this map in terms of structure, how it's shaped, absolutely favors the defenders. When you play this top floor bomb site, for example, you can just lock down Soda Machine, top spiral, and the site. That's all you really need to worry about. You don't need to extend out and fight for map space like on Chalet, like on Bank, where the bomb set itself isn't the strong aspect, but the rest of the map is. We don't see anybody hold admin. That's not really possible. We see them play where Rykos is sitting on Soda Machine. So if Wolves can find this pick or two early on, that's when they're going to be at their absolute strongest due to the nature of how this map plays out.
Wolves have actually struggled on opening engagements in this game so far, Pengu. It's been 4 rounds opening engagements for ENCE to 3 for Wolves. I could say 3 for Wolves, but really it's actually 3 to Mowgli. Of course it is. He always seems to be the initiator for Wolves, the playmaker. What's P4 calling here? I love seeing his camera. He's just always talking, always making some kind of comm to the team. The mastermind behind the operation. Oh, the nade caught. Second one to go out. That should be able to destroy this desk here. Actually, I think it might not have done. Is that still a solid piece of cover to play behind?
Hard to tell. Call goes out, fire follows through. Again, what's happening here? Yellow CO repel. It's at the building.
Yeah, but there are players still left unattended here. Uh-oh. Revive from Deadshot, but Alems will finish him off. This positioning Con never covered, but Mowgli finds his pick. He's about to get stabbed in the back. There's no timing for it. He missed his opportunity, and Rykos eventually punishes. All up to Lasmo now, 1v4. Daring round from Wolves. Nice bait there from Lasmo. On the camera. I don't want to feed him one by one, but Nako ends the round regardless. Yeah, that was a weird one. That was a very messy one. I don't know what Wolves are playing out there, but ENCE, thankfully, we're able to weather the storm.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. There is no like sound way for them to actually get any sort of real bomb site execute going. They were dropping down Yellow Sky, rappelling in the CEO window to the bomb site itself and walk up the spiral staircase. They didn't have any real sense of like striking point or a place to sync up their players. So it's all isolated 1 versus 1 gunfights, but on enemy territory where ends are very much favored. But that's the top 4 bomb site that I spoke about, where you only really care about like the site itself. That's the most difficult bomb site for, I think, for Wolves to find openings. They're gonna have an easy time on basement, on lobby, and on that split bomb site, because you need to play the roam. You need to play dynamically. So if anything, that should be the one bomb site where Wolves should struggle the most given their playstyle, and they should find a bit more consistency elsewhere. We're gonna see a big change up as well from them. P4 showing the Monty for now. Going to a lot of breach operators actually, instead of fashion to ends. And it's important to breach things. You gotta get that main wall opened up, and it can be difficult if you don't pick enough hard breaching.
5 seconds left before.
You're not seeing a Thatcher though, so I don't know what the plan is to clear any static bandit batteries. I guess you got the Twitch. Maybe there are EMPs here on that Monty.
Yeah, you got 170 EMPs.
Secondary EMPs. That does something,
right?
But you can still bandit juggle that.
Yeah. Yeah, if you put both the bandit batteries on the far left and far right side of the wall, if you pre-place them, one single secondary EMP grenade won't catch them because of a very small radius. So as long as LMs doesn't stack up, he's fine. Or if he just tricks this outright, you know? They don't even drone it, I think. LMs.
Oh, he doesn't have the timing.
Oh, he doesn't hear it? Oh no! That's
headphone
okay.
check for LMs?
Yeah, headphone check. That should not have been that easy. I mean, this honestly is a big deal. Because now the bandit is rendered completely useless. This is the gun with a C4. And also Wolves, they had no way to deal with the bandit, like you pointed out, that the Twitch drones, secondary MPs, that shouldn't work against bandit, however. So the biggest struggle might be over. Going fire, okay, can be problematic, but again, one Twitch drone still alive. Inside of Garage right now, looking for those canisters, and P4, who's been the vocal IGL for this roster, is gonna just have so much overview with the Monty to say, hey, this is the plan, this is what we're gonna do, I'm gonna plant here, just cover me.
An already great value from that Twitch pick from Lasmo, pops 2 Vulcan canisters. P4 can wait them out. Deadshot elsewhere, he finds Nako. I don't know exactly where. Was that really just in Visa? You caught him rotating through?
Died in
Seems to be the case. That's a rough one. And now P4 can start moving on forward, calling out these positions. He does have the diffuser, so he needs to make sure not to die too early.
Oh, God.
Oh, he's lucky to be alive. Alems almost gets him in the back. This is way too aggressive from P4. And suddenly, Wolves are forced to go deep. Alems, though, still survives. Lasmo takes him down. This is absolutely crazy. Bonkers round. Huge sigh of relief for P4. He almost lost his life about 3 times in those engagements, but Wolves overwhelm the site and run over Ents.
I was looking at that and going, okay, I see what the plan is, right? We're going super aggressive, taking full bumps and control. Oh, they're gonna go for plant. Wait, Monty had the diffuser the entire time. And I don't know if it was deliberate and they're just gonna go and play for kills because it seemed like it was, but imagine a world where it wasn't Monty with diffuser, but Monty goes for a deep play, creating chaos in space, and then they go for a plant. That would be a quote-unquote smart and safe thing to do, but if the planter dies, or that you don't get those individual kills, you're not in a very strong position. So it looked like to me, Wolves made a very conscious effort to say, guys, we're gonna just walk through the bomb site because we have the Monty, and it doesn't matter what the diffuser is because we're not gonna plant. We only plant if it's like 5v1 or like 3v1, last guy's roaming, we own the bomb site. That was a deliberate deep push with the backstab, classic hammer and anvil approach. Beautiful. Very ballsy.
We're gonna see the timing of this. How close Alems was to getting this kill. A millisecond earlier, even here, like he got timed twice, and he's so unlucky that ended up getting not only flashed from Hot Spiral, but taken out by Lasmo, a yellow. There were some holes in that Wolves attack, even though it did end up working flawlessly. They're pretty lucky that they didn't lose P4 and Diffuser in the middle of side. But regardless, Ents have now taken their tactical timeout, Nick, and as a result, we're actually going to see a different bomb site. The very first time this game, we're seeing the split bomb site.
You mentioned the gaps on the Wolves attack, and I think it speaks to just how different these two French rosters they are from one another. Because Ents, they look very calculated and clean. Either they win with like a flawless execute, or they get completely stumped and they don't even enter the building correctly. Whereas Wolves, they're kind of just making it work on the fly, and it kind of works, kind of doesn't. They win some fights, they lose others. And it almost looks like new style Rainbow Six Siege, which is Wolves' playstyle, versus the more structured, older style Siege from Ents, which also British Pro is known to use, for example. And it's not that the new style is 100% always better, but but it certainly is the more, favorable way to play the game currently. It's what most teams are trying to aim for. You're gap finding, you're playing aggressive, coordinated, you're going for those 3-2-1 executes, and you want to create chaos. Ends, Virtus Pro, sure they can bring chaos and go for aggressive sometimes, but they want to look for structure, repetition, understanding what's happening in the server. So when things get chaotic, Wolves always have the edge over Ends because of that vast difference in playstyle. Yoink.
Nice work there from the Twitch, but I believe there was a little misdrawn as well. There was a player in Visa there. I don't think P4 managed to spot him.
Oh, he sees this one.
Spot. That's Skies, I believe. Oh, this is going to be a free pre-5 for P4. Nah, timing just off.
Very good though. You saw P4 leave that drone, and 3 separate players on Wolves went to watch that Twitch drone for him to say, hey, is this guy still gonna be there? So that just shows like small teamwork there from Wolves.
It's really nice. Fortunately, it didn't get in the kill, but meanwhile, Mowgli, I don't know what he was doing, but Alems catches him at bottom spiral. Here comes the blitz. Lasmo inching on towards him, and it flushes it. The hammer into the anvil. Another pick for him as well. Wolves have half the round in, and they've already overwhelmed the bomb site. Now looking to pressure down into servers as well. Nako caught on the top floor. He's so far from home, so far from being able to support. Azox at least finds one, and Wolves now have to reconsider their situation. They don't have that numbers advantage anymore, and they want to bite off a little bit more map control. They're looking to go straight down into servers, and they do. Another attempt now to go for that plant. We need to see some vertical cover. Look at that, good read there from Nako, but shot out with the pistol from Lasmo. Azox in a 1v3, SMG-12 in hand, and looking for more. But that blitz is still a threat, and here he comes, teasing out the position, scares him off, no impacts to speak of. He has to hope to have the angle, but Lasmo is simply toying with him. Oh. There he goes, the double knockback, easy as you like for the Wolves. And that's match point at their feet.
Such quick and such precise adaptation from Wolves there on the attack. The first plan is to just flood the map, flood the bomb site, get in and plant on the upstairs room. Then, the second there's a spiral player, Dukubi, who's holding the flank, they immediately sprint all the way downstairs to servers. They isolate the person playing on the downstairs bomb site and just take that instead and plant. It's much safer, it's a better option. So the first step is Blitz is going to cover passively, but just having overview of, hey, is there C4 downstairs? If not, plant goes to upstairs. Okay, we lose upstairs presence. Now Blitz is going to push down to the bomb site and take control and escort the thermite down. It's like plan A and plan B, and it's not a case where the plan B becomes a, oh no, what are we going to do? It's a, hey, it's a fluid transition from one to the other.
It's not a good look now for Ents, is it? And taking that tactical timeout, and they found very little from it. Even though that was such a good read from Nako, he gets absolutely destroyed by Lasmo on that pistol. Now 2 match points here for Wolves to lock in their full 3 points on the standings. And man, it's been such a rough stage for them. Only 4 points on the standings so far, dead last here in Europe. And yet we've still seen good moments from them. That's the most devastating part. And we saw them finally get their first win over VP just last week. They took a point off Fnatic, but sadly for most of their matches, Ents have really been quite handily destroyed. And at least they've had a competitive fight here against Wolves, and the game's not done yet, but they are somewhat being outclassed.
It's been a nice game for Asta though for Wolves. He's 2-5, he's planting the... Okay, what? Did he swing the Skylight? Did they fight back on this one?
Okay, man.
That's so aggressive. That's... when you're down a match point, this is such a risky play. And to be fair, that could have worked in to get a pick or two and they're laughing. But this could very well be them throwing away their potential final round. That's Goya and Omai gone. Not the biggest of losses. Wharton and Lesion are still alive, for example. But the rest of the players gotta step up massively, and look at this rat spot from NaQ. That might be an angle to the kill or two.
Oh, sometimes you have to take risks. Nako gets out alive. 3v5 though, he is going to be forced to play aggressively at some point. He can't stay passive forever. He wants to re-peek. Alems has found the first step. That's the 16 kill Mowgli going down. The C4, an air ball. But still, he has a solid position. The Capital's fire. He wants to go through it. This is so ballsy from Alems. Surely it won't pay off.
What?
And he gets punished by Azza. Such an irresponsible play for Alems. Now 2 versus 4. Azox manages to cross back into sight, loses most of his HP for it. Hunted down by Lasmo. What a game from him. Up to Nako now. That's 2 kills for him, but a trade quickly from Wolves. And at the end of it, the full 3 points as they rocket up the standings to sit in 2nd place in the Europe League.
I know we often talk about how good Wolves they are and Mowgli this and Mowgli that, but this Lasmo kid is surprising me and impressing me every single time I get to watch them. The confidence, the aggression, the no hesitation. It's like you take this guy out of ranked, you put him in pro play, and he plays the exact same way against some of the best players in Europe, and he makes it work so consistently.
And depth as well. We see him on the entry, we see him hunting for kills, we see him on the Blitz and the Monty as well. A great bounce back and much needed one for Wolves after their loss yesterday. They take the full 3 points out of this one, and we'll go back to the desk.
Yeah, they bounced back really well after that loss to G2. You bang on there, Devon. I'm with Fresh and Alfama. Wolves just continue to impress, Fresh, and the top 2 is now in their hands.
Yeah, absolutely. They got that clean 3 points win. That's what we asked them to do. Now, if they beat Secret next Monday and they get a clean 3-point win there, they will be the 2nd place team or the 1st place team, depending on what happens, but they will confirm top 2. And of course, the reason that's important, it gives you 2 shots at making the major.
No, that was well deserved. That was well deserved all the way around from Wolves. I was very impressed with the way they played. High quality, especially in attack. Their ability to all commit to the same plan at once. And some crazy move by Mowgli. That run out was crazy. And even getting the ace at the end. That was just Mowgli for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I genuinely thought, other than their basement defenses, which
That's
is where
basically it.
Ents managed to get 3 attack wins, all on the basement defenses. I think, you know, even I've beat Wolves on that basement defense. Maybe something a little bit to work on there. Outside of that, I think Mowgli was very dynamic. I think they reacted well as a team, and they shut down basically everything else Ents had to offer. But it wasn't their defenses where they won the game. They won it on their attacks. Their attacks for me were so sublime, Leo.
For me, there was 2 elements that made them win here. Obviously, Mowgli going absolutely crazy and finding crazy ways to get kills.
Yeah.
But for me, that's just like, you can expect Mowgli to get aggressive, one player to get aggressive. For me, the more important element is the ability for the team to react from that and gain, based on that man advantage, gain the rest of the round by playing together around it. Whatever hole Mowgli is creating, they play around it. That blitz play from last one was amazing. The call to go down and plant, that one here, that was even better.
Yeah, exactly. The reactions, especially this round, I think this impressed both of us incredibly, to go downstairs and plant when it wasn't the original target. Like you say, we've often accused Wolves at one point or another of being Mowgli +4. And in a way, that kind of is still the same. Mowgli has his freedom to open the rounds up. But I think what's impressed me about Wolves is how they can react on that and how good they are at reacting around that when he does that. He opens the round up and Wolves make sure they never let it get closed by the other team.
And Leo, you were impressed by Wolves' counterplays as well, right?
Yeah, there were a few instances. Obviously, the first one being Mowgli. I think we have a couple of examples, actually. The run out outside that. So check the top left corner of the screen. Check Mowgli right now. Soda Machine jumps outside, goes for the flank because he hears the Go Mine from Gridlock, and he eventually gets away with it. That's crazy, by getting the pick onto the Monty as well. So that was really fun. But take a look at this one, for example. Goyo standing up the Goyo shield, one next to the window, one directly on the window. Now, I'm waiting to ask one of the Wolves members if that were counter-strat, because that's really well played. We know Ents loves to play Ents, loves to play Amaru. Look, directly dead as soon as she gets into the window. That was so fun to watch.
The Siege purist side of me on that very last clip, by the way, where they've Amaru'd into a window that they haven't drawn the room whatsoever. Yeah, crazy. Great counterplay, like you say, it was a counterplay.
But big mistake, right?
Crazy from Ents.
Yeah. Speaking of crazy, I mean, we've mentioned his name many times here. Mowgli, he went crazy.
Yeah, Mowgli was absolutely nuts again today. He was mega, really. He had a huge day. What was it, 16 kills that we saw. It started off with one of the craziest plays I've ever seen. We've just highlighted it, but let's highlight it again. That double, and he ends up getting the ace in the end. Now, the thing for Mowgli, and this one as well, crazy. Gets Deimos track, jumps down, and just finds the kill onto the ace. I think he's a confident player, and for Mowgli, for me, he does a lot of things that you don't expect in competitive. He does a lot of things that you would expect out of ranked players. He's unpredictable, and that's his greatest strength. And when it works, like it worked today, he looks genuinely like one of the best players on earth. Like I said, he will always do that, but the thing that's impressed me most about Wolves is how the rest of the team, and P4 in particular calling, around that, they really play off the back of it.
Yeah, Mowgli, absolute beast. And we've got assistant coach Helby joining us now for a bit of a conversation. Helby, welcome to the EUL broadcast. We were just mentioning there how Mowgli popped off, but your team around him are feeling really dynamic at the moment.
Yes, I mean, obviously a very good game from Mowgli today. I think we had a lot of fun on the first round to give him the ace. That was great. You know, not much else to say on that. What you said, we're playing with confidence, we're playing well, and I think it shows right now.
Yeah, I think we saw a couple of examples of these cheesy plays as well. I think the blitz rush, especially on Taylor's bomb side, was great from Lasmo. Obviously, that run out from Mowgli outside. The Goyo, I'm interested in you because obviously you're from the coaching staff, so I need to know that Goyo placement on the CEO window. Was it like a counter strat from the Amaru play, or was this just like part of the normal strat?
I mean, I think we're known right now to, you know, counter strat within the game. We adapt really well, and it shows especially on our attacks that are very strong. Shout out to P4 for like a lot of adaptation and on the shot call, but also the whole team. You know, communication is like the key to our play style, and it shows. And you know, mid-game adaptation like that are you know, a staple of that.
Top 2 is now in your hands. All you got to do is win your next game on the final play day. Does that come with a little bit of pressure? Because I think if you do finish in the top 2, it's a real statement made from you because you've obviously added a couple of new additions to this roster.
Obviously, I think the last stage was, well, by all means a failure. I think it was the first major that we missed out in like 2 years and a half at this point. So we obviously had to do something to switch it up. I don't think it had pressure. Right now we have a good momentum, we have a good style. I think we're confident and we play well during the game and in scrims. Like there's like a lot of teams you'll see, you know, they change how they are in the game. But for us, it almost feels like in the game, we're enabled even more. So next game, Secret, we know them, they know us, we're comfortable. We have a full week to prepare, and, you know, top 2 is what we're aiming for. I think that, you know, that free day where we have to watch other team plays to just prepare for the playoff and, you know, get the major.
I think arguably right now you guys are the most consistent team in the league with BDS. You lost barely with them. Like honestly, that 5-7 was so short. It was like 0.00. But the loss against G2, I want to talk about it because that was so close as well. It was in overtime. How did you face, like, what was the reason for that loss, and how did you face that chaotic playstyle that they brought?
Well, that's the G2 playstyle, you know. On a very good day, they'll be hard to stop. So I think that game came out to you know, small details, small timings, and maybe us not being at a top shape. There's really not much else to say. It's G2, you know. If they have a good day, it's hard to beat. And I mean, the rivalry between the two just keeps on going. Sometimes we win, sometimes they win. But if we face them again in playoff, you know, we'll see.
Yeah, one would argue that with the 2 new pickups, maybe a show of inexperience or nerves, or like the comms get hectic because you guys are just newly like built in. No, I just want to point out and salute that the 2 pickups that you made are incredible investments. I think that they've shown that you guys are aligned so much better now. Your ability for these mid-round calls and to all get aligned onto one single goal is something that's quite new with you, and it's incredible to witness, really.
Yeah, I mean, Aza and Lasmo have been working really hard, along with all the teams to, you know, integrate them. And I think right now it shows that we are, well, it's still not perfect. We're still going to be working on it to go to Montreal, but it feels like we're a little bit more of a single unit, a single-minded team that push like for the same ideas. And I mean, the success we're having right now just, you know, shows for it.
Absolutely. I agree with Leo, but of course you guys have still got a lot more to prove. Playoffs, and then of course, get yourself to Montreal. Best of luck up against Secret on the final play day, and thank you for joining us, Helby.
Thank you, everyone. And, you know, hopefully we'll see you in Montreal. It's only a 3-hour drive away from me, so hope to see you there.
Oh, sweet. Well, you can show me where to go, right? Thank you, man. Take care. All right, that wraps things up for our third matchup of the day, but we've got one more to go. R6 Rockstars, as I like to call them, G2 are closing out our play day up against Wild. Do not miss it.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wait!
And I think he might just find it!
Come in. Are you still tailing Deimos' men from the Heartbreaker?
Affirmative. And you'll never guess where I am. Thunderbird, they have hostages.
I'm a few minutes out.
We don't have time. They don't have time.
Go. I'm on my way.
I was too late. We have to stop Deimos.
Well, now we know where he's going next.
Emerald Plains.
Yo, man, pull up, ain't talking a reload. Bust doors, no need for a key though. Man, I take aim, but this ain't a free throw. No, man, I'm busting if you're coming at me though. Busting if you're coming at me though. Busting if you're coming at me though. Man, I take aim, no free throw. No, man, I'm busting if you're coming at me though. Man, pull up, ain't talking a reload. Bust doors, no need for a key though. Man, I take aim, but this ain't a free throw. No, man, I'm busting if you're coming at me though. Busting if you're coming at me though. Busting if you're coming at me though. Man, I take aim, no free throw. No, man, I'm busting if you're coming at me though.
Busting if you're coming at my head though. Fuck sexual innuendos. At the door like I'm coming for the rent. No, man's not running like I've got no legs. No, me, I'll bring it to you first. Not a coroner, but I bring it to your hearse. Man, I'm on full. Man, I put you in the dirt. Man, plotting on the best, and I bring it to your worst. Always had a comeback, no banter. I'm known as a serial ranter. Means I don't hold back, nothing put hands up. My emotions might need me to snap up, wrap up something, no gift, not Santa. Do you know where you're from? Don't matter. Anyone can be food, no platter. Have you wet man, let the thing splatter. Try no man, don't play that, don't play that. Been like that since way back, Man, roll around and spray that,
Virtus Pro is our team. We are playing for a long time together, like maybe 6 years in a row, and we actually think that strategic is more important in this game than house. I don't know, chaotically. I don't know how to call it in English, but we like structure. You know, when you step by step know what to do and know how to win the round.
You're watching Blastars 6 EUL Stage 2. It is the penultimate day of the group stages, and we've got one last matchup left to play here. My name's Ian, and joined by Mr. Lonely over there. Fresh, we'll tell you where our family is shortly, but Fresh, it's G2 versus Wild up next. And the first thing that comes to mind when I mention G2 is last night, because they put on quite a stellar performance against Wolves.
Yeah, it was a huge win going up against Wolves. They obviously managed to get it over the line when they were playing on the new map of La. I was actually really impressed because one of the things that we've been saying about G2 is maybe that their attacks really aren't as cohesive as some of the other top teams in the league.
Yeah.
However, the way that they got around that is they took risks on their attack. They reacted well. They had good team play on their attacks, and that was really what they did. They took a lot of pace into their attacks as well. Every single round felt like you couldn't even take your breath and the round was over. And that's how they leveled that playing field. And I thought it was really, really smart because you take all of the other stuff out of the game, all of the utility clear, all of the communication, all of the setup, all of the executes, because you just have these fast gung-ho attacks that are really risky, but work.
Risky is one word for them. Leo is standing by. Our phenomenal Frenchman is over there.
Phenomenal,
Leo,
really?
Frenchman.
I'll take that.
We say crazy. I mean, I'd say that their attacks are a bit crazy.
They were completely crazy.
Yeah.
They were also not all risk-free. Like, let's give you one example, right? First attack round that we see from G2. You see Alimao right now is crouching up from TV, and now he's pushing into Mezzanine. Now Mezzanine on this bomb site is the core of the strat. It's the heart of it. Mugli is distracted, and Alimao actually gets a free pick on him, but he's dry picking it. He has no information. It's just a 1v1 that he takes there without any info, just because he's feeling it. He has the instinct. What you want to pay attention at is right now what the rest of the team is going to do. So Uno, already has a breach. He's going to react to that by going and taking that gunfight to Asa. As soon as he kills that guy, he's going to go in. It's already a 5v3, by the way, and he's on site. So he burns time, sends a few flashes, and what do you see of G2? You see an entire team working towards helping him. Lasmo is the only remaining player on site. Uno has baited a little bit of time with the flashes. They can all commit to him and get rid of the last player on site. But even then, when I say that G2 plays together, look at what Doki is doing. One might think he's all the way on the other side of the map, but he's actually covering the only flank from main stairs. And that's actually gonna land him a free kill. Even then, they play with the right win condition. In the end, it's a 5v1, they can all rush towards Deadshot, but what really matters here is it's one blind opening from Alemao, just following his instinct without any information. He gets that 1v1, but then the entirety of G2 plays around it really well with great cohesive team play.
Cohesive team play. That is what this roster is doing right now, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Like Leo said, there was elements of risk. There was elements of taking a chance in that play, and that was present across a lot of G2's attacks yesterday. They're not trying to play conventional, but when they do find those openings, when Alemao does find that entry, as we saw, the rest of the team is on point. The communication is on point to get the round and see the round out.
Now, wouldn't you say that there is some kind of ceiling to this? Because if you only rely on these blind openings, what happens if Alemao loses that gunfight?
Exactly. And that's where we have criticized G2 and said they don't necessarily look as good as the other teams in the attack. But it's a very short-term cover, and I think they will be aware of that. That's the thing, for when they can build in a long-term basis.
And the real question is Wild the kind of team that can punish that? You know, is Wild the kind of team that can play trap operators, be aware, play proxy mines, even play sentry? I don't care. Bring bow wires, bring anything you need so that G2 doesn't have a hole to exploit and be aware of it.
Lads, let's sprinkle a bit of context into what this matchup means for Wild by firstly taking a look at the games they have left to play when it comes to the group stages here, Fresh.
Yeah.
What's at stake for them?
So Wild are going to play today, and then they play next week. They've already had their bye, as have most teams. Obviously, G2 have theirs next week. So Wild will play G2, and then they will play Virtus Pro. If we can bring up the league table as well, production, what you will see is that Wild are the best of the rest. So the top 4 teams, BDS, Wolves, G2, and Secret, are all confirmed for playoff. Wild are down there in 8 points and are currently in the driving seat. They're the driving seat out of the rest of the contenders for playoffs. They've got 2 more games to go. They can basically, with a win tonight, secure themselves into the playoffs.
However, that is a bag that could easily be fumbled.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's tough. It's tough. They're playing against G2. Yeah. I mean, it's not the easy one to get. And I know that we see that VP has 8 points as well, but they've already played. So that's a good opportunity for Wild. They have 6 potential points to gain. So they can get, they're currently the easiest one to go and secure that playoff spot.
Do you back them to be able to potentially do it, Fresh? What do you think?
Not in this game. I'll be honest. I like what Wild have done so far this season. I think they started like a house on fire. We mentioned it yesterday. I think their inexperience, I think, is causing them problems at the minute. We saw them do some really stupid plays yesterday. We saw them take some chances in rounds where it just wasn't working. We saw Freckles just on your screen there. We saw him start in Strip Club on Clubhouse, get droned out, stay, and lose his life and throw it away. You know, we saw a lot of things where more experienced teams would have played that situation differently, and it's cost Wild points and ultimately games once they got found out a little bit.
What I would argue here, Jack, is I think the main wins they got was because they were unpredictable.
Yeah.
They became predictable, so they tried to be unpredictable again yesterday with weird plays. That one with the Vigil in Strip, for example.
Yeah.
But that's just, you shouldn't be able to force it. One of the things that we said yesterday for them is they need to be confident enough, and they need to be able to win when they're predictable as well. They need to find their identity because they're too young.
All right, let's get it on. But before we do, let's find out where we're getting it on. Let's get into pick and bans, please, Freshy boy.
Yeah, so we are going to go to Chalet. Now, this is not really a surprise. When both teams have very similar high preferences in a map, you tend to see it happening. Now, of course, Chalet is a team that is a map that we've seen both teams on.
Yeah.
We saw Wild win there against them. We saw them play there against, was it Fnatic that they played there as well? Secret, yep. Anyway, they've played it a couple of times, as have G2. They took VP there. It's a map that both teams absolutely love, so I'm not surprised that we see it.
And it's a map that we've already seen 2 times today, so why not a 3rd time? Great, amazing.
I sense some sarcasm there, Leo. Just a hint.
Just a tiny bit, just a tiny bit. Jamais 203, we say in French, so never 2 without a 3.
Jamais 203.
Well, that was close enough. That was like Vamos a hacer barulho. That was
Vamos passando, Rudio.
Yes, sir.
Make some noise in Portuguese in case you weren't there in Sao Paulo. All right, let's get into this one. Let's bring our casters in. We've got Dev and Pengu standing by. Pengu, your boys G2, the lads that you climbed mountains with years ago. You're feeling good about them. They look to be in good form at the moment.
I was a bit worried, I'm not gonna lie, in the very beginning, because, they're bringing 2 new players, they've had their issues, they got their systematic things that haven't been flawless, but they've impressed and surprised me. I did predict them top 4, but more like doing the 4th position, barely getting there, and now they're like the top dogs, so fighting for it at least, so I think they're doing pretty alright, but they gotta end up today with a clean dub, otherwise, not good enough.
I like that. Pengu just says it how it is. That's what I'm here for. And Wild, it's not going to be good enough if they take the loss here because that put things at stake for them. Let's see how this one all shakes out. It's the final matchup of the play day. Dev, Pengu, let's do it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ian. It's time to get into Chalet for the 3rd time today, but of course the stakes could not be higher here for G2. They've just had their 2nd place on the standings robbed by Wolves after Wolves' win earlier today. But of course, G2 have a chance to jump back into that top 2 spot. They just have to take down Wild, who are on a 3-match losing streak. So massive redemption opportunity now for the underdogs, and for G2, well, as Ian said, these are your boys. Time to jump into it and see if they can get back to the top of the EU.
The boys are back in town on Chalet as well. The 3rd Chalet matchup today, actually. So if you've been watching these games, if G2 have been watching these games, you kind of know what to look out for because it's been a struggle fest on the attacking side for reasons a little bit unknown. Orbital bans, they definitely differ though. Some teams, they ban the Blitz, some the Monty, some don't ban either, but regardless of what you're banning, we have seen a shield operator in action, every single match. Even when Monty and Blitz were both banned, guess what? We saw the Fuse shield. So it's been a very fun day, a lot of flexibility, but not a lot of different maps.
So yeah, we saw the Fuse shield. How did that pan out again? Just remind me.
Okay. The Fuse got the plan down effortlessly, brilliantly, flawlessly, with no real counterplay.
And then...
But then it fell apart. Okay, nothing went...
Bro, anything but the shield would have been better in that position.
Yeah, he went for the ADS play.
Desperate times.
If the strat was the plan, you planned it, you did your part, blame your teammates at that point, right? It's somebody else here that's gotten those kills, not the shield operator.
Even now, blame your teammates. Great attitude to have here in Rainbow Six Siege. Let's jump into it though. G2 immediately teasing out that Monty. Still time to repick, but I think at this rate, with how prevalent it has been, I would not be surprised to see Uno stick it. But let's start breaking this down for Wild, because as we were saying, Nick, these guys really need to get back on that horse. At the start of the stage, going 15-round OT against BDS, 7-1 ends, 7-1 Secret. Wild were looking like the new kids on the block, ready to make a massive statement. I mean, this team is, barely a month or 2 old, completely fresh, pretty much all rookies on this roster, and they were looking like one of the best teams in the league. Since then, 3 losses in a row. They need to get back into it.
The big kind of note that I had about Wild before this stage started was, how unpredictable are they? And how big of a factor in the success has it been that teams don't know what to expect from them? Because as the stage has been going on, they've not been playing worse and worse. I just think other teams, their opponents, have been more and more prepared and ready for what Wild have been bringing. And look at this for G2. They are so fast in the building. They're expecting Wild to play in certain positions and just storming through the building with good drone setup right now. And the fact that Alamau on block as a soft destructor is in the middle of the map already means they can cover flanks, they can go below, Munchie's putting up the blue staircase as well. This is full map control on the other half of the map that isn't the bomb site in less than 40 seconds.
That's the kind of confidence you expect out of a team that loves Chalet. Frankly, just absolutely adores it. 5 wins in a row, including a 7-0 not that long ago against Virtus Pro on this very map. Already Uno's lapped up that map control, the breach onto the office wall, now threatening to do the same here on the dining wall. But a little bit of pressure here from Wild. Freck with a very aggressive angle. He's about to find an engagement. Ducks on back, the flash. But still, he sticks to his guns. And Wild find the opening kill.
G2 don't have any more hard breaching, so they have to clear top floor right now because they can't breach the dining walls. Uno is stuck on the office door right here, and he can't risk going in because of the crossfires from Wild. So Monty is highly ineffective like right now.
EMP goes out, but yeah, finally we see something here from Alamau, but Uno's taken low. A lot of damage done. Finally the kill confirmed. Great teamwork there from Wild. G2 in a very awkward spot. Loira looking for something, but he's worried about the vertical angles. He keeps getting peppered with damage. Freck is down, but not out. 2 HP for Loira as he somehow gets away with his life and looks to fight another day. Finishes off that kill. Alamau needs to come and support the only full HP left on G2. Wild looking pretty comfortable here in the opening round.
From early aggression and map control for G2 to rotate and give all that space up for free, not get the dining wall opened up, and Monty dying with no value in the round. Disaster of an adaptation there. They should have gone piano. They should have gone elsewhere. Alamau now has to step up. As a player stuck, can they capitalize though? Can they get this play for free?
Alamau's fully capable of winning this. Oh no, Laura. The 2 HP. Oh, nice shot though from Alamau. Quick reply from Packbull. First round on the board from Wild. And a solid start here on Chalet. G2 may look confident, but sometimes that confidence can be misplaced.
The reason why Monty going piano would be such a strong benefit is that there's no soft destruction. You're not vulnerable to C4s, a shotgun beneath, and there's less crossfires, right? Piano double door, you walk in, you hug the left-hand side, you're fighting a singular angle. You walk in office door, you got the long line of sight all the way from master bedroom to your hard left, from piano, your hard right by the rotate as you walk in deeper. It's not the right place with the right operator, and it's why that the Monty was not being enabled. You look at this, like below, behind, in front, you're dead. And where's Alamau and Loira? Nowhere to be found to assist Uno either. So I don't know if that's Uno making a missed call or unable to like adapt to the situation, or the rest of the two not communicating correctly around it. Because when you're playing a shield operator, it's not just about the shield itself. You can't just pick Monty and magically you're such a strong attacker team. Your entire team has to adapt to the fact that you have a shield. He has to go first, he has to give you information, he has to shove those defenders out of their strong positions and make them weak, make them over-rotate. It's a whole team function, not just the sole operator. Uno is not to blame there, the entirety of G2 is to be blamed for that one.
G2 are very talented, they know the game so well, they know what they're capable of. But one of the strengths of Wild that I really admire is the fact that even though this is a very new team, even though these players are relatively inexperienced, they always do everything together, and we saw that in that very round. How to counter that, Monty? Crossfires. And that crossfire doesn't have to be laterally, it can be vertically. We saw that with those holes in the floor being utilized well by Wild. It's the kind of chemistry we didn't see from G2 in that round. They looked separate, they looked disorganized. They had different ideas and they weren't together enough. Now G2, they are together this time around. And Uno makes his way in, immediately Doki behind him.
This is good, but there is no room from Wild here. It looks aggressive, it looks confident, but let's be honest here. Wild, they did not have any presence on that side of the map, so it should be free for the taking. Now, this is where teams often get stuck, but they have the Monty. That could be the saving grace, actually. They get constant information on the whereabouts. There are no deployable shields left that we can see, at least. Maybe on top mezzanine, I'm not entirely sure, but this is good for G2. They need to get that... there is no shield, actually. So they need to get just that first gunfight victory. That's the big thing. If G2 can find the first pick, they can storm this top floor portion and take control.
Here comes the E1D, comes the flashes. But how do you kill that Warden? The unkillable operator. Doki does find one, but Wild are holding their ground. Doki doubles down. Big kill from Freck. He needs to be eliminated. He needs to be killed now. Finally, Uno confirms it. But there might be enough damage done here by Wild. Freck worth his weight in gold, finding 2 kills on his way to the grave. Uno now still dealing with those goo mines left in residue by Dodo. It's up to him and Alamau, but they have time to work with.
This can get very awkward for G2. They have 2 options, right? Either go for a plant and cover, or use the Monty as a way to push away the defenders and try to isolate a player. If they can get this to a 2v1, they're almost guaranteed a round victory because Monty is alive. But right now it's a 2v2. Bottom blue staircase instead of stock Wild. They don't have a crossfire. if Uno gets the correct read right now, they can certainly isolate.
Oh, big C4, big timing here from Croxon. And now he needs to come and support his teammate. Up to Uno now, and he needs to ADS. He needs to take these ones. Dangerous. He finds the first. Surely not. Packball, gotta be careful. You can't afford to lose this one. And Uno clutches with the pistol. You shouldn't be allowed to do it. But it's just the power of the shields and the power of this man right here. Massive round from Uno, and G2 are just laughing.
It feels so silly to talk about what happened in the round and criticize the same thing that ultimately won them the round. I don't think G2 played the shield correctly. They made a mess. We just said it. The whole team has to play around the shield. Uno is walking towards the Warden, extended, not applying pressure. He unextends at the same time as Freck gets the second kill. The moment that he sees the Warden, and they know there's somebody else top floor, you should unextend to like be a presence, to apply pressure while Doki swings behind you, while the library guy also swings out. Uno almost sells, well, basically sells both of his teammates. But it's fine, because Uno also single-handedly wins the round later on. But the point of this is it's a very big concern for me if G2 they're keeping out the Monty, because it's not working. I actually think it's working massively against them. It was the reason why top floor basically fell apart after it worked, and they shouldn't have won that round, but Uno absolutely justified that and just clutched it.
That's a big call. I mean, it's quite a while to see the Monty win a situation like that, and for you to come through and say, no, that still wasn't the right call. But I can see what you mean. I mean, Freck was allowed to get 2 kills on that top floor, and I think G2 are probably agreeing with you here, Pengu, because look, we're not seeing that Monty brought out. Instead, hard breach. We know we're going down to the basement. We've seen a couple of pivots. The Brava makes an appearance. By the way, special drone squad roll out. We've got Twitch and Brava in combo. The Deimos for roam hunting. The Ash to counter those mirror windows. All right, G2 have cooked up something completely different. No Monty for this basement attack.
And you can almost argue that Wild are still bringing Monty-esque operators, right? The Capkin, the Lesion, the C4s. Sure, you could play all those Monty or no Monty, but they certainly do help alleviate some of that pressure that Monty can provide if he's left, you know, unbothered in the utility department. Things continue the same way though. Wild, they got map control, G2's looking for it. They got the main breach open up, that's step number 1. Step 2, of course, is where we see Blast playing on that back portion. But they're applying pressure elsewhere. G2 being very proactive, roam clearing, while doing soft destruction, while doing hard destruction. See if they're gonna have a catch here. We see the outline set of dining. With a bullet right there through the wall, you might get a kill, but of course, LMR wouldn't know that.
But LMR does have a good position. He loses his drone.
Lose a player.
Look at how aggressively he gets. We've also lost Leighton to a disconnect. That immediately gives a numbers advantage to G2. Look at how aggressive Alamau has gotten, and the plan is going down here in Snowmobile. It's now Alamau's job to prevent a push in, but a Packball misses his shots on the player in the main stairs. Alamau doubles down. 2 massive kills with that DMR, and he's hungry for another one. Packball can't survive. Massive round from the Brazilian, and G2 storm the basement.
Very unfortunate timing there for Wild to lose a player to disconnect. I'm not entirely sure where that player was. I didn't get to take a good look at it. I hope it wasn't the blue player, but frankly, I've no idea. It could have been the dining guy, for example. But either way, perfect timing for Alamau, perfect gap finding, and that's the very like current meta style of playing Rainbow Six Siege, right? You put out your feelers, you see where the enemy is weak, and then you strike there from the attacking perspective. But it can be hard to do. You either need big balls and take those risks, which Alamau did in that case. He had no real intel, or you need really solid drone work. Regardless of which reason gets you there, the bigger story is Alamau wasn't making a solo play. He said, guys, I'm gonna walk down blue, I found an angle, work off of this. And the second that he walked down, there was 2 players on the main breach getting down the plant, Uno plus somebody else, and the third guy was on fireplace stairs cutting off the bomb site as well. So it looked like a solo play, but in fact it was 4 out of 5 people working together for the same goal.
It's incredible, the confidence that Alamau must have in his gun skill, because he's marching down. He knows that no one can swing him from the doorway to the right, because as you said, there's 2 players out the breach that can prevent anyone from going through that doorway. But he has no information on the player potentially peeking him from that 90 hallway. He's got to hold that angle. He's got to trust in his reaction time and his ability to hit that headshot straight away, or the double tap with the DMR. And he's just marching down. having 100% confidence in his own ability. And once he's taken that control, he's like, guys, free win. I've just got blue.
We saw Crocs in there actually alt-tab looking at strats. I'm not sure if you see them right there. That's
really?
a PowerPoint. That's a PowerPoint slide. So often what you do as a Siege support staff or coach when you play in a pro team is you will use like Google PowerPoint or something like that. And you'll just have your various slides, one for every single bomb site. You'll have different variations. They have names, they have numbers, all that good stuff. And you'll have either pictures of angles or specific things, or you have like an actual blueprint of the map with like the reinforcement laid out and the soft walls and etc, etc. And you'll put little icons of this operator playing there, that drone being there, and basically map out your entire strategy. This is highly beneficial for defense because you have like static setups. You know, you have your reinforcements, you have the popular shields, they don't change a whole lot. For attack, it's a bit more complex because there's a lot of variance there, but that's how every team that I know of personally handles their stat books.
I remember back in the day, it was when we had APAC Pro League finals, the APAC teams would play before going to the Pro League finals, the global finals. And often after the event was over, we would all go and like hang out in one of the hotel rooms of one of the teams. And I was hanging with the Singaporean team and the Aussie team in the Koreans' hotel room. The Koreans had just won the tournament. And we had a look at the now FearX teams. We noticed that they just had these like A4 booklets of like printouts. And each one had the name of one of the other teams. It was like, you know, Fnatic or Airwolf. And we would pick them up and just pages and pages of Korean writing and all these screenshots. And we were like, holy crap, I can see why these guys won. These guys have the dedication. And of course, it's next level these days because these teams are not just professional in that they can make a living, but they're making a good living from playing Siege these days. And especially teams like G2. I mean, these guys are part of an institution. You would know better than anyone what an organization, an esports club like G2 actually has in terms of that support staff behind. They've got facilities, they've got administration staff, they've got all this support, they've got mental coaches. And I mean, it was in that case, it was Wild we were looking at, but it's phenomenal. I think people really underestimate what goes into an esports team from behind the scenes.
Certainly, I think it's impossible to know without the literal involvement, you know, being in the organization, being a super fan, maybe being there in person sometimes. Because we see 5 players, we see a coach, we hear about it, but G2, they employ a lot of different people across the, you know, multiple continents actually. They're also based in North America these days, they've expanded. And this is for most orgs. Of course, there are small and bigger orgs, but generally speaking, there are so many people involved behind the scenes, marketing, content, partnerships, right? Finances. It's no longer just a little guy who's like 15, who's used to being a player and plays games all day. Like, this is like a legitimate business, multi-million-dollar business.
Yeah. And while we are just hitting through this technical pause, we may as well go into Pengu Dev podcast mode. And on the subject that we were already talking about, I'm actually really interested to pick your brain on mental coaches and sports psychology, esports psychology, because every now and then we talk about it, but it feels like it's quite rare these days. I personally know some of the OS teams have had them in the past, and back in the day, we talked so much about, it was Bernie, right? It was this sports
Bernie
psych
with the Rogue.
For Rogue back when they won the Berlin Major, and she was the first time that I really saw like a sports psychologist actively with that team at a LAN event, and largely Rogue attributed their major win to what she had managed to achieve with that team. What was your experience with that? What do you think G2 have behind the scenes, especially as a team that we know to be a very emotional roster?
I have personally never worked with a sports psychologist or any real support staff outside of a coach, Shaz, and analyst, which was multiple people over the course of many years. I always wanted to. I thought I was very curious and maybe get something like from the sports world, because esports in a lot of ways wants to be different than regular sports, but we can also, I think, openly and happily learn from regular sports, like sports psychologists, or working out, or eating healthier, going to bed at the right time. In the beginning of my career in Penta, none of that mattered. It was complete degen hours, pizza every day, no working out, and you took pride in that. That was like the gamer lifestyle. That was who we were. Because gaming wasn't cool even back in 2017-18. I think COVID definitely changed a lot about that demographic, or like 2020, 2019. Nowadays, it's cool to be fit, it's cool to be healthy. You have sports psychologists on some teams, and I think it can be massively beneficial, especially for young players, to talk about the mental side of things. Keep yourself in check, not to be brought super down about social media or criticism. because my biggest advice for players back when I was a player myself was choose which social media outlets that you care about. Reddit wasn't a super negative space back in my day, so I loved reading Reddit comments. But Twitter was very toxic in my mind. Nowadays, I feel like it's all kind of a shit show, right? So I don't really give a damn about any of it. But don't expose yourself to overly negative environments out of your own sheer will. Limit what your information is, because it can be a really toxic work environment.
There's so many different sides to the mental aspect of playing sports and playing esports. And look, not to be too cringe or anything, but I think back to one of the greats of tennis. Now, I watch a lot of tennis, and Roger Federer, who retired recently, one of the greats of our time in terms of tennis, like one of the best players and one of the greatest of all time, right? And it was an interesting quote that he made where he said that he won 80% of his singles matches, yet he only won 54% of his points. Now, in tennis, it's just you're playing the same game, rally after rally, right? So why is it that he can win 80% of his matches and only 54% of his points? It's about winning it when it matters. And that comes almost entirely down to your mental conditioning and the mental aspect, because there is an inner game going on. It's not just about what you're playing in the server. It's about the battle that's going on in your own mind to try and play that maximum best version of you.
You're combining a quote and a book at the same time here, I'm feeling. There is,
well, you know what book I'm talking about.
Yeah, the inner game of tennis.
Yeah,
right? Is what it's called, book, I believe? Yeah.
It is, it is. And we are going to go to a quick break while we sort out this technical issue. But if you guys have a minute, I highly recommend look up the inner game of tennis and have a little bit of a read of a synopsis or something while you're waiting. It's a great book about about sports psychology. But we'll be back in a minute to continue this game, G2 versus Wild.
So, for those who don't know, guys, G2 is the biggest and most accomplished organization in Siege. We have a big history in this game, and currently we just changed roster. So before we had like 4 players who won the last 6 Invitational from G2 in 2023, and now we have 2 new players. So from the champion roster, it's just me and Doki who are left. And so we are kind of like a new team, but we are very friends, and we have a lot of fun playing. So it's probably fun to watch us play. So our expectations for this season is winning UL, because we are trying to chase the SI points. So that's what we're looking for. We need to beat everyone and yeah, win the tournament. I think let's go to the top. I mean, it's gonna be 8 or 80. Either we're gonna be on top or we're gonna be on last. There's no in between.
I think what makes Wild the team we are is kind of in the name. We're like aiming to be a pretty unpredictable team with a lot of aggression. That's kind of what the main strengths of our players are. We have a lot of good shooters basically on the team. So when you have that, you need to take advantage of it. And we're hoping to go into the season basically and people to struggle with our aggression and our play style. We think we have a pretty unpredictable way of playing the game, and it's gonna shake up a lot of teams for sure. I would say the biggest upset team for a lot of people this season is going to be us. A lot of people have been doubting this team before they've even seen us play, and we're looking to show that that's a mistake. You shouldn't count us out yet, and yeah, we're pretty confident that we can make a splash in what for a lot of people on the team is their debut season.
Welcome back, guys. Thank you very much for sticking with us there as we get back into Wild versus G2. Yes, we're 3 rounds into this game. It's 2-1 up to G2 at the minute, and we're about to jump back into the server. Got Pangu here. Pangu, we were having a bit of a yarn there, but back into the game. G2's looking reasonably solid so far.
Are you using Aussie slang on a European broadcast? A yarn? Yeah?
What did I say? Having a yarn?
Having a bit of a yarn there. And you and Mandy explained that concept to me in person a while back, and I was like, what does that mean? You're like, you haven't heard that before? No!
Honestly, I genuinely forgot that was... Oh, okay. Let me see if I can spin some more Aussie slang into it, but maybe have you got any Danish slang for me, or is it all just in Danish? Is there any funny sayings that maybe we could use for the broadcast?
I got one for you, but it's a bit of a mouthful. You ready?
Okay,
In snegl på vej, a tegn på regn. It means when a snail is on its way, it's a sign of rain. And then you go in Spain. I'm not sure why the in Spain thing happens, but it goes Hispanian at the end.
I guess it rhymes, maybe?
It does rhyme, yeah, it rhymes from Danish. In snegl på vej, a tegn på regn, Hispanian. It kind of rhymes.
Damn. Well, if this tech pause goes on any longer, I think I may as well just learn Danish. We got some time to kill, right?
Yeah,
and I might actually talk to our production team.
You can make fun of how long this is gonna take, but you're not learning Danish in that time period, even if this was like a 2-year technical break, because it is a difficult language to learn, and frankly, so few people speak it, it's rather pointless unless you wanted to work for a Danish company or live here, basically. Which I think you do. You do like Europe, James, right? You travel here quite a bit actually yourself.
I do. Yeah, and I particularly liked Copenhagen and the surrounding areas when I've been lucky enough to visit twice now, and you showed me around it. Lovely place. I think that the Copenhagen metro system is probably my favorite in the world. Absolutely amazing. Very expensive though, but that's just all you Scandi countries. So bloody expensive. How am I meant to get around?
Hey, I'll break it down for you. You make a lot of money when you live here, but it costs a lot of money to live here as well. So it kind of equalizes and you're basically broke, but like you make a lot of money. So like cool, but not cool, you know?
Cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, maybe one way I could make a lot of money is by joining G2, becoming a world champion, you know, winning the Europe League, basically becoming like Alamau. Like I think we have so much in common, don't you think? Like when you think me and Alamau, you just think like we're kind of cut from the same cloth, right? We're the same kind of like, do you know those achievers, the people that just, you know, success will find them.
I think you're both annoying sometimes. I think that's like exactly on the dot. You know, it's one of those like, yeah, situations. But you're also both blonde. I guess that counts, right? Same kind of hair color you got going there.
Yeah.
Like not blonde, but like, you got like the lighter color. He's not a natural, or he's a natural?
I don't think he's natural blonde, is he?
Why are you judging his color for being natural? No, he is what he is, man. Like, don't worry about what hair dye he's got in. I'm balding. I have no hair at all. I'm gonna get all critical here.
Maybe we should both dye our hair. I mean, I'll dye my hair and you'll dye whatever you...
I don't have any hair. Like, can you stop? Good news, though. Dye or no dye, we're back in the server, James.
Yes. No, do or die? No, forget about it. G2's back in. We're 2-1 up over Wild at the moment. But Wild are on that defensive side, and strangely, we did see quite a defensive match earlier today. I don't know whether that's going to continue, especially with that Monty, and G2's teased it out a few times already. But to mixed success, I know to your criticism, in fact, even though Uno did win that 1 versus 2.
Yeah, I feel like one of the things that still haunts me to this day is that I was like one of the Monty players in Europe or in the world, and it's like if I had any place to still criticize people, it would be the Monty. When I worked in as a caster, I was really harsh on Kino, on M80 for like playing Monty in inefficient ways, yeah. And then they got benched, and the whole meme became that they listened to my criticism and they just benched him outright. But look at this, Alamau, not the Monty this time, but on Nook, he's finding gaps time and time again.
Oh, look at that. He's snuck behind enemy lines. Big kill for him. Loira supports him on the second one. That is beautiful from G2, and that is one sure way to clear the top floor. Leighton! Oh no, the Holo side covers up the angle. Clean. And it is a bloodbath in the server. Wild are completely obliterated in the first 60 seconds of the round. It's all up to Packbull. Now, 4 players to find, spotted on the site, and he ain't gonna last. I can tell you that for damn sure.
Right. He can't last at all. He gets shot down from a long, far away angle there. Doki jumping over the edge. Finds the pick with the angle as well. And what better way to start a round on the attacking side after a relatively long technical pause than to just storm the building, right? You're thinking, okay, there's been like a 5-10 minute break or however long it took. You're all gonna be like kind of, you know, you're not gonna warmed up. You're relaxing, you're chilling, you gotta get back into it. Oh, you're gonna get rushed, boom, boom, gets 2 kills easy. G2 in full control in that round, and that's what more like a Chalet attack inside than what we saw earlier. This is what it's supposed to look like. Because, you know, defenders had it earlier, it was a bit of a stop fest in the attack.
Yeah, I think that we were critical about in the games earlier today was how the attack was afraid to set foot in the buildings. It was all repel focused. And G2 thrived on the fact that they just had Alamo in there and pushing through all these defenders' positions, sneaking up behind them. G2 catching Wild by surprise. Great start. That's 3 rounds in a row now for G2, despite the technical break. Wild are starting to feel that pressure. They really need to gun 2 more rounds in this half. And of course, like we've said, a lot of stakes for this game. Starting with G2, of course, these guys, while they are locked for a top 6 finish, Pengu, they have fallen out of favor in terms of the top 2. Wolves has just overtaken them. But if G2 get any points out of this game, they'll jump back over Wolves. And they could actually technically even jump into first place at the end of this match. If they end up with a full 3-point victory, they'll leapfrog over BDS.
Mind you, that Nuke did get buffed, by the way. It's not Adamau trolling. I mean, maybe he's trolling, but he's also doing good while doing so. Nuke's gadget no longer drains unless you're actively being like seen by a camera, basically. So you have a lot more presence in this server with the operator. You still get the frag grenades. The VG got a recoil buff, so it has less recoil. A lot of reasons to like the Nuke. And Chalet is a map where you're not really forced to play 5 very set attackers because it's about gap finding, not hard breaching like Clubhouses or Bank or Consulate or whatever else. So you have a lot of flexibility in choices. And that's what is enabling Allied to say, you know what? I want to play Nuke. I'm going to play Nuke. It doesn't matter.
That's why I'm glad that Wild are bringing a lot of traps. That's a lot of value there, taking down that bulletproof camera. The Legion and Kapkan, the Fenrir, or at least some form of a counter to that Nook, but the Flores has come through and cleared that deployable shield position. G2 just whittling away at this utility piece by piece.
Kind of surprised about Wild's positioning here. Nobody was playing by the shield to protect it from any of the Flores drones. I guess no mute jammer either, because the Tushner also didn't get mute jammed earlier. And G2 right now, it might look like they're just standing still, but they're actually setting up for their execute, clearing utility, default camps, droning things out. And if Wild straight out and get aggressive, G2 likely have their angles covered. So whenever they're ready to go, they'll do a 3, 2, 1 countdown, then they go for execute. Upstairs is going to be chaos, and Elma going to go for flank downstairs, using that chaos to find an opening.
Doki deliberately didn't take out the default camera here. He wants them to look at it. He wants them to be deceived as he's snuck behind. However, Croxton, at least somewhat aware, will finally punish that Nook. No 3K for Alamau this round. Wild seem to be collapsing. G2 capitulating as they try and inch closer towards the site. Now 2 players in deficit. Doki hoping someone's going to cross his line of sight. He wants to go fishing. No one on that camera, gives him a little bit of leeway. There's a player above him on the mezzanine. Surely Freck wins it. He does. And this should be an easy round lockout for Wild. Unless Loira can find a few more of those. 25 seconds to play. I don't think G2 have got much left in this round. Wild can simply hold their angles. No need to overextend. And there's another one for Leighton.
15 seconds.
Uno against the world. Desperately, he'll move on forward. He's got enough bullets to win this round and then some, but he doesn't have the position, and he's caught out. There you go. Consolation frag. Pad the KD a little bit. Hold down left click. But Wild will win the round regardless, and they get one step closer to tying up that half.
I spoke about how you have a lot of freedom in the attacker operator lineup on Chalet, and now I'm gonna break that point and say I do think G2 could have optimized a little bit more. The reason why, one of the reasons why that kind of fell apart is that they didn't have any heart destruction whatsoever, and both of the walls and office leading towards the office balcony with that big window to mezzanine, they were reinforced. So that allowed the warden to just rotate back and forth and shut down the fireplace portion of the map because there's no heartbeat from G2. So they had basically two operators they could have changed. They had Laura playing Flores, who only used a single Flores drone the entire round. Now, granted, that single Flores drone took down the single deployable shield, so I'm gonna say somewhat worth it, but still, not the best value to have 3 out of 4 drones available, right? The other one is they're playing the Lion. What's the point of playing the Lion if you want to surprise your opponents with an off-pace play with Nuke by sneaking in? If you pop that Lion scanner, you're basically giving your opponents a warning that, hey, something is coming. So combining the Lion with the Nuke sneaking around is kind of counterproductive. And the entire strat looked like G2 needed LML to go in, get the first pick, and everyone follows through. So G2 might have missed the mark there rather, but it's fine. You still got the lead with a single round, and they're gonna change their entire operator lineup here compared to what it was before. No more Nuke, much more straight on here. Self-destruction, roam clearing, and full-on map control like operators.
I think it's the right call. I mean, it was lovely to see that Nook masterclass in that one round a couple of rounds ago, but I mean, the Valkyrie's been banned here by Wild. We're seeing a lot of traps. We're not seeing... Oh, we are seeing an early entry from Croxton. Uno punished just for being a little bit lax on that rappel. However, Dodo punished, and that means we're not going to see any more goo mines for the rest of this round. That's quite a fast move from Doki, already in the building. But it is a bit of a shame for G2. They've already lost that Capitao and the wealth of utility that he would usually bring to the table.
Definitely a bit of a shame. Now, Capitao is usually required at the end of the round, so it shouldn't really affect the foreseeable future outcome for G2, because it's still about the roam clear, the map control, the self-destruction. But once G2 wants to try and go for a plan, that's when we gotta look at Uno being dead and no Capitao up and available. Blast might get a pick if he hears the footsteps. Oh, they know about each other's positions.
Oh no! Freck, not red. Blaz loses his life. You know what's really devastating now about losing that Capitao? I just realized the only hard breach available for G2 was in the tin can openers from that Capitao. And of course, since we've gone down to that basement, we just have not seen a solid idea from G2 here. Lacking in map control as we start to see a little bit of a clear here into bar and gaming, but one player down, no hard breach. This is going to be a hope and a prayer for G2 to win this round.
They also only have a single drone remaining, if the UI is correct. That means that they have little to no information to work off of at all. They don't even have diffuser because Uno had it earlier as well. Nothing's really going their way right now. Do they realize they're not diffuser because nobody's rotating for it? They might say, right now, that doesn't matter, because even with diffuser and control, we still can't really execute on the bomb side with no hot destruction. G2 is time to clutch up, go big, or go 3-3.5.
Need to come down from an entry. We've seen Alamau farm here from Blue Stairs before. Laura and him together. A shoulder peek baited, but now Doki start on the main stairs, and it doesn't give many options here for G2. The crossfire available, but both players find picks. Alamau doubles down. The unwinnable round, no hard breach basement seems to have been won. Alamau cannot believe it. Him and Loira to win the 2v5. The Brazilian duo, and all you can do is laugh.
Or cry. Wild might not have known that G2 had no diffuser, but they knew there was no hard breach because the hatch was closed, but all the walls were closed. Why are they fighting G2 inside of blue 90 hallway when they can play tucked away on bomb side, fireplace staircase? It's a 4v2, right? They knew where both the attackers were. They have no reason to make this swing. Croxton and Freck, yes, they played together. Yes, they swung together. But Dogi's reaction tells the full story. They had no business winning that round, but the question was raised. It's time for G2 either to step up and clutch an impossible round or tie the half 3-3. And they are 4-2 because they did clutch that one.
And that's just what you expect out of G2, right? They don't always have the cleanest rounds, but they have passion like nobody else. And they've got the grit to just grin and bear it through a situation like that. No hard breach, no walls open on the basement, not a kill found through the vertical game, just push together and win your fights time and time again. Gnarly stuff. I gotta say, Loira has been, I mean, he stepped up there when he was needed, but a lot of people questioned the two pickups, Blaz and Loira, recently. A lot of people were very critical of the G2 shuffle that happened after Manchester, which was by far G2's worst event in the longest time. And with how they've gone this stage, especially in the most recent few playdays, I don't think anyone could be critical of this roster decision at all. They're looking in hot form, and now G2 have won their attacking half and move on to defense.
It has been impressive and a big surprise. I was critical too, you know, sometimes it's hard as a fan to justify certain roster changes, and that's, you know, you're a fan, you care, you have feelings, you have opinions, but results speak for themselves, and they've definitely showed that, you know, that was not a bad choice, at least so far. Domestically, they are performing well. Bit of a slow start for Wild though on the other side of things. They got basement control, join the bomb side. Looks like a good old Maverick trick where you take Maverick, or actually maybe not. I was gonna say Maverick in the basement, you know, open up that line towards Stock, but nope, not gonna go for that at all because he's on side window. They might want to try and go fast here actually, but it's up against the Warden.
I'll win this fight against Warden in close range. Those flashes are not gonna help you. It's like Wild are just waiting for some kind of a pick. It is strange to see that Maverick not go into position in Snowmobile to try and open up the back of Backstore. He wants to just go for this peek. He's baiting something out. The C4 misses. At least for Wild, they've baited out some util, but they have lost a kill. Loira finds an early one. Fret goes down. And yeah, it is very bewildering. What is Wild playing at?
They're trying to clear Uno from a position where he can't be seen with any guns. And the utility makes him move, but because he can't be seen, he can't be shot. They lost all their drones but one, half the utility. Now Crocs is in the building, finds Salama, I believe. Crocs in low, very low on HP.
The timing! Blaz! Look to your left! He's behind you! They're playing me around the rosy, but thankfully Loira comes and supports, and well, Dodo at least finds something back, but it's just him at a very low HP Croxton. Still Blaz holds on to Mezzanine. A lot of bullets here. And once again, ring around the rosy, deep in library now. Blaz jumps all the way outside and back in again. I think they've reinforced that hatch as well.
Yeah.
What a calamity here for Wild, but they find another pick back. Croxton low HP still gets it done. Blaz and Uno now to clutch up, but there's no diffuser for Wild, so they have to go for kills. G2 don't know this. There's the first of them. All up to Uno. We've seen him clutch up with the Monty before, but it's not going to be twice. Dodos are in fact not in Sting today. He pushes through the site and just finds both of the last two kills. Wild are still very much alive in this match.
Is this just like karma? Is this the world equalizing opportunities? Because how does Wild win that one? That's just like G2's 4 versus 2. They had no business just walking to site. Things should be locked down, things should be crossfire. G2 shouldn't allow them that space. But Wild, they too clutch up when it matters the most. And honestly, I think one of Wild's biggest strengths is always the chaotic effect that they bring to the table. Because that round made no sense whatsoever from like a top-down perspective. And you can tell G2 had a hard time in figuring out what is going on and how do we decipher this situation to beat them essentially in the server. And they don't. They lose out in a very, very winnable position. Bomb site swap, go somewhere else. Change things up here for G2. They bring out the Scopos as well, of course, the newest operator in the game. Saw it being played, what, thrice earlier today, but little to no impact in those previous games.
Yeah, we're really yet to see the Scopus used to its full potential. I mean, we have high hopes because it's a flashy operator, but yet to find it. So hopefully, if any team is going to really show us something cool with it, it's probably going to be a team like G2. But cool and flashy doesn't get you round wins all the time. Sometimes slow and sure will do it for you. And Wild, I mean, they just stole that clutch up. Really should not have won that round. And now G2 have to refocus. Like you said, changing bomb site, but guess who's back? Back again. Leighton's brought out this Monty here for Wild. What's his intention though? Actually wants to go in from down below. Croxton on this Deimos to begin the hunt. Doki feeling that pressure. Doesn't quite win his fight. Wants to go back for more, but Leighton with the Monty has come for the backstab.
Great gap there for Leighton, just like get in the middle of the building as the Monty no less, but also where is the support for Doki? Nobody was covering library side, nobody covering fireplace. Usually you full commit as a team, right? I guess they made the call to sacrifice him, and if he gets the job done, he does, but if not, too bad.
Scopus with the ability to teleport back and forth surely could have done some assistance work, but Wild they breached office while that was going on. Leighton just walking on in. He's a very vocal player too, calling the shots for the team. Can say, guys, they're falling back, who push behind me, they're in like Solarium. The question now is, do they rotate Packbull from Big Window Master Bedroom to Solarium instead? Because they gotta find a pick somewhere or get gunfights going.
Like you always say, the attack is looking to push these players into someone ready to receive them on that solar window, but we haven't seen someone on that solar window yet. And still these defenders are being extremely stubborn about their position, and Impact goes out, doesn't find it, and Frack finds his first kill. Aggressive now from Leighton, loses his life, punished for going for the ADS. Now up to Loira. If he tries to get into position, he might be able to switch to his inactive shell, and that means he will get full HP. Back on site now. Back up to 110. He still has that other shell as well. Bottom west main. He's now rotated back into that position as Uno is getting targeted now by the Deimos, and he's in an awkward spot. Taken down through the vert, and essentially here, Loira is trapped off site. Plenty of time for Wild to confirm this execute. However, he starts to make his move. Back again. Got to go through dining, but the plant's going down. A little bit of damage done, but Packbull's got it on lock, and Wild will tie the scoreline. What ended up being a very convincing attack.
There are some situations where I think G2's communication is just flawed, it looks like. I mean, Scobo's TP's back to side to get full health and stop the Deimos tracker from actually working. That's great. Then he drops down the hatch and is basically stacked on top of the previous copy. Then we see where Uno is playing. Guess what? He's in the same staircase, also in the basement. They're stacking on a terrible spot against verticality from above, and they can't retake the bomb site. They were both safe on the bomb site just 10 seconds earlier. So gotta be miscommunication there. G2 gotta sharpen up. While they're doing an incredible job though. Excellent room clear, excellent control. Only one flaw on their attack, and that was what you brought forward. There was nobody on the Solarium rappel. That rotation from Packbull never happened, but they had a, they had a junky solution for it. They just kind of went for it. Leighton goes to ADS. We gotta commit together, and we trade bodies. And because they got the pick onto Doki earlier, they already had a numbers advantage, and it's okay to trade if you have that advantage. So while they're in a standard win conditions, they're aggressive, they're confident, and they're challenging G2 early in the rounds to fight for map control. And that's really good for Wild.
And with that Monty in tow, Wild look really, really solid on their attack. A big 3-point win here would not jump them above Secret in the standings, but it would certainly all but confirm Wild for those playoffs. They still are in danger of missing out. I think most importantly here, Pengu, Wild just need a win. They just need any win. Because 3 players in a row, they have fallen. And after such a strong start to the stage, overtime against BDS, dominant win over Ents and Secret, what Wild really needs to get back on that horse. And a win over G2 is just about the sweetest kind of win you can possibly imagine.
Oh, the timing for Blast. Either Blast gonna get a freebie or he's gonna die for free. Look at this. He's on his close left, rather. No? Go?
Leighton jumps in. Oh, he sprints forward. Oh, Blaz is shelled out of there. He wants to shell back in. He might be on for a big flank. And here he comes on the Scopus. He was revealed, though, by the Lion. Now I think he's changing shells again. He is indeed changing back to his other shell here in Master Bathroom. Back towards the site. You can always go for a flank later in the round, but for now, Wild, even though the numbers are even, they found the map control they were looking for.
Located a bomb.
Very puzzling situation there for Blaz. Bit of a bad timing for him, but he's alive, and that's okay. Can always threaten that flank, teleporting back and forth. But once again, he's back in the basement of things. There's so much time left. Blaz has to be very patient here and strike at the right time. Too early, he might die for free. Too late, he's gonna be so far behind, he can't quite catch them. But time is ticking down. Made it in 15 seconds left in the round. And Wild have no idea that he's here.
Oh, he's so close. Just needs to be patient. He needs to time it right. No! Was there info? Or did Croxon just have the read of his life? He's now doubled down. Huge round from Croxon. 3 kills, traded back. And maybe a way back into it now, but it's just Uno. In a 1v1. Packbull and Uno in a face-off. Both players
have a down teammate. I think Croxon might be able to be revived, but Packbull cannot allow this revive to go off from Uno. He's tempted.
Oh no.
The Malusi targeted by the Deimos. Now Uno trying to bank on this impact grenade, but there's not enough damage done. A second one to go through. Croxon somehow dodges both of them. It is still this 1v2, and he's not going to have time to pick up Alamau. Now he has to go deep. Low HP. He has to deny this plant, but it's not going to be possible. A 1v2 now retake required as he goes on in. But Wild are playing this to perfection. They're not giving him a damn thing. They're not giving him a chance. First shot for Uno. 1v1. Shotty comes out. Backball down. Another 1v2 clutch for Uno. And G2 take the lead.
He was tapping away at the wall, and the same second the swing comes through for Deimos. It looks so difficult, right? One player injured on both sides of the coin, and you gotta read your opponent perfectly, because if he goes to revive while you're pushing him, you get a free kill. If they both revive at the same time, you go from a 1v1 to a 2v2. But the fact that the last remaining injured attacker was a Deimos who can go with the live tracker momentarily out, it's just, it's so hard for Uno, but he made it work. Technical timeout called for G2. Yes, they clutched it, but they are struggling at dealing with Wild's aggression and how well they're attacking on Chalet.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Pengu, this would be a very different score, and if we didn't see those two unwinnable 1v2s from Uno. We haven't seen any clutch rounds, not really from Wild. Yeah, we've seen a 2v3 or a 2v4 here or there, but Uno has pulled G2 over the line. They're up 5-4. They would be 6-3 down right now if Uno had not come through on those 2 rounds.
Oh, I see the timing here. Yeah, the injure, the trade, and then the tap right away. Here. Oh, right before it flicks as well.
Shotgun, the perfect gun for that situation as well. Man, they cannot believe themselves.
Attackers have located a bomb.
G2 have been given a second win, a saving grace, thanks to Uno. Let's see if they can make good on it. We're seeing a lot of scopers picked by them as well. I actually really liked the idea for the scopers last round.
Yeah, I mean, the idea was great. The timing I also thought was fine. I was looking for a yellow ping from Croxon because he just came with a pre-fire. I didn't see one, so I'm not sure exactly what happened. Scope is one of those operators, kind of like Twitch or Brava on the attacking side. Either you will get an incredible amount of value, or you'll probably get none. And that's the nature of your gadget. Like, okay, you can put your shell as a deployable shield that also has a bulletproof camera built into it, but then you can't use a teleport function because it's in a very poor position, or your teammate is depending on having the shield there. So you're not guaranteed any kind of core value. Unlike, let's say you are a Rooney or a Jaeger, right? You put stuff down, passive, inactive gadgets just like work automatically, you're fine. But those active gadgets that you have to use constantly, it can be a gamble. Also, look at this. Fuse, Monty, Sense. They are cooking something.
Run out. What are they cooking? I haven't figured it out yet. It's just spamming util here in library. Not finding anything
library
as
rush
of yet.
side?
The duck. Yeah, is it? I mean, we still got a mirror up as well. I can't quite figure out what Wild have achieved with all that.
They're gonna push. Oh, they're gonna push.
Oh, and in goes the Fuse, looking for something. The Monty as well. The abuse from the double shield operators finds nothing. They both go down. But amidst the chaos, perhaps Wild is able to plant. Packbull forced off of it and forced back outside. Croxon low HP as well. What a fumble from Wild. G2 killed the 2 operators they needed to. And now Wild have to reset.
They had such good drones as well. I don't know how that failed. Maybe due to the sense projector, like, you know, almost smoking off the Monty, didn't see Loira inside of the stock room. Because, yeah, they were in through Fireplace. They were in through the side window, trying to get down the diffuser. They fired off libraries so that they didn't have any verticality to worry about. It did make sense. Execution, though, didn't follow through.
Frustrating to watch this happen to Wild. They were cooking, they had an idea. They have barely found anything in this round. A freebie here almost through the vert. Freck very low HP. It took the gamble, there's no one at mezzanine. Oh, it's Sen's wall actually protects him. At least for now. Takes out the default cam. Wild have top floor control, but G2 have a 3-player advantage and more than happy to just lock in that position. There's the shell inactive at the moment. Backball spotted and taken down. Alamau hungry for this last one as well. Freck already low HP. A single bullet will be the last one needed. And this should be a match point for G2. Alamau confirms it. And now the tables really have turned on Wild. G2 have built that momentum and they're looking unstoppable.
You know, I bet you the people in chat watching this are going to be very happy because people hate shields right now, right? They see the Fuse multi double shield, we go, oh, I hope they lose this round. Oh, the shields die first? Woo! And then they go, no shield, no win, can't win 3v5 without shields. And it's kind of true. It does feel a lot of time like shields just, they make the round so impossible to be enjoyable as a defender. And a little bit of like, all is good in the world, right? Shields don't always win.
Yeah, very true. I mean, if only people felt the same way back when Solus Fenrir's army was farming everybody.
Oh, people did
there were
not
so many damn
Solus.
operators that were OP.
Jeez,
Oh, man.
I like imagine a world where you get punished for using your drone in the drone phase where there's nothing else to do than control your drone. That was Solus when she first came out.
I thought it was the phone scroll phase, man.
Yeah, drone time is phone time and all that stuff. It honestly became phone time because you can't drone the building. And I'm so happy.
Well,
I'm so thankful that nerf.
Yeah, me too. But Solus, unfortunately, has kind of been nerfed into the ground now. We don't see her much, but...
She's nerfed it.
That's kind of... Yeah, sure. Sure. I guess the defense doesn't really need it. There's still so many power operators. Like, you look at a lineup like this, and to be frank, we have had a bit of a switch in the meta. We've got a couple of big power ops on the attack right now. As the guys on the desk were talking about at the start of today, it's really the initiators have come into the meta. The Dokkaebi, obviously the shields, the Deimos, operators that you can get information and start taking map control without having to sit there on your drone.
5 seconds to go.
I think evolution is always a good thing when it comes to video game meta, because Siege, just like every other game, it cannot and it shouldn't stay the exact same forever. I know there are people who are big fans of the current meta and people who are less of a fan of the current meta, but I think change often is good just because it simply is a change. We'll go back to a different meta at some point that other people will like, and that's fine. We're at the YouTube meta during COVID where you played 4 deployable shields because you had Go, you had 3 of them, and you played Wamai every single round, and some people loved it and some people hated it. Either way, a single meta goes on for too long, it's unenjoyable to most people. So therefore, change equals good. Poor barbed wire there. A barbed wire on a window and bar on a basement defense. Hey, it did 10 damage. Frank is unhappy about that because, hey, my health bar.
Very much so.
3 drops.
This is risky. Dangerous. Loira wins his fight. Freck. Doesn't matter what your HP is, you'll go down to a quick headshot. However, Alamau's also gone down. Big play to take out, especially being that smoke. I mean, talk about power ops on defense. If Wild are too slow, that smoke would have been very impactful. This round's actually been pretty decently addressed here by Wild. Doki's trying to make his way back towards the site. Loira, low HP. Talk about the scoreboard for a second. Have a look at that. Loira on the double digits. What a game he's had.
Unlike Blast, who's been mostly invisible, I don't recall him having a ton of impact. And to be fair,
I think
Blast
it was
has
in
had
the
really
first
good games.
3 rounds. He had, I think, a decent
God.
impact in the first 3 rounds. That was disgusting.
Good
We
night,
do,
Uno.
of course, have... We had a tech pause, so
that's true.
Scoreboards are not complete.
I was gonna praise Blast as well and saying he's had very big games in the past. Right now, though, it's Wild having a big time in this round. 4v2 with Laura very low in HP and they got vert control. They can do stuff with this. It's a long way downstairs to the basement, though. That's what the last G2 players are going to be playing at. Nobody in kitchen dining, so that vert won't matter.
You called out Blaz for not having much of an impact these last couple rounds. This is his moment. 2v4, one of the most scary numbers of qualities to have. Like, if you're in a 4v2, it's the most throwable situation possible. Good information from the Deimos, though. Loira's going to try and get aggressive on the back of it, though, as C4 doesn't find anything. Look at how desperate this man is for something, and he finds one too! Looking for more now with the shotgun. The trust he's putting in this gun. Maxwell goes and finds his pick and doubles down for another one. Thankfully, he does, because Loira has been farming. Wild, keep this game alive. It's not done yet. Still a chance to go to overtime.
It's a moment like that where you really wish you had a gun with more bullets in it, because had he had a quote-unquote regular weapon, you might have gotten both kills there on the first spray. But with SMG11, you gotta either go for a reload or a shotgun swap and then push up. Makes it a bit awkward. It also buys enough time for Wild to recognize what's happening and where the two defenders are. And they can go aggressive, drop down the hatches, go for the kills. And they took down Blast while Loira was popping off, so they got the round dub. We might need the entire distance here. One round away from overtime. G2 fell apart very early in that round, despite getting a first, opening kill. That was immediately then traded back by Croxon.
Yeah, very true. I gotta say, like, I'm actually pretty happy with Wilds. This is a lot better than what we've seen from them recently. Remember, it has been pretty dire straits for them. Losing to Wolves in regulation, losing to Fnatic in overtime on this map, in fact, and then losing to ITB without getting a single point. That's the biggest concern for me. Wild had plenty of time to prepare for that match in a way, like it wasn't one of the consecutive matches from Super Week. And Super Week ended up being a bit of a rough one for them. They went from 7-1 in secret to losing the following two matches. They should have had enough time to prep for that ITB game. They didn't get any points out of it. They'd be kicking themselves. So they want to try and at least steal a few points away from G2 in this one. Perhaps just prompt the conversation. Maybe there's a chance of making top 2.
See Leighton rotating around with Monty, looking for the right way forward. He lost that fireplace singular window, but he's done it like 2 or 3 times at this point. So he thinks better of it and goes, you know what? Let's not repeat patterns too often here. Let's go our gaming window instead. Change things up a bit. Stay unpredictable. G2 actually playing very far back here on the map. We see their outlines. Playing in master bedroom, office, inside itself, downstairs in kitchen. They don't care for library control. Remember last time Doki was roaming here very aggressively and he was shut down. This operator lineup is a classic G2 change up, where they'll play aggressive, they'll be running around, Lesion, Scopus, Vigil, you name it. Now they're playing Tuberal, Kaid. And Wild, yeah, okay, they saw this. They brought out the Thatcher, sure. But look, half down is spent. No gunfights happened. Wild have limited map control. Yeah, they have library and stuff, but they need office, they need master bedroom. And G2 will play Wall Deny for as long as they need to stall this out. Here's the first.
This round is so essential here for G2. They need to win this in regulation for their best shot of holding on to this spot in the top 2. Loira attempted to make something work here on that aggressive run out on the balcony. He's still hungry for it. He decides it's time to fall back. Probably a good move. As the breach has gone off, and Leighton on that Monty has been really deadly. Time is ticking away though. Wild have spent 2 minutes, and all they've got is control of office.
Gonna have to be quick now. That's what G2 they're counting on. They want Wild to speed up, to make a mistake somewhere. And one mistake is all they gotta make, with timer being so low. Monty's taking damage, Uno almost did as well. It's still anybody's round right now.
And there's the C4, the floor is lava. Uno finds his kill. What a game Uno's had so far. Still that Monty is alive. And continuing to push G2 back, but they can afford it. They've got time on their side. There's the pick, and another one for Dodo. It's all up to G2's last remaining 3 players to try and stall this out, but they're all fleeing back towards the site, scared of that. Monty Doki finds one, but Dodo gets back into it as well. Overtime is on the cards for Wild, and they've stolen points from G2. That Monty incessant Wild will not give up.
That right there is a perfect way to show what Wild can do. They're so good at creating chaos and thriving in it. It was so hard to gather who's gonna go where, who's taking what gunfights, are the flanks open, and we have the full overview. Wild didn't have any real gaps. They even rotated Dodo to the west main windows to cut off the rotations on the bomb side. They had Demo Tracker going on to Capkin, who was looking to go for a retake. They had Munchie storming downstairs, finding both players in Trophy right here. So much information. Imagine the communication for Wild. There's 15 seconds left right here. And Leighton is going, 2 guys in Trophy, Capkin flanking upstairs. I'm gonna push forward, go in the window. Dodo and Frick, they listened perfectly to the communication and made the right adjustments in the middle of that chaos to capitalize off the info. G2 are gonna stay on defense. Wild, of course, on the attack. 6-6 overtime. And now those 2 big moments that Uno he clutched become even more relevant. This would have been a regulation loss if those rounds did not happen for G2.
Wild have pushed G2 to their limit here, and this isn't no big deal. I mean, G2 have almost certainly lost their spot in the top 2 as a result, and Alamau dying straight up spawn peeking is even worse. That's your Warden going down, and G2 now can get to either a maximum of 15 or 16 points on the standings. Wolves currently on 15, Secret currently on 14. And in the next play day, those 2 teams will play each other, which means one of them will at least get 2 points out of that game. Which, unless if one very unlikely scenario happens where Secret wins and G2 still have a better round difference, and we have a 3-team tie on 16 points. That's the only way that G2 can hold on to their spot in the top 2. But that chance is very outside. And even for a chance of that happening, they need to win here. Blaz fortunately finds one. That's a very ambitious run out from the Aruni. He's allowed back inside and back to site. G2 need to keep fighting this. Wow, what a run out.
All set to jam the Meridian.
Equalized though, it's so worth it. I hope Alamau asked for permission for that spawn peek, because if you spawn peek in 6-6 overtime and you didn't ask for permission, oh, you're trolling, my guy. Permission granted, I guess. He went for it. He got punished. Monty upstairs again, always the key factor for Wild. It gives them so much confidence to work around. The current information, or the constant rather information being shared in the comms, but Leighton has to problem solve this. He can't just tell the team, hey, jump in the window, shoot to your right, smoke off the window first, push on up, smoke the second angle too. Do you know the Warden instead? These smokes will be highly effective. Oh, he missed one of them actually.
Oh, big C4!
Oh.
Leighton almost dies from it as well. The impact to confirm it.
What?
Leighton is completely obliterated walking on the treadmill. G2 should be able to lock this one in. Another big kill for Loira, all up to Dodo now. 1 versus 4. No chance. Poor Flores. He's got that mirror window staring him in the face. No diffuser. And just about 0 chance of making this one work. G2 very happy about this. Still a chance at locking this in overtime despite fumbling last match point. All it comes down to is this final pick, and G2 are patient. They can happily wait for this.
Oh, Dodo, playing further and further back. I mean, you're waiting for Leighton to reconnect. You might as well take a quote-unquote tactical timeout. He drone him. That's a great drone.
There's still a chance. There's still a chance for Wild to win. Not this round, obviously.
Not this round.
This round is not happening. Can you vault this balcony? I don't think you can.
You can. You can vault all the balconies.
Oh. Disappointing from Blaz. But there you go. The round done and dusted, and that gives G2 the match point they've been searching for. Leighton needs to get back into the server. Let's be honest, Pengu, even if Leighton didn't lag out, he was dead to rights there.
Yeah.
C4, impact, shots in the feet.
I'm glad you said it, because that was going to be my first point. I was like, I know he said he lagged out, but... Oh, yeah, okay. Fair play to him. He actually did lag out before the C4 connected. Whether it would have made a difference or not, impossible to say, but odds are he would have been pretty destroyed. Impact, smoke grenade, not smoke grenade, impact and C4, and he got shot when he exposed his core there. And also T2 had so much time to work with.
Yeah, very true. I'm gonna say that C4 tossed up through the floor from, I think it was like jungle, like just outside dining hallway. It's a really nice C4, not one you see very often. Very aggressive one to throw in display.
Oh, Frick's out. Goodbye, Frick.
See you later, mate. Well, match point G2, but we've been here before. And it's easy to forget that, like you said, a very different game.
And Uno not clutch those two 1v2s.
Bit of a tilter though if you're Wild and if you're Leighton, right? Like it's overtime, you're disconnecting, and whether it mattered or not, that's not the point. The point is your mental health and how you feel about these things, because yeah, it's frustrating, it sucks. And if you're G2, you're laughing about how he disconnected, you know, freebie for us, whatever. You gotta stay in this though, round by round. It doesn't matter what happened, if you disconnected or not. You just gotta play out this next one, go 7-7 and play for that final round. Because overtime is a best of 3 in round count. That's really as simple as that. It doesn't matter what happened in the past. Only this current moment matters, the next 3 minutes.
And like we've said, Wild are technically still not locked in to the playoffs. There is a world where ITB, Fnatic, below them can jump above and knock them out of those playoff spots. At the moment, Wild is in 5th with Virtus.pro tied on 8 points. But ITB is just below on 7 points, Fnatic on 6 points. We still have a play day to go next week. And Wild in that will be playing Virtus.pro, and they should be pretty confident to get some points out of that game, but you can never guarantee it. And ITB have had their fair share of good moments, Fnatic as well. There's a decent chance, I mean, especially ITB taking on Ents, you'd expect them to find points out of that game. So Wild need to steal as many here as they possibly can to keep hold of their spot in the playoffs.
It's always a tough time being an esports pro player, right? You gotta make top X, you gotta stay in playoffs, you gotta go into major qualifiers, and you go to the major. It feels like you're always fighting an uphill battle because there's always a new goal, there's a new step. Unless you quite literally win a major final or invitationals, there's always something new to go for. And then once you win, you get this newfound motivation where you're like, I wanna win again. But then you're met with more hardships, more struggles, and you start being like, you know what? Wanting more is difficult. But that's the dream. The dream is to be the best for every single player in Pro League.
And every place in the EU League matters not just for going into the LCQs or going straight to the major or going to playoffs, whatever it is. You've also got money on the line, but more importantly, you've got SI points on the line. And if you don't make SI, that is like one of the most challenging things. I mean, BDS know what it feels like. Last year, struggling after losing the G2 in Atlanta on the main stage. Losing that match meant that BDS didn't qualify for the 6th Invitational, which is not only the most prestigious event of the year, but also the most lucrative. And both of these teams need to push as deeply as they can to maximize their SI points out of this stage, out of their placements in this league. Wild in particular really need a fight here to push match point. For G2, their chances of making the top 2 are almost completely dashed. It'll very likely be either Wolves or Secret to take that place away from them come next playday. But for Wild, there's still a lot riding on this game, especially on their 3-match loss streak that they're currently trying to buck.
You're watching the player cams, and while you and I can talk as much as we would like, the players can't. It's all yourself and your thoughts sitting there, just waiting, grabbing. Maybe Carson's gonna have a message for us here. No? Okay. It looked like he was about to make a very personal statement.
That
Just
was like a
fixing the
little
angles.
content creator vlog moment right there.
It was, hey guys, a day in the life of a pro player doing a technical pause. It's
Big question is, what's up with Leighton? Can we get him back into that server? Yeah, he did. 2 rounds to play still, mate.
It's also Leighton that dropped the first time, if I recall correctly, right? It's just the same person having some sort of PC or internet issue or whichever. The funny thing is, like, he crashed and he came back and said, I lagged out lol, and then he left the server. I don't know what that's about.
He also farmed when he came back, if I remember right. The round that he rejoined after that first technical pause was the round where Wild absolutely destroyed on their attack. I think I'm remembering that correctly.
I actually think it was G2 owning with the nuke, no? Wasn't it the nuke round? Because we had a technical...
Actually,
yeah. But you're right, the attack was storming the building. It was just the other team.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was.
No, I just remember a really good attack.
It was 2-1, I believe, when it happened.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. I remember that. Yeah. Yeah, big round from Alamau.
The Crocs is just staring us down. This makes me very uncomfortable. There we go. There we go. Yeah, squeeze those eyes.
Did you win that staring contest?
No, I looked away multiple times, man. He was looking into my soul. He's about to take it. He looks good, but I mean, it's just dangerous. I mean, also because I can see him, but he can't actually see me, so it's like, it's kind of weird. He's probably looking at strats. Also, does Croxton and Laura look a little bit alike? Because whenever we see Laura, I'm always like, could be Croxton. Like, they got like the hair kind of waving to the side, and
let's see.
They got the same eye color too. And so that's Croxton.
Oh,
now imagine,
yeah,
imagine the camera angle is not the same camera angle, right? Now we just gotta see Laura.
Yeah,
Where's Laura?
Okay. All right, come on, give us Laura. Come on, give us
There.
Laura.
See, you see it, right?
Oh man. Oh my God, long lost brothers.
There is some familiarity there, like the hairs and stuff. And I think they
like
both
you
have
said,
brown
different
eyes.
angle, but I can definitely see that. Yeah. Oh man, same hair. Straight same hair. Easy. Wow, it really does look like Croxton is staring into our soul.
Yes. Wait, I'm gonna do some Google. I'm gonna figure out Laura's eye color because this camera lighting makes it just look like saturated blue because of the blue light of the monitor. Laura T2. Let's see. Let's do some investigative work on his social media. He has
private eye.
Oh, he might actually have like blue-gray eye tone or eye color.
Piercing blue eyes.
It's all gym photos. This guy's a Chad. He's a Giga Chad.
Is he really?
Yeah, him and Elamau, they work out together.
Does not surprise me. 2 Brazilians on this roster.
Yeah, they're hanging out. I mean, they live together, right? We see that in the player room. I mean, it's late.
Yeah,
it's almost 11 p.m.
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, it's like
It's been a
6
late
a.m.
night for
you,
these
so-
guys. It's almost 7 in the morning over here in Australia.
Oh,
Now, when we
God.
get back on cameras later, you'll see it's the sun's come up.
Oh yeah, it is.
Looks like we've got
Oh,
10 in
no.
lobby though, so we might be about to get going again. Very close to it. I see some stuff happening in the all chat. I think we're about to start the game. Or Doki's getting lippy in the all chat.
I think he does
We're
have brown
almost
eyes,
there,
by the way.
guys. Who does, sorry?
I think Laura does have brown eyes. It's just hard to tell in the photos because it's not like a close-up, you know? Oh, they're loading in.
We're back into the game, guys. All right.
It's happening.
7-6 G2 as we flip back onto the attack for G2. Time to lock it in. Like we said, not a lot of stakes for G2 in this match. I mean, even if they win this, their chances of holding on to that top 2 spot after the Secret Wolves game are infinitesimally low. Infinitesimally?
There's another word that I know.
It's infinitesimally? I'm gonna say
I
that's
do
a
not
word.
know that word. I'm not saying it's not a word. I'm just saying that I
could
don't know
just
the
say
word.
infinitely. Infinitely low?
Infinitesimally. It means
Something
immeasurable
thesaurus.
or incalculably small.
Bang! That's what it is.
You're spot on.
That's G2's chance of making top 2, or retaining top 2, I should say, because they will be in top 2.
It's
after
actually
this game, should they win it.
It says taking on values arbitrarily close to but greater than 0. They have a close to 0% chance.
Close to, but not quite 0.
5 seconds left.
That describes G2's chance of holding on to top 2 after the Wolves Secret game next week. Even should they win this round. But still, come on, guys, lock it in. I'm sure they'll be happy to get a win after fumbling their last match point at 6-5. While on the flip side, like we said, they need every point they can get. They've already got the 1. A second point to come back and win this in OT would be massive. Not just to all but guarantee themselves making it into the playoffs, but also, I mean, it's G2. If you're a team like Wild, you know, these guys that have probably been looking up to these G2 players and the G2 organization for the majority of their amateur careers, you want to get a win over the big dogs.
Oh, big dog. Nick goes out, gets the barricade. It's going to be a castle most likely. Trying to see what the vibe is here for G2. They're in positions where if they wanted to, they could go aggressive here. Bathroom window, piano window, just jump on in. Oh, that's risky.
The timing here. Big swing here from Alamau. Even while near-sided, he gets the shot off. And G2 start to collapse on this top floor. Careful. That nade from Blaz. Frex found his exit.
As he starts to make his way back, he's got a pick. He wants to try and survive. They don't need to keep fighting for kills here, but Wild need to get out alive. Dodo's found another one. Blaz is down. Alamau opened this round, but he needs to close it. 2 players low. Uno's found one. The hammer and anvil again. As Uno decides to recompose and relocate to support his teammate. Meanwhile, Alamau in this 1v1 needs to win it. Freck, low HP. Deagle comes out. One bullet's all that's needed. Freck wins the fight. Uno now. He can end it here and now, and he's found his first. Leighton, the man of the hour, to finally reconnect. Can he connect the shots onto Uno? He's got a read on the position. Uno's clutched up 1v2 after 1v2 this game, but not now. Wild will continue pushing, and Leighton is back just at the pivotal moment for Wild. Overtime we head. 8-7 will need to be the final score of this matchup. G2 have one last chance to redeem themselves.
Heartbreak after heartbreak. Despite Uno clutching 2 rounds, they still find themselves on their final chance at a victory. And you gotta say, it's so clean, it's so close, it's looking so good until it isn't. You gotta think to yourself, was it necessary for Alamau to go for the swing there? Did they have intel? Were they afraid of getting flanked? Did he think he was getting 2v1? Because if he had waited 3-4 more seconds, Uno would arrive on that balcony for a crossfire to make the play together. Small things. Decisions have to be made, and sometimes they're wrong. Sometimes you whiff. But nothing else matters. The very many last rounds, all irrelevant. Leighton's in the server, it's a 5v5. You're fighting for this final moment. See the entries. This right here
is a good entry.
Yeah, I don't know about that swing, man. I'm not sure. I'm not sold on it. Uno shouldn't even have gotten that kill either, but...
I mean, I just still can't believe that it came down to another 1v2 opportunity for Uno. If he'd won that round and G2 had locked it in, that would be 3 1v2s from Uno to win this game. Like we said, time and time again, would have been done and dusted in regulation in favor of Wild had he not already done so twice. Now, final round of the game, Wild back onto the attack, and G2 have gone down to the basement.
The entry, of course, is so important for Wild. If they can find the pick, they'll buy themselves a lot of time, a lot of map presence, and of course, a whole lot of pressure. Wild on the attacking side, the rounds they have been successful in usually is when they apply a lot of pressure and the round gets very chaotic very quickly. That's when G2 they struggle to match them 1-to-1. So if they can buy themselves a man advantage by getting a kill into Doki, for example, here, it would be huge for them. Deimos in library balcony. Doki be outside the bar gaming windows. They are applying pressure. They're into the building, but they're taking a lot of damage doing so.
Doki's still so brave, despite being tracked, despite the Dokkaebi call. He still wants to fight for this. He doesn't want to give up without at least taking one player with him. He could just fall back and take the safer route, but that's just not the way Doki plays. He's now aggressive again in gaming. Here could be an opening though. Alamau with the ACOG sight as he starts to get tracked by that Deimos. Finally, Doki's aggression is punished. Still, the kill has not been confirmed. A lot of damage done by Alamau, but no kill as of yet, and he's got to worry about the Deimos. He wins it, but immediately traded on back. It's up to Blaz now in a 1v4 with the bomb site down in the basement. He starts the mountainous trek upstairs, and all Wild have to do is reset. They just have to win for the next minute. Blaz goes for a hike outside, but it ain't ski season, mates. A Wild comeback from 6-5 down against 2 match points staring them down, and they finally take down the greats of Europe. G2 put down, and Wild's losing streak is at an end. Their chances of staying in the playoffs may well still be alive.
Man, the chaos again in that final round. It's like the same win condition for a while, but it works so well every single time. And then we see the most confusing things of all, the 1v4 Blast jumping outside the building, trying to get back in. I think that he kind of knew it was over, trying to go for a desperate play, thinking they're planting, but they weren't. They were just bleeding him dry, waiting, droning, and he kind of gets getting the kill. While they win, and G2, they had some struggles in that match.
Yeah. I mean, that was a long and arduous match for both teams, but what we can say for sure is what a huge upset. Wild, against everyone's expectations, they've done it, and they are the real deal here. G2, what to say about that one? Well, we'll leave that to the guys in the studio.
Dev, thank you, Pengu, thank you very much for your words this evening. Guys, I mean, Dev said it perfectly, didn't it? Upset, that's almost an understatement, Pengu. Like, what's wrong with me?
You're calling Pengu Panky and you're calling me
Are you
Pengu.
really Pengu?
I'm not bald.
Oh my God.
I know you're putting a bald filter on me, but I am not bald.
I did do that just behind the scenes.
He's only 40 minutes away from here.
True. Yeah, he may as well just come and answer the question. But Fresh.
No, I'm not answering you now.
Thank you,
Leo.
Fresh.
Fine. Leo, upset, understatement. Let's go.
Understatement? I don't know about it, honestly. I know it's an upset, but honestly, I'm not surprised Wild beat them. With the way G2 has been playing lately. Yeah, they're playing really risky. Really risky in everything they do. And look at the round, for example, where Alema walks in with Nuck and then backstabs the side and then loses there. Like, so many times they're playing a game plan that relies heavily on him taking risk and then finally getting something. Like that round, for example, he gets the actual opening pick. And that was like the win condition, the entire thing. The problem is, if he dies there, that's the end. That's the end for them. He cannot be the only win condition.
You can call it an upset on the balance of expectation, on the balance of experience, on the balance of form. G2 should be beating Wild, but Wild showed an incredible amount of resilience this game. I think, if you look, unfortunately, Leighton, was clearly having issues with his internet. Obviously, he disconnected. That round was lost pretty much because Leighton was the guy on site. G2 realized it was Leighton who disconnected and hit the site instantly. He then had a round on the Monty where he just, he just froze because, again, of his internet. Nothing you can do there. But if you look at the resilience that Wild needed to show and the fact that they lost 2 1v2s, to still come out and win the game, considering all of those scenarios, I thought was very impressive.
That for me is the craziest thing. That's the craziest thing. They had 2 rounds where Leighton disconnected. They lost 2 clutches and they still won this. So for me, to call it an upset, yes. But
It's resilience.
It's resilience, and they maybe even deserve to have a regulation win here.
Yeah, because if Uno's not cooking for G2 here tonight, they're embarrassed, aren't they?
Yeah, that's literally it. Take those exceptions out of it, those 4 rounds with exceptional moments out of it, with the clutches and the disconnect.
Yeah.
On the balance of that, if you replay that again, that's a clean Wild victory, which is honestly impressive given where they've got to in the stage.
Leo, you've got a couple of clips you want to pull up.
Yeah, I think I want to show just more examples of like the win condition from G2. So let's take an example for instance right now on Chalet. That 3v4, that's going to turn into a 2v4. That's Laura and Anemo playing really well in this micro place. The flash to get rid of that guy all the way down to blue so he can get a little bit closer and have his teammate back him up. So 2v4, take a look at how Wild plays into this. That's G2 reacting to it. We bait the first kill, we get the trade at the same time, double crossfire, they turn into the 2v4 into a 2v1. And then they play this together again with the flashes. That's the quality that I like to see in G2. My only problem is that, again, we speak about the 2 clutches from Uno. That's another clutch, another round that should never happen,
So that's 5 rounds that could have gone the other way, but 4 exceptional moments.
5 exceptional moments, and all of them, just G2 getting away with them. And that's my biggest worry, is they cannot rely on this win condition. And there are plenty of other examples of it. Like the thing with me and Alemo abusing Nuck, that's just not going to cut it every time. You know what I mean?
How much are they relying on these exceptional win conditions in other games prior to this, Fresh?
Who, Wild?
No, G2.
G2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think G2, it's a risky game. We keep highlighting it, that they're playing this risky game. And I think it's all well and good in EUL, right? It's all well and good that they will be in the playoffs. In EUL, they'll get away with it with teams that they can mechanically just outclass, Yeah. They were kept in this game through their mechanical ability. Let's be fair. They picked up points because of that. When they face a BDS, when they face some of the top teams in this league, dare I say it, when they go international and have to face some of the big boys, some of the NAL teams, some of the Brazilian teams, that's where they'll really get shown up. So I do think they need to lock it down and get that core fundamental team play and make things a little bit less risky.
Right now, you have 2 win conditions. That risky plays from Alemo, and then the second one is them being reactive. That was them in that 2v4.
Yeah.
I have another example of it.
Let's go.
When they faced that rush, for example, onto Bar. So you have a good rush there with the sense completely cutting off everyone, and then they go for the plant, and you see the Monty going here, going already on the anchor. See how G2 reacts? Everyone drops together, everyone plays well, and they retake together. That micro plays work really well. It's the exact same quality in chemistry that we saw why they beat Wolves. Because whenever something happens and they need to commit to a plan together, they do it well. But my issue right now is it's only on the reactive side, not in proactive side.
What does this win mean for Wild? I don't just mean, beating G2, but I mean league-wise.
Yeah, so in the league, we said that they were the kind of best of the rest, the best of the teams that are not yet confirmed for playoffs. Now, Wild are still not confirmed for playoffs. This win takes them up onto 10 points. Now, they cannot be the only team that can overtake them that currently isn't in the playoffs is going to be ITB, and that would be on round difference, but it would have to be a 10-round swing between the two, which would be an absolutely massive. So, for all intents and purposes, Wild are confirmed for playoffs. They will likely sit in that fifth place spot because they're not going to overtake Secret or G2 above them. But I think from where they were at, great start to the season, dip down to basically confirm themselves. Massive for them.
Yeah, it's like they've reared their head again, right?
Completely. I think it's the perfect spot for them. It gives them enough lead time, now they know they qualify for playoffs, to continue play these officials with a little bit less pressure, continue to work, continue to learn, and get even more ready for playoffs. Because I keep telling you guys, this is one of my underdogs to make it to Montreal and surprise everyone, which would be something crazy when you think about their record in the previous stage.
That's a hot take.
That's a huge hot take. Because they would have to take the spot of someone between BDS, Wolves, G2, or Secret. And probably taking Secret spot if I had to bet it.
Starman, Freck, who wants to talk about him?
Freck, I want to talk about.
Let's go.
We already talked about why he was the star of tomorrow. I think just thinking of him in that beginning of the round where he gets that triple kill, that's the round. He's alone, isolated in that power position, pushed by a Monty. He gets a double kill there and gets a third one getting away here. That's huge for him. He had some of these really big moments here. Again, another one when they were in the 5v3. Lots of entry kills as well. That overall, Freck, amazing today. You know what? He actually had 2 entry kills in the last 3 rounds in overtime. He was one of the biggest reasons they were able to commit this and convert the overtime into an overtime win. I keep being surprised by this guy, but overall, what a great player. What a great entry. What a great fire.
Let's be joined now by Packbull live on the show to close things out. Packbull, what a win. Before we talk about what it means for your team, what does it mean to you right now to just sweep away G2?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really big relief, to be honest. That game, going into it, I expected it to be really hard. And I'm not saying that, G2 are easy to play against, but I think G2 are probably not happy with how they played that game. I felt like they weren't playing on their top form, and neither were we. It felt like they weren't playing on top form, and we kept just throwing runs non-stop. So
yeah, do you feel like you were
not the best game.
Taking advantage of some of their mistakes?
Yeah, I mean, we were doing really good, I think, getting like early picks, or even if they weren't like opening engagements, just getting like the advantage by the middle of the round. Like by 1:30, we had the advantage in most rounds, but like we were just trolling so much. We had like so many man advantage rounds where we had perfect crossfire, and then we just overpeaked or whatever it was. So, I mean, that's just maybe a bit of game day nerves that we need to sort out.
Pac, talk to me about the mental, because it can't have been easy. There was a 4v2 thrown, two 2v1s thrown, and 2 rounds where Leighton disconnected. How did you manage to keep it together throughout that game? Because that must have really tested the mental of the team.
Yeah, I'll be honest, like I think we all were like a little bit tilted and annoyed, but we just kept saying to each other, basically, guys, let's not tilt. It's as simple as that. Freck especially was, doing a great job of keeping everyone locked in. So yeah, when annoying things happen, you tilt, but the important thing is that you get out of it, basically.
We've not spoken to you for a while as well, Packbull. Obviously, there's been a few losses in the mid-season, I would say. How important is this win going into probably what will be a playoff run for you guys?
So I believe out of these last 2 games, we needed to get a total of 3 points to be like 99% confirmed in playoffs. So, we didn't do it yet. We need at least one more point against VP next week. But yeah, this, of course, it makes it easier. We need to win 6 rounds instead of 7 rounds next week.
Pac, Fresh was talking there about the mental fortitude that you guys showed just in that one matchup. But I want to look at this a bit of an overview. You guys started really strong. You had a bit of a dip, and then you came back up here towards the back end of the group stages. How difficult was it to keep mentally strong through the harder times to make sure that you finished well?
Well, I would say, to be honest, we haven't really struggled. I think the results have shown, like we're getting wins, and now we've lost 3 games in a row or something. But honestly, out of the losses, I think Wolves is the only team that really beat us. I think the other 2 losses were to ourselves, basically. Like, especially 7-8 against Fnatic. That's a game that, in our minds, we should be winning. But, I mean, everyone says the same thing when they lose mostly. So, you know, maybe that's just cope. But we don't really feel like we've been overall losing games. It's just every game, little mistakes that's compounding into games being lost, basically.
That must give you a lot of confidence, though, especially if there's 2 games where you feel like you've lost to yourselves, because, like, you know, it's well documented. You are such a new team as well, a relative lack of experience at this kind of level. So if you're feeling like you've only really been, like, beaten in one game, that's positive signs going forward.
Yeah, of course. I think everyone's still confident. VP are looking a little weaker than normal, so we have one more game against them. To close out the season, basically, we need to have a good performance then. Yeah, I mean, VP is always a good team, so who knows what they're going to do, but I think we're all confident heading into this last game.
Well, good luck going into that last game against VP, but before you even think about that, just take a moment to celebrate beating G2. So congratulations, Pac Bull, and we'll see you again soon, all right?
Thank you very much. Talk to you soon, hopefully.
Cheers, yes, thank you very much. Always love talking to Pac. Let's take a look now at our pack of players and how it's all shaking out when it comes to the standings. What are the impacts of today's play day?
Big impact because it means that now G2, yes, could be sitting on a second spot, but that's not going to happen because Wolves and Secret are facing each other in the last play day, which means that effectively they will not be top 2, and that's for sure. At the same time, it means that Ents, they're stuck. They will not make it to playoff. They will have to go through open qualifiers. Now, for the rest, it's all up for grabs, and that for me is the biggest story because everything is going to be laid out in the final play day, guys.
That is what you live for, though, Fresh. I know that you love not just being part of the team here, but if you could, you'd sit and watch that play day at home and relax, put your feet up, maybe crack a cold one, because this is what you want. You want it to come all right down to the wire for all the teams involved.
Yeah, absolutely. It's right down to the wire. I will say for everybody except BDS, because of course the result there
and Ents.
The result there guarantees BDS top 2. So congratulations. Obviously they'll be playing for the top spot. But yeah, no, it's absolutely excellent. I love CGN. I love the fact that we're going down to the final play day.
Yeah.
We've still got 2 playoff spots to decide out of 4 teams. Anything can happen.
All right, just one more time. Can I just bring up those standings one more time, please, for our wonderful team in production? I'm going to put you guys on blast right now, no pun intended. Who will be in second place when it's all said and done?
Oh, no. It's a straight shootout.
Wolves.
Oh, but okay. Frenchman backs the French team. I'm going Secret.
If you can argue with me that Wolves isn't the most consistent team out of the entire top 4, you take away BDS, right? In all 3 teams that were fighting for the top 2, between G2, Secret, and Wolves, if you agree with me that Wolves wasn't the most consistent team, then I don't know what to say.
Do you know what? You talked about arguing with you, Leo. I'm going to wait until the pre-game of that game next Monday to argue with you about that, and we will have that argument, because I'm going to say Secret make it.
All right.
All right, good stuff.
Who makes it out of open
go on, Ian.
qualifier?
Give us the teams that make playoffs out of the 4 that are still to make it.
Fnatic.
They're facing BDS. We should take a look at the next play day. Honestly, we should.
I've been told that we can't take a look at the next play day right now, but what we can do is we can look ahead to what is to come here tonight. So the world champions in Furia, my favorite team in the world, I'm putting out there, I love those guys. They will be in action in about half an hour's time. And of course, we'll be getting in fact,
they're live right now.
They're live right now. What are we doing talking? We need to go watch
You need to go watch this.
So what I will say is make sure you join us very soon for our final play day of the group stages. Milos will be here with Fresh and Alfama to lead you and guide you through all of the action of that crucial, vital final play day. And for us right now, and you as well, let's go watch the world champions in action, because this is a big one. They have to win, Fresh.
Yeah, they have to win. They're outside the playoffs right now, Furia.
Ooh. Imagine no Furia in Montreal.
World champions.
That would be crazy.
It's got to happen. Let's see what goes down right now. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you soon. Let's go.